trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah difference.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97, want to take it open lines, 248-539-9797. What is Brad up to? What is Brad up to? Everybody's like, how are they going to get down to 53? How are they going to get down to 53? He's like, nope, we're going to 50. So things are afoot. What do you think it is? 248-539-9797. 3 spots, Zadarius Smith and 2 interior offensive line vets. Next text, man, Gator's so much better at making up names than Gator. You didn't like Bob Roberts?
I'm like, where's he going to go with this? Bob.
I should just go with
Roberts.
the one I sent you last night, DeQuavius Pork. If somebody wants DeQuavius Pork, would that have been better?
It's a better one. Yeah.
I didn't want to take away from the content, but anyway, yeah, Bob Roberts is bad. DeQuavius Pork ain't bad. Do you guys think that Patrick was worth a little more than a 6-round pick, or are you good with that? It's from Coop.
I'm thrilled.
I'm
with the 6-round pick.
stunned they got a 6-round pick for him. I think it's great they got a 6-round pick for him.
Because guess what would have happened? He would have been released.
Yeah. I mean, right? Does that mean somebody else offered a 7th for him and they coaxed Jacksonville into a 6th?
Maybe. And what it tells you is that somebody valued the experience of an NFL player over, someone like Jackson Meeks.
Okay, so somebody sent this over, and we've gotten this question. Who would claim an injured Hassanine that they would have to put on the 53-man roster for at least 3 weeks? Meeks, maybe, but again, he would have to go on the 53-man roster if claimed. I could see Meeks going on some bad team. A bad team might claim these guys because a bad team might. Actually, you know what? When we were a bad team, I would go, look at the good teams and who they couldn't keep. Grab those young guys. So I doubt Hassanin will, but when Hassanin's injury settlement is over, he's a free agent.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that they have this all worked out behind the scenes. I doubt that he gets picked up by somebody else because he is hurt.
Right.
And, teams fall in love with their own guys all the time.
Do, sure.
So they see other guys they've already had in practice. And I imagine, I'll say this, I'd be very surprised if he was signed by somebody else.
I would too.
So that being the case, they're going to come up with a settlement that's going to be appropriate for him, that it has to be a settlement, meaning people have to agree on it. And I would imagine that he'd be right back here wearing a Lions uniform halfway through the season or whenever he's ready to come back.
On the other side of it, I could see Meeks getting claimed.
I could.
Yep.
He put a lot of good tape out there, as they say. Tape, film. What are we calling it these days?
I like
reels.
I don't know.
Put some stuff out there.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
I guess.
Isn't it weird though to say, like, it used to be put film and then there was videotape and then it was put tape out there. Now what the hell is it?
I mean, it's
just video?
It's video that you put out there on Huddle.
Good video.
Kang, what do you think Brad is up to when you saw this getting down to 50?
They see guys they like from other teams that could get released. Because if they liked Meeks that much, they would have just kept him. These spots aren't open for the guys they just cut. These spots are open for other people. Meeks or whoever, they cut, that's plan B, plan C, plan D. Plan A is we got our eyes on something else. And if those guys get released, we're sniping them. And if they don't, maybe they bring back Meeks. Or maybe there's another round of, hey, surprising cuts or injuries. But I do know one thing. I think they're gun shy. The IR situation, they used almost all their IR designations last year. They're keeping those available just in case.
Just so you know, the IR designations, you are allowed, and again, these rules are pretty complex. You are allowed 8 IR designations to return. So you can put a player, right now, if you put a player on injured reserve, they're done for the year. Once the 53 is set, you can use 8 IR designations to return. This was an option with Ahmed Hassanin. They could have had him make the initial 53 and then put him on the IR designation to return, but you only have 8 of those. And I think the message is loud and clear. We think it's less likely that if we do that he will come back and help us. He's a player for down the road. So we're going to try and slip him through here and bring him back if they really want him. But
so that means pupless players fall into that category or no? Oh, sorry. Doug's got to go through the notes. Well, I'm just wondering how many of these designations have already been out there.
This would have been useful to know before the show that you were going to ask this question.
Didn't know we're going to get into the deep waters of what injured reserve is.
Do you want me to read the rule? We've only got a minute and a half left. This will take 25 minutes, but I
guess
don't know.
what I'm asking is because they got pupless guys like Miles Frazier, Ali McNeil, and Malcolm Rodriguez. So these players count against those 8.
No, they do not.
Because they're 8 or after the season begins. During a season, teams are allowed to return a total of 8 players who are placed on IR. But here's the fine print. Those players have to be replaced on IR after the team is already cut down to 53. So those guys that have already been placed on can come back. But injured reserve is different. Like they put Ennis Rakestraw on injured reserve. He's done for the year.
Okay.
So 248-539-9797.
Don't yell at me.
It's complex.
You brought it up, man. I
did bring it up because I think people need to understand why they did that with Hassanin. Like, I kept texting Kang, I don't get this rule. And Kang kept texting back, they cut him, Doug. And I'm like, yeah, but what does the buyout injury settlement thing mean? But, he probably isn't going to get picked up, but there's a chance. There's a chance that other teams will, because other teams aren't all trying to win a Super Bowl. Other teams are in rebuild mode. They're trying to make the next step, and maybe they see talent in a young player. Maybe somebody had their eye on Hassanin in the 7th round or had their heart broken when the Lions took him before they had their chance. We also got to talk about the ramifications of the Patrick trade and what it means for camp hero Isaac TeSlaa. We'll get to that a little bit later on. We'll talk some college football next with our first edition, the NIL transfer portal marching band thingy. That is next on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. It is Carson Anderson. All right, so we're into game week for college football, and every Wednesday during the college football season, we have a 6-pack of college football questions, usually sort of Big Ten and nationally related. And on Thursdays, we do an NFL 6-pack. I don't know if we're going to do the NFL one tomorrow. We might, even though it's not week 1, but we love doing it. It's a lot of fun. So let's get to our first college edition of the Transfer Portal NIL Live Animal Mascot Marching Band thingy. It traditionally starts with a coin flip. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here we go. The heads or tails?
Tails.
He calls tails. It is tails. Gator has won the toss.
I will defer.
Defer.
All right, here we go.
Let's go.
Kicked it off the 2025 college football season. Here we go, boys. Question number 1. Maryland's athletic director has said the Big Ten will expand to 20 teams. Which 2 schools would you add?
Okay, so Notre Dame is the obvious one, and I'm continue to go back to that. Well, I don't know why, but it just makes so much sense. They're in the contiguous. I guess everything's a contiguous state now, but it just I feel like Notre Dame's got to be part of the Big Ten. The Big Ten also wants those AAU schools from that academic, the higher academic grouping that they've got together. And so the Big Ten is looking for schools that fit that criteria. There is an awkward number of teams in the ACC. They have 17 teams. They want to play 9 conference games. But if you have an odd number of teams, you can't play an odd number of games. The math doesn't math. So I don't like rating other conferences. There's 2 schools from the ACC that make sense. One, because it brings in a new market, is Boston College. The other, because it brings back a rivalry and is right there in Big Ten territory, is Pitt. I want Pitt. I want Pitt to be part of the Big Ten. Bring Notre Dame and Pitt. I hate the crazy travel. I hate expansion for that matter, but I do like that it fits the Big Ten's criteria. Pittsburgh is a major market, and it brings back Penn State's big rival.
I mean, yeah, you could do it all that be logic, and I'll give you the logical one. It is clearly Notre Dame. But the question was, which would you add? I don't care what the Big Ten rules are. I'm going to do something kind of fun, Doug. I'm picking North Dakota State. I want to see a perennial powerhouse come into the Big Ten and see if they can compete with the big boys. This is a team that has won 10, count them 10, FCS championships since 2011. They are unstoppable. Let's see what they can do. Now they can recruit from the Big Ten picture and see if they can compete with the Big Ten teams. I like Nodak State and Notre Dame.
I like it, Gator. I like thinking out the box there. I agree with you guys on Notre Dame. I mean, that is the obvious one. If they ever join a conference, it should be the Big Ten. And the other school I would pick is Stanford. Let's bring the GPA back up in the Big Ten here. That's their rival too, right? So I think Notre Dame, Stanford makes sense to me the most.
All right.
All right, guys. Which big-name coach gets fired first in college football?
All right, so we know that some fans down in the SEC are a little cray-cray, right? And they demand perfection every year, and it doesn't happen every year because it's impossible for that to happen. But one school in particular gets really impatient with their coaches, and they keep shuffling through them. And they've had success. They've won national championships, but it's just not enough. They've moved on from a bunch of these coaches. I think Brian Kelly's the next one to go. He's at LSU. I think it's about time that LSU fans are probably like, you know what? We had enough of this guy. We got the fake accent. It's a terrible accent I just did, but it's better than what Brian Kelly's been trying to pass. So I think it's LSU and Brian Kelly by the end of the year.
So the problem with Brian Kelly is his buyout is close to $60 million, and that's $60 million of players in this day and age. I was looking at guys that fans could be running out of patience or not winning, that maybe have a tough schedule, whose buyouts are small, which immediately eliminated Lincoln Riley. I thought about Luke Fickell in Wisconsin maybe, but the guy that fits the criteria, also from the SEC where they are a little cray-cray, I'm going to go Hugh Freeze at Auburn is the guy. His buyout's less than $15 million, so I'll pick him as the guy that gets fired.
All right, guys, can you believe it was 18 years ago this man said, I'm a man, I'm 40.
Whoa.
I'm going Mike Gundy. And this time he's going to be saying, I'm a man, I'm fired. All right, so yeah, I think it's done for Mike Gundy. I think the seat's getting a little warm over there. And it's time for some new blood, some younger blood over there. No longer. Maybe someone that actually is 40 years old.
That was 18 years ago. That building next to us, we were on this side of the building when we had just switched over to the other side of the building. I remember us discussing that whole thing. That is 18 years ago. Crazy.
That's right. Okay, speaking of coaches, how will Bill Belichick do this year at North Carolina?
Okay, I think he's going to struggle. Being a college coach takes a lot more energy, takes a lot more travel for recruiting. Things have changed with NIL that's probably lightened that load a little bit. But let's just say that I had a conversation recently with someone who has gone from college to the NFL, and they made a comment, something along the lines of 80% of the stuff I had to deal with and worry about, I don't have to deal with and worry about when I'm coaching professional players. And I think that workload, that added workload is going to be tough on Belichick going back to the college game. I think he's going to struggle.
I think he's going to do well. I think he's obviously a hell of a coach, and I don't think he's going to have any problem delegating certain powers of stuff that isn't really football related, but it's like smart to have certain people in your program to watch over. So he'll let those guys deal with that kind of stuff. And he's just going to get down to business with football. They have already gotten over 30 transfers have been added to this team. They've revamped the entire defense. I think it's like 9 of the 11 starters on defense are transfer portal players. They have several quality incoming freshmen. They're ready to roll. I'm not saying they're going to win national championships right away or even conference championships. But because of the conference that they're in, and it's already a decent program. Now you got Bill Belichick. I think this team is going to go bowling in the first year.
Yeah, I got the opposite, man. I think they're going to struggle, and I think it is because of all the off-the-field stuff. Does he have the energy? He's got energy for other stuff, Doug. I don't know about coaching, though. I think just the distractions, all that stuff, and I know that the roster overhaul and everything, I just don't think this is going to work out well for someone at his age doing college football, man. I mean, it's unfortunate. The only thing he can relate to is his girlfriend's the same age as his players, and then that's it. I don't think it's going to work out. All right, who's your sleeper pick to come up with give me a huge, massive, big upset?
All right. Think about this. Mid-November on a Friday night, there's a chill in the air in Eugene, Oregon. Why? Because they have been rowing the boat from Minnesota all the way over to get to Eugene. That Viking ship docks, they get off, and they hit the ground running. Those Golden Gophers are going to take care of business against the Ducks because that's what should happen. The Gophers should take out a Duck. It's too cold for the Ducks. I like the Gophers. I think they've got a pretty good team. They've added some transfer portal players, a really good wide receiver. Several players have been added to the offensive line. They got a quarterback coming back who completed 80% of his passes last year, albeit it was 4 out of 5 in the season. But they also bring back a really good running back. It was Darius Taylor, I think. He had almost 1,000 yards rushing on the team. I like Minnesota, and I got to find an upset. I think that would be a massive upset if they take down the top 10 rated Ducks that late in the year.
All right, I'm going to take a school from the Mid-American Conference is going to take down a team from the Big 12. That's right. In week 2, Ohio University plays West Virginia. That game is being played at Ohio U. West Virginia has agreed to go to Athens. Ohio U won the MAC last year. They're picked to finish in the top half of the league again. I think Ohio U packs out Athens and takes down West Virginia in week 2.
Wow.
All right, boys, I'm taking you to week 8. Week 8, Kentucky hosts number 1 Texas. And the quarterback they'll be talking about is not Arch Manning, but the 7th-year man, Zach Calzada, 6'4", 230. You know his route to Kentucky, right, Doug? He's played a big you don't? Okay. He's played at big programs at Auburn. He took a reroute Played at a smaller school last year, but lit it up. He's on the list to watch, boys. Quarterback of the year. Kentucky upsets Texas Week 8, October.
That's big. That's big right there.
Guys, are you going to miss Lee Corso? I am. And I know it's been a tough watch for people post-stroke. And yet we all get the point. And he's a character. And the headgear is one of the greatest gimmicks in the history of college football television. And I love the relationship between him and Herb Street. And I guess it's just, it's woven back through 25 years of college football and watching him put the headgear on. And yeah, I'm going to miss Lee Corso. And it's probably been time, but at the end of the day, I thought the gimmick was great. I thought his energy was great. I love the way they used him with like crowd surfing and all the crazy stuff he did. They put him in costume, and I'm going to miss Lee Corso.
Yeah, it's going to go too fast, my friends. This is the last week we're going to see him, right? So it is going to be sad. I will miss him because he was the oddball of the group, right? And all the stuff you said, Doug, when they put him in the mascot heads, it's hysterical. Like if I'm not going to watch Game Day starting from moment one, like you do every week, which is fine because it's a great show. Love Game Day, but I don't always watch it. But I almost always tune in at 11:55 to see the pick segment so I can see Lee Corso, even though he has clearly not been the same since the stroke, but he's doing his best. And, you're right. The Herb Street stuff, I love that relationship. It's like, another father for Kirk Herbstreit, and it's very touching. Watched the video last week that they aired on ESPN of everybody, wishing him well and stuff. And it's tear-jerking stuff. It's awesome. He's part of college football, and it's going to be different after this week.
I'll miss the old Lee Corso. The recent Lee Corso I'm not going to miss, unfortunately. It just, obviously he wasn't the same, and it wasn't the same dynamic I think you guys grew up watching, and it's time to go, and it is sad, but you must move on. Like I said, I'll miss the old Lee Corso, not necessarily the one we've gotten the last couple of years. Last one, boys. Pick a winner. Texas versus Ohio State.
Listen, we already know that Texas is weak because they're going to lose in Week 8 against Kentucky. We already know this, right? I know Ohio State's going to be, introducing a new quarterback here in Julian Sayin, and maybe they're going to be coming a little too high because of the national championship they just won. But no, they're back into it. They're ready to roll. I think Sayin's going to have a pretty good season. Always have great receivers to work with. No different this year. Jeremiah Smith might be the best in the country. Cardinal Tate has been there for a while and kind of been under the radar because of all the other receivers they've had there. They add a transfer tight end. Max Clare comes in from Purdue. He had a big season there. I just like Ohio State. This game's at Ohio State as well, correct?
Yep.
So it's an added feature. Arch Manning, there's going to be a ton of pressure on him. Texas is always good, but Texas doesn't necessarily always overwhelm. I thought last year they should have overwhelmed teams, and it just didn't happen. So I like Ohio State winning this game.
So, look, Texas's big challenge is that they are replacing 4 offensive linemen, and that's a huge challenge. The good news for them is Ohio State only has 3 returning starters on defense. So the question becomes, all right, Julian Sayin as a new quarterback versus a pretty damn good Texas defense, and he's got weapons around him, or Arch Manning, who's breaking in a lot of new players around him versus a depleted Ohio State defense. I trust Manning and his experience more than I trust Sayin at this point. It's a tough call, but I got a slight lean towards Texas.
Well, obviously, before Arch and Texas lose to Kentucky in Week 8, he's going to have a hell of a season, Arch and Texas. So I got Texas over Ohio State. I think Arch Manning is the real deal. And even though they have a lot of, they don't have a lot of returning offensive linemen, Doug, he's got legs and he knows how to use them.
Oh, look what you did there. Little ZZ Top, and they're from Texas.
There you go. That concludes our first NIL live marching band animal mascot college football blitz thingy. Hey, FanDuel is giving you a reason to lock into college football season early. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. That's right, a $5 bet, any bet, and if you win, you walk away with $300 in bonus bets to use all over the app. You can use the bonus bets. Here's how you use the bonus bets. You just find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. You won't get a big return on your $5, but you pocket the $300. Do it that way. Make sure you opt in at the top. The thing about FanDuel is it's safe, it's easy to use, and when you win, you get paid instantly. No waiting around, no hassle, just straight to your account. So if you got a team, gut feeling, take it before kickoff. It's FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up and get started. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just wanted to say one more thing about that Ohio State-Texas game.
Yeah.
Can't wait for it.
No,
right?
It's going to be a great game.
And I heard something earlier this week that the guys weren't thrilled that it was a noon kickoff for that game.
Who's the guys?
In the morning.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
I should have. That Costa really wasn't happy that it was in the morning. And Greg was the producer. He was the one that kind of stood up for it being at noon. I don't have a problem with a huge game beginning at noon. I just make sure there's other huge games to be had during the rest of the day and on a Saturday night as well. We'll have one marquee matchup at night too. It'd be great. This game, I feel like college football is already under the radar. I feel like because we're so focused on the Lions and locally with Michigan and Michigan State, Michigan's kind of rebuilding here. Michigan State is trying to build off of what happened last year, which wasn't great, but hopefully they can vault that into a much better season this year. The college football goes on the radar. We got 1 versus 2 on Saturday, man.
I know.
You got Arch Manning, who is the most talked about college football player in a long time, going to start. against a new Ohio State quarterback who's got some great weapons, a Heisman Trophy winner, a candidate, a Heisman Trophy candidate, I should say, to throw to. You mentioned I mean, this is an interesting case, right? Arch may not have great weapons around him, but the defense of Ohio State is kind of untested because they're not bringing back a ton of starters. But the starters they do bring back are in the secondary. So I think
Caleb Downs is elite. Sonny Styles makes plays all over the place. Yeah, it's going to be a really good matchup. Like I said, it was a slight shade, and it's based on the experience, and it's not like Arch Manning's taken a million starts. He's been kind of a spot used quarterback. But so there's two things about this, Gator. One is I wonder if it has a little bit to do with the fact that college football has dramatically watered down its regular season. This game doesn't mean as much as it used to because it would have been week one had postseason ramifications. And while it does, it just cuts down the margin of error for two teams that are projected to go to the college football playoff anyway, right? I mean, it's a big game. I'm excited about it. But 15 years ago, a game had a lot more importance than it does today because it was almost an elimination game. It wasn't necessary. You could recover from a week one loss against a great opponent, but it was really difficult. But that's, I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying that the regular season doesn't mean as much. That's one aspect of it.
Yeah, I guess for me, I didn't. I don't know if I, as a college football fan years ago, even considered that to be part of the equation. Like, oh, well, this knocks them out of the national championship discussion. I was just geared up to watch a great matchup between teams at the beginning of the season. I never even thought about what it meant at the end of the year.
Well, I did. But that's one thing. Two is the noon kickoffs. I've been doing a little experiment and asking people how they feel about noon games and night games. And I'm going to tell you what I have discovered. And this is straight data that I didn't record in any way whatsoever.
Right.
If I ask you, what's your favorite start time? Noon, 3:30, or night?
I have to put a caveat. Does it involve my team?
Yes.
Probably 3:30.
Okay, because here's what the response I got. If you are going to the game, more often than not, the people I talked to that were going to the game,
yeah, that's another caveat. Yeah,
hated night games.
Yeah.
If you do not have tickets to the game and you were just watching, you love night games. Yeah. And other than that, if you're going to the game, it's 3:30 or noon with maybe a slight shade towards 3:30 because you don't have to get up as early and you have longer time to pregame tailgate. But a lot of people like noon too. But I think there is a big divide between fans holding tickets and fans watching on television. And that doesn't mean it's everybody. And like I said, I didn't record the data, but I started asking more and more people, what's your preferred start time? And they would answer, and then I'd say, now, do you plan on going to the game or are you watching it at home? And there was a direct correlation. If you had tickets to the game, you didn't dig the night game nearly as much as those who don't have tickets.
It's like you got to go down a list. Okay, is it my team? Yes. Okay, is it a home game? Yes. Okay, am I supposed to go to the game? Yes. All that said, noon or 12:30 overnight game every time. I don't want the night game. It's just for me, and maybe it's different from Michigan State and Michigan based on how far the drive is, based on construction factors, based on what it's like to get out of that stadium and what time you're getting home, but and based on your age. The older you get, the more inclined you are to let's get this thing over earlier so that I can get home at a decent time, and I'd like to watch more football when I get home.
So what's interesting is the night games cut into the college party life scene, like
like if I'm a junior,
and you want to
living on a great house on MAC.
Yeah, you want to party. The barn. My son belonged to a fraternity that had a barn. That inside the barn was like a nightclub.
Nice.
And that thing,
it's jumping.
Yeah, it is. It is in full effect every Friday and Saturday night. But if there was a night game, it kind of cut back on it a little bit. But I hope that it doesn't. That's not too much of one or the other. It's funny because Ohio State fans are just livid about the noon games. Maybe not all of them, but they feel like they got parked at noon and hated being at noon all season long. It sounded like. I mean, in social media, there was a lot of people complaining about it. I'm a noon start guy, but I'm very selfish about it
wanna-
because it's work, and I would like getting the work day over with and then enjoying college football. But, I mean, this night game that Michigan's playing, I will get to watch the noon game. I'd rather it be inverted, Michigan, New Mexico at noon, Ohio State, Texas at night. But, again, we're all speaking on our own behalf. And
That's
if you
right.
don't speak on your own behalf, who will?
That's right, and it's weird that both Michigan State and Michigan are playing night games in week 1.
Yep. And Michigan's playing a night game next week at Oklahoma. So, hoping that there won't be too many of them. It was funny because I was just for the record, I was in the building yesterday and we were talking about a lot of scheduling stuff and stuff like that. And I said, the most question I get asked more than anything else?
Michigan State.
What time's the Michigan State game going to kick off? And somebody who doesn't know, because it's not, you have no way of knowing, just said, I bet it's a night game. So that's just, there's no way of knowing yet because it's just the games get selected down the road and it depends on how the teams are doing and it depends what other options are. There's like a draft from the networks that takes place. So
I just Googled this because I wanted to know the answer to the question. Looking ahead another week
yeah,
with the Oklahoma matchup. Because when I first think of Oklahoma, what the first thing that comes to mind for me when I think Oklahoma
what?
is Keith Jackson.
Oh, okay. I think of that little Sooner, that Boomer Sooner.
The Chuck wagon?
Yeah, the Chuck wagon
Yeah.
coming out. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
And then I start thinking about, players and stuff, but Billy Sims and whatnot, and Barry Switzer. But so I was thinking, like, because I went to Keith Jackson, I'm like, did Keith Jackson ever get to call a Michigan-Oklahoma game? And then I realized
They've only played once.
they've only played once.
The 1976 Orange Bowl. Michigan blew a 14-point lead against Ohio State in the last 2 minutes, lost the Big Ten, went to the Orange Bowl, and lost 14-6 when one of the Selman brothers rolled up Rick Leach's leg and knocked him out of the game. And I think Mark Elzinga came in to quarterback them.
Savants. Michigan fans are savants. I've long maintained this more so than any other fan base that I've ever known. Michigan football fans are absolute savants. Every little 1976.
It was after
This
the
is
75
this is what popped up when I Googled history of Michigan versus Oklahoma football. Michigan and Oklahoma have played each other in football once, a 14-6 Oklahoma win in the 1976 Orange Bowl that secured the national championship for the Sooners.
Yep. I can't remember if it was Leroy or Dewey Selman, but one of the Selman brothers hurt Rick Leach. Alas. Feedback coming in regarding the live animal mascot NIL marching band thingy. Western Michigan, they will cover this 21-point spread against the Spartans. It's going to go down to the wire. They might even beat MSU. Sorry, Gator. It's from Adam and Warren.
I don't think you're sorry, but okay.
Will says, Gator jumping the shark there with North Dakota State. I loved it. Because I started thinking, I don't like plucking teams from other conferences. And so I'm looking at schools and markets and schools in the AAU. And you know what I thought? Could Boston University make the jump to D1 and bring in BU? It'd be great for hockey. They could bring in the Boston market, but Gator
Boston market.
It
to
all
bring
goes
them
back
back.
to Boston market.
It
You know,
always
Doug,
goes back to
yeah.
Boston market.
Boston market
never
was
got
so
over
good.
that.
I'm not over it.
No.
I'm not over it.
You'll never be over it.
Never.
Hey, get your Burger King Impossible Whoppers quickly because everything Doug likes goes away. Gator went Nodak State to join the Big Ten.
Why not? Let's get them into Division I here. App State made that leap.
Yeah.
They were killing it year after year after year after year. But what Nodak State has done is truly unbelievable as a program.
248
step it up.
248-539-9797. All right, we got to talk about the move the Lions made this morning and the ramifications from it because let's just say it felt like a validation. We'll get to that today at 11:05. As we await the waiver claims that come at noon, what is Brad cooking? He doesn't go down to 53. He goes down to 50, which means things are afoot. Any predictions on what it's going to be? Other than Zadarius Smith. Everybody thinks it's going to be Zadarius Smith, and it very well might be. But he's got 2 more roster spots, even if he brings in Zadarius Smith. What do you think it is? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Make Builders First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installations. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builders First Source installation team. Done right with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions GM Brad Holmes is hard at work putting the final pieces of the 53-man roster together. Wide receiver Tim Patrick's been traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 6th-round pick. Former Jags special teams ace Daniel Thomas has been signed to fill one of the remaining roster spots. The Lions only have 3 defensive ends on the roster right now, which is fueling rumors of a reunion with Za'Darius Smith. Prized freshman quarterback Bryce Underwood's preparing for his first college start when Michigan hosts New Mexico for the opener on Saturday. Wolverines head coach Sharon Moore says Underwood's been nothing but impressive during his first game week. The last true freshman quarterback to start for Michigan, 2009, and Tate Forcier. And the Tigers send Casey Mize to the mound against the Athletics tonight, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. Last night, Riley Green clubbed a 471-foot grand slam, but Will Vest allowed a walk-off walk in the 10th, and the Tigers lost that one 7-6. The A's start 22-year-old rookie Luis Morales tonight. He's a righty who's their 4th-ranked prospect. That first pitch from Sacramento, 10:05, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I'm not going to lie.
Good. Honesty is the best policy, Doug.
The blitz thing, he got me almost hyperventilating. I'm so ready for football.
Luke comes in the studio and goes, starting to feel a lot like football season. I'm like, it is football season.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah. Cider mill time.
Yep. Fired up. Okay, so look, the Lions, I don't know when we're going to start getting word on this. I'm intrigued at what people think Brad is up to. As you heard Luke say there in the update, Zadarius Smith is sort of the option that strong belief that Brad is holding a roster spot for him. The motivation to go from 53 down to 50, though, implies to me that Brad is eyeing vested veterans that are going to get cut or that did get cut, free agent options, because otherwise they're waiting on waiver claims. And when you're 28th in the waiver claim pecking order. Now, to be fair here, a team at the top of the waiver claim order, okay, isn't going to be interested in as a veteran player as much as a team at the bottom. Team at the top of the waiver claim order goes, "Ooh, we liked him in the draft. They just let him go. We didn't get him in the draft. He just got waived. Let's take him." A developmental piece. A team at the bottom is trying to win a Super Bowl. They're more interested in the Tim Patricks of the world, who was a waiver claim. Was he a waiver claim or a free agent signing? Anyway, he was a guy that got released by the Broncos. I think it was just a free agent signing, and there is a difference because if you've been in the league for more than 4 years, when you get released, you can choose where you go. So anyway, the Tim Patrick thing worked out well for them. But then ironically, today's the day they trade Tim Patrick. Breaking news this morning, Tim Patrick's traded to Jacksonville for a 6th-round pick. Now, first of all, I love the return. I mean, I know 6th-round picks don't exactly move the needle with people that much, but getting anything for Tim Patrick when you probably were trying to, there was a good chance you were going to release him anyway. Because what does that tell you? That tells you it validates all the Isaac Tesla hype. Now, hype is a term when used. I don't know that it means there's substance to it. It's either it's premature or there's a lot of sizzle there, but you don't know if there's the steak, right? And when you use the term hype, there was a ton of Tesla love because he was a standout in the preseason. I mean, he made plays. He was a kid from our state. He showed up for his interview wearing a Lions jersey, before he got drafted. So we're talking about a player that has a lot of he's got a cool name. He's got long hair. He's got a lot of the things that draws fans to him and gets people excited. And then he goes out and he starts making plays and he's roofing defensive backs in the end zone and he's outrunning people. And you're like, oh my God, look at this guy.
Yeah.
And it's apparently there's substance to it because they just let a veteran that they can count on go.
He's 6'4", 215 pounds, runs a 4.4 40. Jumps 39 inches straight up in the air and catches everything that's thrown to him. And all that is backed up by the work that you saw in the preseason. And you watch anything with him on the field, nothing bad happened. Ran the right routes, caught every football thrown to him, 3 touchdowns, contested catches. Gotta like this guy. And when we talked about him on Monday, it was just 2 days ago. And we were talking about the realistic expectations for him. Let's calm down, realize the pecking order you've got in the wide receiver room, and let alone you add running backs and tight ends to the mix. The targets aren't going to be, flying his way. Well, they just bumped one of those guys out of the way.
Dude, what the hell were we talking about? That's all out the window now.
Well, it's not all out the window, but now realistically, you have to look at this and say, okay, so Tim Patrick's gone. That elevates Tesla up the depth chart. Khalif Raymond never really got a ton of footballs thrown his way either. But we have to recalibrate this a little bit. If initially thought, okay, maybe he's going to get 35 targets on the season, does that jump up by 20? And it becomes like 55 targets? And I know people aren't going to be happy with that only be targets. And what they've seen, their eyes saw last, was this guy catching touchdown passes, running wide open. They should throw to him 100 times, and he should catch 70 passes in his rookie year. But it's still the same issue. You're still playing behind Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're playing behind Jameson Williams. You're playing behind Sam Laporta in terms of where the target's going to go. Jahmyr Gibbs. Montgomery might get more targets than Tesla. Khalif Raymond might get the same amount of targets. All three of those guys may get the same amount of targets. But I don't care because the offense looks like it can still be explosive. And Tesla is just another guy that's added to that. You're not losing anything size-wise when you lose Tim Patrick when bringing in Tesla. So is he even – obviously they think more highly of him than they do of Tim Patrick. So why wouldn't we think the offense should be better? The same offense they have last year with a couple different pieces on the offensive line, but same quarterback, same weapons, and one that might be a big upgrade.
I don't know how to characterize which one of Brad Holmes' draft classes is his best. Okay? Because the first one had Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and others. Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, and Amon-Ra St. Brown in one draft class.
It's crazy.
Another one has Aiden Hutchinson, Jameson Williams, and Kirby Joseph in one draft class.
That's pretty great.
Another one has Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch in one draft class. It's too early on last year's draft class. I think this year's draft class has a chance to rival those first three. I think what Dan Campbell said about Tate Ratledge at practice, where he was like, I don't want to say this yet, but in those scrimmages, those joint practices, he looked like a vet.
Yeah,
and Tyreek Williams is starting. He's starting in week 1 in one of the toughest positions to start as a rookie in the NFL. But given there's been injury concerns, but they kept 6 defensive tackles, and he is starting.
Yeah, but he was a first-round pick. Broderick Martin clearly didn't work out. Le'Veon Zarike hasn't worked out, and he's hurt. Josh Paschal starts the season hurt.
McNeil out.
Yeah, and McNeil's out. So I think there's a reason for that. That being said, I like Tyreek Williams. I think he's going to be just fine. I don't know if he's got star potential or not. I will tell you that when we talked with him last week, that I wasn't sure if that was Aleem McNeil or not. They look the same.
Yeah.
They're the same size. They have the same look, similar builds. And if he ends up being like Aleem McNeil, that's awesome for this team. The other guy in this draft class, I mean, because you talk about Williams and Ratledge and Tesla, the guy who's going to start, hurt right now is Miles Frazier, another offensive lineman who from LSU, right? Yep. Who is very highly thought of, but we haven't seen him. So we're not going to know probably until next year about that. But there's potential with those guys. I don't think it has the potential to be as good as what we've seen with some of these other draft classes, because I think it's easier to quantify what those draft classes were because of some skill position players and guys that rack up stats as opposed to a defensive tackle and offensive lineman.
I think this draft class in the end is going to rival those others. I think they got a great guard. I think they got a more than serviceable defensive tackle is going to be really good. And I think the move to trade Tim Patrick says all that hype, all that talk, all the people getting excited about him, feel free, get excited about him. He's that good.
Yeah. I think Tim Patrick combined with, I guess he had a sluggish camp throughout this, this offseason, and combined with the fact that I think that Tesla did so well when given all the opportunities, they looked at their roster, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and everyone in the front management, upper management, and said, it'd be a waste to not have this guy in the field more. How do we get this guy in the field more? And it's trade Tim Patrick. Like, we already knew Tesla was going to play special teams, but now he's going to be rotating as the number 3 receiver in all the 3 receiver sets with Khalif Raymond, depending on what kind of plays they're trying to run. Tesla he looks like he's everything and more that what they expected out of him, but so early. That's what the surprising part of me is how early this has happened.
And Tim Patrick, correct me if I'm wrong, he was we're not going to play you in the preseason guy. Now, he was in the plans. He was in the plans. Don't get hurt in the preseason.
Well,
and
they
then
also don't need. I mean, the guy's 32 years old. I don't know if they needed to see anything from him.
Well, what it says to me though is that Tesla was so good that they were like, "All right, this guy who was in the plans, not in the plans anymore."
I'm not going to discount that. Tesla was amazing
at half the price. By the way, this is how you do it. I mean, it's not huge savings. I think Tim Patrick's making 2.5 and Tesla's like a 1.23 or something. But this is how you do it. You save money here and there. By drafting well in the mid to later rounds, it helps you afford, it accumulates, it helps you afford keeping your great players.
So this move doesn't surprise me as much, right? Because as we talk it through, it makes sense. But the other moves surprise me.
Okay, let's get to that. And we are interested. What do you think Brad is up to? I mean, it's got to be, it's obviously more than just Zadarius Smith, which seems to be everybody's obvious pick. Because, I mean, there's other free agents out there. We'll get to some of them, but we want to know, what do you think he's up to? Because he took the roster down to 50, not 53. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some crazy noises, or maybe it's just not working the way you want it to? You press the button and it takes a while before the door goes up or the door goes down, or it just goes slowly, or maybe it doesn't work at all. The people to call to fix these problems, anything with your garage doors, is Precision Garage Door Service. I've used them in the past. They came out right away, diagnosed the problem, then they fixed the problem right there on the spot. Why? Because they have expert technicians who are out there in the field. They've got a truck full of all the tools that they need to get the job done, and they get the job done completely to your satisfaction. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go online and schedule a time for them to come out to your house at your convenience. This is what's great about the webpage at precisiondoormi.com. Again, call Precision Garage Door Service today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so we got this thing with the Lions. They're up to something. They're up to something when you take your roster down, not to 53, down to 50. And look, I hope they don't lose blank. Who is it that got cut that you hope is coming back? I hope they don't lose blank. Is it Ahmed Hassanin, who's injured and probably won't get signed, but could be? Is it Jackson Meeks, who made a ton of plays in the preseason? Is it Dan Skipper? Do you want Dan Skipper to come back? Is it Keith Cooper in the middle of that defensive line who looked like a player? Is it Nate Lynn? They only kept 3 edge rushers. We had so much talk about the edge rusher opposite of Hutch. They only kept 3.
So they have room.
They do have room. Is it somebody else? I hope they don't lose blank. Who is it you most hope they don't lose? Because they cut. I mean, I got
They
some
cut
list.
everybody.
I'm like, they cut everybody.
It really is. You look at it like, wow. Okay.
Now, look, let me be clear here.
So Lovett made the roster, right?
Yeah. The guy in charge, I'm a Brad bot. Like, I'm not, he's not going to get them all right. And I'm fine with that. It doesn't mean he's immune to criticism. But when something like this happens where you're like, what is he doing? Why is he cutting it down to 50? Why did he expose these guys to waivers? They might lose some of them now. Is he really? And I go, I'll wait to see what he does here. Because he's not gonna say, hey, I'm cutting these guys and I'm about to trade for blank. Or I'm cutting these guys and I'm gonna claim so and so off waivers. He's not doing that.
For me, when you ask the question, the answer for me is going to be an edge rusher. The question is, which edge rusher did they cut? I mean, I like Nate Lynn a lot. I thought he did a nice job. But at the same time, the guy who I've seen on the field in actual games make plays and flash is Isaac Ukwu.
Yeah.
I think I lean towards the experience of Ukwu as the guy that I hope doesn't get picked up by somebody else.
Kang, who's the guy that did? I mean, you're pretty practical about this. And, yesterday, I wasn't losing it, but I was really surprised by the Hassanin news and just sort of look at the ruling and what they're hoping to do here. And you kind of get it. But you're like, dude, he's a 6th-round pick. He might have just got cut. It's not the end of the world. But who is the guy that got released that you kind of hope they get back?
I don't have anybody like that. I just think, I guess I felt like they made all the right choices based on their knowledge, obviously. Now, if it was anyone for me that, I guess I'm familiar with Dan Skipper because I've seen what he has done. But honestly, not to sound rude or anything, but if they don't bring him back, I'm totally fine.
Yeah.
But if I had to pick somebody, Skipper, because we've seen him operate out there when needed, the great game he had when he was thrown up in the corner, whether he's eligible or not, he seems to be a very good morale guy as well. He knows the culture, knows the locker room. He fits in perfectly. So I guess if they can't find anybody else to fill these roster spots, I wouldn't mind seeing Dan Skipper come back. But I also think like everyone's looking for who's going to get cut. When noon comes around, guys, in like 30 minutes here, the teams that pick up a guy, right, they're going to have to release somebody off their squad now. And the Lions could be eyeing those guys as well. So it's not just the guys that already have been released. It's the guys who haven't been released yet. So I think Brad Holmes is scheming, man. So I'm not sure anyone's coming back, Doug. I think all these guys got cut for a reason.
Well, this is where I think this is interesting because there was another move made today. And when you look at the guys who were cut yesterday, guys like Eric Hallett, guys like Ian Kennelly, or Kennelly, however it's pronounced, I apologize.
Roberts.
Bob Roberts. Morris Norris, Lauren Strickland. Those are 4 safeties that were cut by the Detroit Lions that did not make this roster. And yet, they went out and they signed to be the 50th man on the roster right now. Safety Daniel Thomas, who played his first 5 seasons of his career, had been played in Jacksonville. And during that time, it's not like he was some sort of standout defensive back. Now, I have no idea if he was a standout player on special teams, and maybe that's why they went out and got him. But the fact that they released 4 safeties And two of those safeties, I think a lot of people thought were going to make the team and didn't.
Yeah, releasing 4 safeties, the two positions that jump out that I feel like they have to be scheming are edge rusher and safety. Because you got Zadarius Smith out here, you got Jadeveon Clowney out there. They've already brought in 1 safety. They cut 4, but those feel like the positions most likely to get addressed here.
Do we have an explanation on the Daniel Thomas?
What do you mean?
And why? I mean, it's not like this guy.
I think it's simple. They like him.
Right, but I'm just trying to figure out why do they like him? I mean, his highest tackle total was his second-year league. He had 27 tackles. Beyond that, he's at 8, 8, and 10 in the last 3 years.
He's a great special teams player.
I was going to say,
one.
so it's got to be special teams.
Yeah, but also his position is safety, and Doug just mentioned they have like no backup safeties. Like I expect,
because they just released them all.
Yeah, well, that's why they went and got Daniel Thomas as well. He's a special teamer, but he can also play safety. I expect a name to look out for is Mike Edwards, a veteran safety that was released by the Chiefs, and he can he's kind of like the Tim Patrick of defense, I would say. Just a guy that, hey, he knows what he's doing. He's been there before. If you need someone to fill in case Branch or Kirby get dinged up for a little bit. Because right now, they cut Strickland, or Lawrence Strickland, right? Eric Hallett. They cut, and Rocky Sin has played both, but I think he played a lot more corner during the preseason. So I think a safety is coming besides Thomas.
Well, the other what's great about Edwards is coming from Kansas City, we can pick his brain about what's going on with Travis Kelce.
Exceptionally good point. By the way, I got to give the Free Press a ton of credit. Did you see? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw
the headline.
I'm amazed that everybody's making this big of a deal out of it.
Out of what?
And you're about to do it too. I thought it was okay.
The headline?
Yeah,
I thought the headline was great because that's what we do. How does it affect us? And the Free Press's headline was Lions opponent week 6 tight end just got engaged to Taylor Swift. And I'm like, that's how you do it. That's how you tie in us. And that's all it is. Some other team's tight end got. You hate this story so much. 248-539-9790.
I mean, the story's fine. When I saw the headline, then I saw it retweeted by like 1 million people. I'm like, is it that funny?
It was pretty clever. I'm pissed we didn't come up with it because that's how we do. We tie in everything.
I felt
how
like
does
we
it
probably
impact
did,
us?
then we just let it go because it was mid.
Well, I guess when it comes to sense of humor, most people side with you. So 248-539-9797. Our football coverage on 97.1 The Ticket is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS on Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Gator, we're going to open up the big old tub of pretzels at 12:30.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've done
It
that.
has been a while.
Let's go bring that back today at 12:30.
One of my favorites.
Talk some college football earlier in the show. A lot of NFL talk. Today at noon, waiver claims start, which is a big time because the bottom of the roster got used so much last year. And if you think about, we went back and looked at last year's initial practice squad, and didn't we say only 2 guys off the initial practice squad didn't play in games for a team that went 15-2? That's pretty remarkable. And you know that when it comes right down to it, here is a Lions team that is trying to win a Super Bowl, that's cleared space to make a move, whether it's Zadarius Smith, whether it's Jadeveon Clowney, whether there's some veteran they're planning on trading for, which is also possible. Kang just brought up something I hadn't even thought of, and that is when waiver claims are made, those guys have to go on the 53, which means there are players that are about to get waived all over again. Like, hey, you made the 53. Oh, wait, just kidding. No, you didn't. And they're about to get waived, and the Lions will have accessibility to them. Now, it's kind of a iffy proposition to think that you're going to get a really good player through to 28 on a waiver claim, but you can, because teams at the top of the board are interested in young players that they have room to stash because they're not a great team. Teams at the bottom of the board trying to win a World Series, a Super Bowl, also that. Although I bet Brad Holmes could win a World Series. No, you're trying to win a Super Bowl, so you're looking for veteran players.
Yeah, they're just clearing space for Micah Parsons. Get that deal. Did you see the latest with this? According to Pro Football Talk, there's a pending grievance over Micah Parsons' 2025 fifth-year option salary. The Cowboys have made the designation at defensive end, which would put the number at $21.3 million. Parsons thinks he's a linebacker and would be paid $24 million. Yeah. I mean, the fact that they're going to nickel and dime one of the best defensive players in football. Mm-hmm. This story is not, I don't think this one's going to go away anytime soon.
This is such bad blood. I was when it started, I think it was Adam Schefter that reported that Micah Parsons at his camp said, here's the number we want. And Dallas hemmed and hawed and said, okay. And then Parsons came back and said, nah, we want more. Parsons' camp came back and said, nah, we want more than that. Or somebody else got a contract, so they wanted more than that. And apparently, in NFL circles, that is frowned upon. If you set a price tag
I get it, yeah.
and a team agrees to it, and then you change the price tag, people get pissed.
Understand. Totally understand. If that's what happened, that's bogue.
Might have started him down the wrong path.
So I'm curious to see if, in fact, he does get traded. Ed Werder tweets out, Friday's practice to officially begin preparations for the opener against the Eagles seems a potential escalation point. Brian Schottenheimer, the coach, saying the team believes player is healthy enough to practice. And if he's not out there practicing, then you start getting fined and the whole bit again. Are they going to trade him? Or are they just going to hang on to this one, trade him at the deadline? I mean, the Cowboys I can't imagine they're going to be a playoff-bound team if they don't have Micah Parsons on that team.
No, they probably aren't.
And then, of course, the speculation's always going to be there.
Yeah.
Hey, can the Lions get him for this? We'll pay you the $24 million for this year.
Well, I mean, if it's a one-year deal, they just freed up $1.2 million to go towards that. All right, so the NFL.com came out with projections of stats for the coming season. Did you see this by chance?
I did not. I love this.
Okay.
Gets me thinking as I just put my yearly money into my account to start thinking about wagering.
Okay.
And I like to hear the props. What we got?
All right, so these are passing yard projections.
Yes.
Passing yard projections.
Uh-huh.
Do you think our guy Jared Goff makes the top 5?
For passing yards?
Yep.
Yes.
Ken, you think our guy Jared Goff makes the top 5 on NFL.com's passing yard projections?
Oof. Passing yards.
Yep.
I'll say yes.
Okay. Number 1 is Joe Burrow with 4,854 projected yards. Number 2, Baker Mayfield. Number 3, Patrick Mahomes. Number 4, Jared Goff, 4,598 yards.
He was second in the league last year with 4,600 yards.
Passing touchdowns. Do you think our guy Jared Goff makes the top 5?
Yes.
Again, Burrow number 1,
He had 43 last year.
projected at 39. Baker Mayfield 2, 37.2. Jared Goff 3, 37.1. Sorry, Kang, I forgot to ask you. My
I'm going
apologies.
to say yes, and it comes in at 3, I'm thinking.
He had 37 last year.
All right, Kang, you go first. Rushing yards. Do you think a Lion makes the top 5 in rushing yards?
I do. I think Jahmyr Gibbs makes the top 5.
You, Gator?
I think he's outside the top 5.
I can see that. I mean, he receives a lot,
But I think he's
obviously.
going to have
and
the-
he's sharing the backfield with
Yeah, I think
Montgomery.
you talk combined yards. I think he's definitely top 5, but I don't think rushing-wise he would be.
Number 1, projected Saquon Barkley, 1,548 yards.
That's dropping 500 yards from last year.
Number 2, Derrick Henry, 1,505. Number 3, Bijan Robinson, 1,488. Number 4, Jonathan Taylor, 1,413. And number 5, Jahmyr Gibbs, 1,387 rushing yards.
Yeah, baby.
He was 5th in the National Football League last year with 1,400 yards rushing. Interesting, out of those top 5 that you just gave the new numbers,
Yep.
I think only one of them had more yards rushing last year than what's projected this year. I think it was Bijan Robinson.
Rushing touchdowns. Do you think either of our running backs projects in the top 5 in rushing touchdowns?
I think Gibbs does, even though, just so everybody can play along, David Montgomery was 9th in the NFL last year, tied for 9th with 12. Jahmyr Gibbs was tied for 1st with 16.
Okay. Ken, you think Gibbs makes the top 5?
I do.
Number 1, projected 13 touchdowns is Jahmyr Gibbs. Jonathan Taylor 2, Derrick Henry 3, Bijan Robinson 4, Josh Jacobs 5. Receptions. Do you think a Lion makes the top 5 in receptions?
Yes, I think Amon St. Brown is going to be in the top 5 in receptions.
Okay.
Yeah, Isaac Tesla. No, St. Brown, I agree.
Number 1, Jamar Chase, 128. Number 2, Amon-Ra, 111.
He was number 2 last year with 115.
Receiving yards. Do you think one of our guys makes the top 5 in receiving yards?
Oof. Amon-Ra was 5th in the National Football League last year with 1,263. I've seen some projections earlier in the year that had him at like 1,100 yards. I'm going to say he's just outside the top 5, but I would not bet against it. I would take inside the 5.
Okay.
I'm going to say outside the top 5.
Number 1, Jamar Chase, 1,722 yards. Number
LSU.
2, Justin Jefferson,
LSU.
1,598 yards. Number 3, Amon-Ra St. Brown at 1,507 yards.
This is before the
USC.
Tim Patrick trade, though. They don't know about the Tesla effect.
That's what's cutting into his
Yeah.
yardage.
Do they have a JMO?
CeeDee Lamb is 4, Brian Thomas is 5. So no.
They don't have JMO listed.
How about receiving touchdowns?
Receiving
This
touchdowns.
is getting repetitive because there's so much Lions love.
There is. Amon-Ra was 3rd in the NFL last year with 12 receiving touchdowns.
Is he in the top 5 this year?
Yes.
I agree.
According to the NFL projections on NFL.com, receiving touchdowns, Jamar Chase 114, Mike Evans 211, Justin Jefferson 310, Amon-Ra St. Brown 4 at 9.3, T. Higgins 5 at 9. Let me move ahead because this is good. Let's get to some defense. Sacks. You think the Lions have anybody who projects in the top 5 in quarterback sacks?
Yes.
Who might that be, Scott?
Zadarius Smith. No, I think it's obviously we think
Obviously, it's
Aiden
Micah,
Hutchinson is.
Micah Parsons.
Well, him too. I think Hutch will be in the top 5.
Number 1 with 15, Aiden Hutchinson, the Detroit Lions. TJ Watt 2 with 13, Myles Garrett 3 with 12, Nick Bosa 4 with 11, and Max Crosby 5 with 10.
No Trey Hendrickson, who's led the league the last 2 years with 17.5 each year.
Well, here's what they wrote. I purposely left Trey Hendrickson and Micah Parsons off for now because there's not a practical way to account for the impact of their contract situations, keeping them in limbo, late reporters.
Well, obviously Hendrickson
Yeah.
has since signed, and we got issues with Parsons.
How about interceptions?
Let's see. Interceptions. Is Kirby Joseph, who led the league last year with 9, is he going to be in the top 5? Yes, I say he is.
Okay.
I agree.
There's so much freaking Lions love. Number 1, interceptions. Jair Alexander with 5. Xavier McKinney of the Packers, number 2. Kirby Joseph, 3. 3.9 is what they projected at. So there you go. NFL.com stat projections for the coming year. There is a looming. Sorry, go ahead.
Any total tackles?
It doesn't have total tackles.
I guess Jack Campbell.
Let me just do it for you. Jack Campbell won 199. All right, there's a looming story that is going to affect many of you out there, and it's not good. Not good at all. We'll get to that today at 11:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope everybody's doing great on this Wednesday. Something that is not great, and look, I don't know there's a way to sugarcoat this because this will really, 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 really suck. But if you are a subscriber to YouTube TV, they are a bit of an impasse with Fox. And so if an agreement isn't reached by 5 o'clock tonight, then you're looking at Fox being taken off of YouTube TV, people who subscribe to YouTube TV, right before football season. So how does this impact you directly? Well, we'll start with tomorrow. Tomorrow you will have no Ohio University taking on Rutgers on Big Ten Network, which is with Fox. You have no Buffalo at Minnesota. You don't have Cincinnati versus Nebraska. That wipes out your Big Ten viewing because it's Big Ten Network and FS1 tomorrow. Your Big Ten viewing on Thursday night.
What about Big Ten icons Dan Fouts?
Nope. Won't be able to see that.
Oh.
Friday, that means no Michigan State, Western Michigan, which is an FS1 broadcast. Saturday, no Texas versus Ohio State.
No. Really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Next Sunday, no Lions in Green Bay. And so on and so forth. That's Fox. That's Big Ten Network. That's Fox 2. That's Fox Sports 1. I mean, this is full-fledged pigskin junkie. Got to get me just one more hit. Need rehab. Football crisis, isn't it?
Well, you know how a lot of people want the government to stay a heck out of stuff. This is a story from the Free Press today. This was just tweeted out. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, put a post on Twitter last night regarding this, said it would be terrible. It says, quote, millions of Americans are relying on YouTube to resolve this dispute so they can keep watching the news and sports they want, including this week's big game, Texas at Ohio State. Get a deal done, Google, is what he said.
When we went through this with FanDuel, it was hard to believe that it was FanDuel and it was Xfinity Comcast customers that lost the Tigers for a couple of months. That was hard to fathom that the Tigers weren't on TV. It was like, this shouldn't happen. But it happened. And
that was just local.
It
happened in many different local areas throughout the country. We're also dealing with a dispute, but this is a big national one.
And this would be, devastating, right?
Yes. So apparently Google's social media account responded to this, to the tweet I just said from the FCC. And it says, we love football too. We're working hard to negotiate a deal that's fair to Fox, our valued subscribers, and all of our partners.
Who said that?
This is somebody from Google, the social media account. Google, I think, is the one who oversees all of this. They're caught in this in the middle of it.
Are they with YouTube TV or?
I'm not sure how this works, but this is what the FCC guy said. Get it done, Google.
Okay. Well, I will tell you this. I mean, this is it's a deal. Let me just put it like this.
I'm sorry. It's a partnership between Fox and Google. That's why Google's involved with this.
Okay. Because I got to tell you, if I had YouTube TV and this was looming, I would not have YouTube TV by 5 o'clock tonight. I'd be like, forget this. I'm out.
Right.
I'm getting cable fired back up or whatever. Kenny, I don't know if we can can you turn your mic on?
Yes.
Okay, good. Because Kang's not back there now. You have YouTube TV.
I do.
And
when I read these headlines, it upset me quite a bit. And I looked on social media, which is probably the worst thing I could have done. The response to it has basically been people pounding the desk saying, we're going to cancel YouTube TV. We're not going to be a customer of this product anymore. One of the sole reasons people like me have this product is so that every Saturday, every Sunday, we got college football, we got NFL. That's one of the primary reasons that as a consumer I use that product. And there are people, I'm not one of these people, but there are people saying, all right, I'm hitting the high C's now.
Yeah. I mean, because the thing about it is, if you are Google, who owns YouTube TV, if you are Google and you have to have Fox. Fox has them. I mean, you can't.
Well, you know who's going to get involved.
Who?
Big fella in Washington is going to get involved because
Orange Overlord?
Yes, because it involves. It's all Fox. Does he enjoy Fox News? A little bit. C, he does. Although we probably wouldn't appreciate me saying C. It's
Yeah, dude.
it's everything.
I hope you're still around it too.
But it's all of it, right? I mean, people want this. They desperately the American people are the ones getting screwed by this. So this is a case where you probably want the government to get involved and say, get this deal done by today, by your deadline or whatever, at least so I can start watching football when I need to. And here in this state, by God, get it done by Friday so people can watch Michigan State. And if you don't get it done by Friday, if you don't get it done by noon on Saturday so I can flip on my TV, turn it on Fox and watch the big noon kickoff, and I can't, there's big-time problems. And this is something that could really torpedo someone like YouTube.
So there's a couple things about this. One is, please do not call us and say, guys, just pirate it. Just jailbreak it. I can just jailbreak it. Every time these topics come up, somebody, I don't know what you guys are even doing. I paid $125 and I got a jailbreak Fire Stick and I can watch everything. Many of us don't think that's the solution. I'm convinced that if I ever do, I've told this on the air before, I'm fully convinced. If I say, you know what, I'm going to jailbreak it. I'm going to buy that thing, and in the next 35 minutes, I'm going to figure out how to track those, and I'm going straight to prison.
That's right.
That's what I'm convinced of. That's the way I go through life, scared to death of everything. So that's one. Two is, you talk about running away from a service. Where do you run? Okay, if you run away from the service, if you decide, like Kenny says he's going to not run away from the service, where do you run? You run to sports bars to watch the games you want to watch. So our friends at 24 Seconds or Twin Peaks, they'll benefit. They might benefit from this because unless they have YouTube TV, of course. But if they don't have YouTube,
is not. Well, at least that's not what they normally use.
If you have YouTube TV, you might have a problem. But if you don't, hey, we carry Fox. It's our Fox special.
Well, this is
get a bucket of Budweisers with our Fox special. Because
it's a national scale, because it's 1 versus 2 in college football, and we all love our sports, and this is the big event to kick off the fall season, even though we're still in summer. I'm not giving up. I think something will get done. I mean, it almost has to get done. There's going to be so much pressure coming from all different directions to get this deal done. How about one of those famous 2-week extensions? Can we do that? We're give them 2 more weeks to get a deal done.
Oh, you say? Let's go to Brian on a cell. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I was listening to the conversation about the Fox and the YouTube TV standoff, and I grew up in Toledo. I'm a Lions fan, huge Detroit pro sports fan, but I'm also a Buckeye from being from that side of the line. But I heard you say, Doug, that by 5 o'clock tonight you'd get rid of YouTube TV. Here's the predicament for those who live outside of the market area. YouTube TV has exclusivity on the NFL Sunday Ticket. So in order for me to watch the Lions, I have to have YouTube TV. If by come Saturday morning that this isn't resolved, I guess one of the options is to download the Fox app, and you can get a 7-day free trial of that, and I could watch that on my television. I'm not going to a bar at 11:30 on Saturday morning. It's just too early for me.
Come on, Brian, step up. God, there's got to start drinking at degenerate rates on Saturday morning and lock in.
I'm that guy who actually likes to watch the game. It's not a social experience. So, but yeah. So the Sunday Ticket thing complicates it for some of us.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. It's a valid point, and it's. I mean, even if you don't have Sunday Ticket, you'll get none of the football games on Fox. Man, this would be a disaster. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. All right, noon. Practice squads can start being set. Waiver claims. The waiver claim announcements come out at noon. I don't know if we're going to get to see them, but teams will get to see who they got off waivers is cut. Lions, meanwhile, have 3 empty roster spots. What is Brad up to? Noon, we could start to find out. So stick with us this afternoon. We'll have any breaking news roster-wise with our Lions as it becomes available. Also, we open up the big old tub of pretzels today at 12:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. The Tigers send Casey Mize to the mound against the Athletics tonight, looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. Last night, Riley Green clubbed a 471-foot grand slam, but Will Vest allowed a walk-off walk in the 10th, and the Tigers lost 7-6. The A's start 22-year-old rookie Luis Morales tonight. He's a righty who's their 4th-ranked prospect. That first pitch from Sacramento, 10:05, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan State opens its second season under head coach Jonathan Smith on Friday night. The Spartans host Western in East Lansing. Smith calls the Broncos a physical, improving team under head coach Lance Taylor. The Spartans, who went 5-7 last year, look to make their first bowl game in 4 years, and Lions wide receiver Tim Patrick's been traded to the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 6th-round pick. The move now opens up a bigger role in the offense for rookie Isaac Tesla after a very impressive preseason. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Luke Sloan, Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. If you want to keep talking about this YouTube TV Fox impasse, could get to, if you have YouTube TV, all the Fox product could be turned off on tonight. I think it's 5 o'clock is the deadline, which means no Big Ten Network tomorrow for 3 Big Ten games. Well, there's one of us on FS1, but that would be gone. No Michigan State game on Friday. It's an FS1 game.
No Deportes.
No Ohio State. Is there Fox Deportes?
See.
There is. I didn't know that.
Fox Business, Fox News, Fox Soccer Plus, Fox Soul. I didn't know it was a Fox Soul.
Really?
FS1, FS1 4K, FS2, Fox Weather. Yikes.
Yep.
A lot going on. Fix it.
Tigers game Saturday's on Fox. Ohio State, Texas is on Fox. It's be a problem. I feel bad for people who, it doesn't affect us. We don't have YouTube TV, but I feel bad for people that do, because we went through the whole ridiculous Comcast. FanDuel was a Bally's back then. I don't remember what it was, but the Tigers were off our TVs for a couple months last year. It sucked. Anyway, so today is a day that rosters can sort of get finalized. Brad is up to something, isn't he? When you have to get down to 53, but you go down to 50, that makes you go, things that make you go, and that is one of them. So who is Brad after? Feels like it would probably be a veteran player and not a player that would be a waiver claim. But waiver claims actually are announced at this hour. The leagues, teams around the league get to see who they got off of waivers. The Lions have the 28th priority, which means if any one of 27 teams ahead of them, like the bad ones, like Cleveland and Tennessee and Chicago, if they put in a waiver claim on a player, they don't even see the Lions. They go to the team, the worst team from a year ago, that put a waiver claim in on them. So you have to get that player through 27 other teams, unless you're a vested veteran, which is a move that they made already. They signed the safety out of Jacksonville, whose name escapes me right now, but maybe he's the Tim Patrick of safeties.
Daniel Thomas.
Thank you. He's more of a special teams guy, but they cut all the safeties yesterday. They cut everybody yesterday. I mean, they cut everybody. So a few things here. 248-539-9797. What do you think Brad is up to? 2 is, out of the players they cut, Jackson Meeks, Stan Skipper, Keith Cooper, Nate Lynn, Isaac Ukwu, Ahmed Hassanin, Ian Kennelly, Nick Whiteside. Out of all the players they cut, is there somebody you hope, God, I hope they get him back. I hope they just didn't have a spot for him now and they get him back on the practice squad. Practice squads matter. They absolutely matter. 248-539-9797. And then there's the trade of Tim Patrick. If you're just joining us, you didn't hear Tim Patrick, the veteran wide receiver, moved to Jacksonville for a 2026 sixth-round pick, which is something else for a player that apparently was going to be a spare part here in Detroit. And what does that mean? It means it kind of validates all the Isaac Tesla hype, doesn't it? I mean, it means the team believes in him.
It should. I think did he pass the eyeball test?
Yeah.
I mean, 100% passed the eyeball test. I don't think there was a Lions fan out there to watch him play and said, you know what, I don't know about him. You got to love what you saw, because everything you saw was great. He didn't drop a pass. He caught all the contested throws for touchdowns, by the way, and he ran past guys. So love what they have there. The fact that this made Tim Patrick expendable speaks volumes as to how highly they think of him. The other part that's kind of low-key interesting about what the Lions did, who they kept and who they didn't keep with the wide receiver room, is Lovett.
Yeah.
The other receiver, the one that they drafted late, that they decided to hang on to. And Jackson Meeks, who had the great training camp, at least the great preseason with the big numbers, he was cut. Lovett was kept. Now, I suspect that they probably feel that they could sneak him on the practice squad. And we'll find out later this afternoon if that's the case. But I thought that was interesting. That's another receiver they kept.
Detroit Green Bay is on CBS. My name is Moo. Thank you, Moo. You're correct. The first Lions game on Fox is week 2 against Chicago, right? I have YouTube TV. For me, the backup plan is my over-the-air antenna, so I can tune in to Fox 2 over-the-air. Yeah, well, might see a surge in Amazon over-the-air antenna purchases. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Adam here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Doug and Gator, what's happening?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, so same kind of deal. I'm south of the border, outside of Toledo. I don't know if I can name the cable company, but, you know, they were in a dispute with ESPN and FanDuel. So Friday morning they wake up, you know, there's no ESPN, there's no FanDuel, so there's no Tigers. So they just make you want to go to that ESPN app, you know, $30 a month, all in one.
When did that happen?
This was like 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
So Buckeye Broadband, you know, I don't have ESPN. I mean, I don't know if they got it back, but I don't think so. So now, you know, I'm on to Fubo because they have the FanDuel, so I can get the Tigers, and it'll just be a matter of time before, you know, they want to pull something off that and, you know, make me go to another app. Like
so the
Fox.
thing about streaming is there was a time where we discussed, and Gator, you brought it up off the air, and I don't want to steal your thunder or whatever, but we discussed how people wanted more a la carte. Like, I'm paying for cable, and I got all these stations I never watch. We should have been maybe careful what we wish for.
Well, yeah, kind of, because the thing is that all these streaming services, what they're doing is they're bundling the channels that you want to watch, and there's some repetition with that, going from one to the next, and then of course if you still have cable, you've got what you want, but you know you want to look elsewhere for the other stuff that they have because there's unique content. If you get Paramount Plus, there's unique content on Paramount Plus is pretty desirable. If you look at Apple TV, Apple TV's got some great stuff that you're going to want. And same thing with the other services. But this is careful what you ask for. Because I think initially what people wanted to do was just go ahead and almost like, let me get a menu of all the channels available and let me get my mouse and point and click on the channels that I want to keep. And let me, you know, if there's 300 channels to look at, you know, maybe price it by 50 channels, put you in this market. 100 channels gets you, then you have to, you know, up it by another $20 a month or whatever the case is. And then eventually everything is taken care of, but that's not how it works. Because as you know, if you pay for stuff individually, it becomes more expensive. And now you got all these bundles, which make it seem like it's cheaper, but it really isn't, because as good as the bundle might be, you're still not getting everything you want and you're not satisfied.
I remember when we decided to go to streaming, and we did briefly, I started paying for all the different services I needed to make up for cable, and I realized, actually, when I'm all said and done, this isn't more cost effective, and cable's easier to move around. It's just easier to navigate.
Yeah,
if it were more cost effective, I'd be cool with the navigation stuff, but it just wasn't once I started realizing how many different streaming services I had to pay for.
And some services are easier to maneuver through. Yeah. It's never going to be as easy as cable is, but some are better at it than others.
Let's go to Charles in Southfield. You are next. Hello, Charles.
Guys, good morning. How you doing? Afternoon. How you doing?
What's up?
Effective. I'd be cool.
Okay, you got to keep your radio down, Charles.
Nope.
And then we lost him.
There we go.
Didn't go well. Definitely, I will drop YouTube TV. They got rid of MLB Network a few years ago, and this would be a deal breaker. Sucks because they have the best app by far. That's from Chase. Chase, when it comes to navigation, I did find YouTube TV to be the best one to navigate. John writes in, I'll switch from YouTube TV to Hulu Live or Hulu. All sports should move to Netflix, period. That's from an unnamed texter. Not so sure about that. And you're basically saying all leagues have to agree to put all their products from one service. That's not happening. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls and feedback. Any news that breaks here this afternoon regarding waiver claims and our Lions, and it's going to start trickling in. We will. So when they make the waiver claims, Justin Rogers of the Detroit Football Network said, noon, waiver claims awarded. 1 p.m., corresponding moves for teams with claims putting them over 53. So that's something that Kang talked about earlier. Brad Holmes is probably hovering, waiting for other players to get released. And those players will be announced to the teams today at 1. So we'll see if the Lions can pluck. There's something brewing because they opened up 3 roster spots. And again, when there is breaking news on that front, we will pass it along. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is it time for you to get new garage door for your house or garage doors for your house? It was for me a few years ago, and I called the only people I know you should call, Precision Garage Door Service. They came out to my house, they walked me through the entire process, and they showed me all the options I had to pick through, and there's a ton of options, which makes it great because you're going to end up picking out the perfect garage doors for your house like I did. I couldn't be happier about it. In some cases, you can get those new garage doors installed in less than 24 hours because they've got a warehouse that is chock full of garage doors just waiting to be installed by their expert technicians in the field. Give Precision Garage Door Service a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule the appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's great to be with you here on a Wednesday. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Charles in Southfield. You are next. Hello, Charles.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
We're doing great, Charles.
Good. Thank you very much. Just two quick things. Google owns YouTube and YouTube TV.
Yep.
I've been with them about 3 or 4 years, and these disputes come up about every year or two. They typically get resolved before whatever deadline day they are. But there has been a couple with, the worldwide leader where you had to go 2 or 3 days or maybe a week without it. But typically they do get resolved.
Well, I mean, look, this might be a much ado about nothing. It just feels like on the brink of football season. If you are negotiating from Fox's standpoint, you've got Google over a bit of a barrel, even though they are wealthy beyond our wildest dreams.
Yeah.
You got this incredibly valuable product that people subscribe to your service for, and you're holding it hostage. I mean, from a business perspective, I hate to say it, but it's probably a smart move from a business perspective. But we are the victims.
We are. And it's always at an inappropriate time with the other situations I've seen, but and it could go beyond. I'm not predicting. I'm just saying history has shown me that they do get it resolved, even though they're holding us over a barrel, and the timing is very advantageous for the network, and it all works against us. And the last thing, Doug, you're right, that gap is closing. It's still a pretty significant gap to switch from a cable to your bouquet of streaming services. That number used to be about $200 a month saving. Now it's about $100, and it depends on which.
It depends on what you want. Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. But everybody's got to make their own decision how they want to get their media, and it depends. Hey, I don't need this. I don't want that. I mean, like one guy said, a breaking point for him is MLB Network. I can survive without MLB Network. I like it, but I can survive without it because I don't need it for a lot of games.
Well, you sure would like to hear that they're at the negotiating table right now.
Yep.
Right? And get this thing done. It drives me nuts because eventually these things always get done. But the fact that they wait to the last second, and I understand that that may be where the biggest bargaining power is and whoever has the leverage, but it bothers me. And, you have the example of the NHL getting their deal done.
God bless the NHL.
Like a year and a half
Bravo,
before
NHL.
it's supposed to.
Yeah, they had a contract up with the Players Association in a year and a half. They came to an agreement this summer.
They're like, we'll take care of that. Remember when baseball had their problem? And they waited till like a couple days before the deadline to start negotiations. It was just infuriating.
And then when they passed the deadline, they stopped negotiating.
Right.
And that's the FU. You should be forced to sit in a room together. And if you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk, but you have to sit there for 8 hours a day.
And nothing but bologna and cheese sandwiches to eat in that room until you get it done.
I'd get a deal done quick.
I know you
Spencer is next. Hi, Spencer.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
What's up?
Hey, so, the last caller made a point, it's been an every year thing, but in today's society, everything is so political, and there's so many other factors that go into play in today's world that it's crazy. And if they're really going to do this and it's just going to prolong, I'm not going to wait a week to watch, what I call my pastime is football season. I'm going to go find something else to watch. The only reason why I pay for YouTube TV, the $89 to $100, is only strictly for football.
Yeah.
Period. And I would probably guess 50% of people only have YouTube TV for that reason. So if they don't do this deal and it prolongs a week or 2 weeks or however, YouTube's going to make. Here's
the problem that sucks. Here's the worst part about this, Spencer. Okay, so Fox is holding YouTube TV and Google over a barrel. So basically Fox is saying, pay us more. So what's going to happen? YouTube TV, to make up for the lost revenue, is going to raise the subscription price. And that's going to be passed on to you.
A lot of people aren't going to want to deal with that because, everyone's living in hard times as it is. We're struggling just to pay the bill right now. You know what I mean? So it's Make it make sense.
Well, and the other streaming services are going to increase their rates too because they can, and they are.
Well,
I just got a notice the other day about one.
If I were another streaming service and I had all the product that YouTube TV has, and I mean, I'm not down that wormhole anymore. I started with streaming and I said, forget this. This is too much for everything we want, and it's inconvenient. I went back to cable. That could change. But if I were another streaming service, I'd be like, hey, we got it all right here, right now. We're not changing our price.
That's not.
We're here for you. We are your safe landing spot.
Love it. That's not how it works. Instead, it's like we're increasing our rates by $5 a month. But hey, the good news is you'll be able to watch the big game this week.
Yeah, well, that's true. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris in Canton. You're next. Hi, Chris.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
All right.
Hey, I had a comment. One of you guys mentioned about the a la carte kind of thing. $50, you get a certain number of channels. Unfortunately, and I've worked in the cable industry before. Unfortunately, that wouldn't work because if you think about it, a lot of the channels are owned by parent companies. For example, like Discovery is owned by someone else. But anyways, when cable companies purchase the rights to be able to broadcast those channels, each channel, unfortunately, is going to be a different price.
Chris, I know there's plenty of reasons why it doesn't work. I'm just saying in an ideal world, when we just first brought this up almost 20 years ago on the air, this is what we were talking about, how much we would like to do the a la carte thing. Obviously, it doesn't work that way. That's why they have the bundles. That's why there's Discovery Plus that came out. And, hey, you get Discovery, you get all these other channels. And I totally understand that's just where we're at right now, is everything's gotten bundled.
Yeah, I think the right way to do it would be to have each channel, if we're to do an a la carte, each channel would have its own price. So, like, if you wanted to be subscribed to Discovery, then you'd be paying like $2 a month. Or if you want, Fox News, that's another.
I mean, that's literally exactly what we were talking about 20 years ago, right?
Which, when you think about it, think how expensive that's going to get.
It would, but
it's like
you would cut off all the excess fat that isn't used in your world.
Right, but it's like going to a fast food place and saying, okay, I'll take the cheeseburger and also like an order of fries, and I'll get a large Coke. And they're like, okay, you want that to be a meal deal? And you're like, no, because I'm paying a la carte.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. If you bundle them, you get them for cheaper.
Yep.
But if you pay them by itself, it's going to be more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, until you sit down, honestly, and then we didn't realize it. We thought, we're going to save a ton of money. And I'm like, we don't get this. Well, I got to subscribe to that. And then start adding up. And then I realized paying damn near the same price, and it's way more inconvenient. Forget this.
At least with like Xfinity, you look at it and they'll try to give you the bundles along there. Like, hey, here's the sports package. So you get, FS1, FS2, and ESPN, the Ocho or whatever.
We're not going to do this all day. I feel like we could, but hopefully YouTube and Fox come to an agreement.
Just get it done.
All right, so the biggest story today is NFL roster maneuvering, and the Lions made a move that I did not see coming, Gator, and that is they traded Tim Patrick, the wide receiver. Tim Patrick was he was waived at the roster cutdown last year by Denver. The Lions saw a veteran that they could bring in that could help them win. And boy, he really did. He filled the role as that number 3 guy in their passing attack. Ended up getting targeted 44 times, 33 catches, 394 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Here's a statement that I'm going to have a degree of certainty about, that provided this player stays healthy, I think it's pretty clear that the Detroit Lions figure if we move Isaac Tesla into the number 3 receiver spot, we think he will have more than 44 targets, 33 receptions for 394 yards and 3 touchdowns. Now, Tim Patrick is an aging commodity with diminishing returns, one would assume, at his point in his career. Tesla is just starting his career. Tim Patrick turns 32 this year. Tesla costs half the price of Tim Patrick. Neither of them were too terribly expensive.
No, but a third-round pick isn't going to cost you that much.
No, but he's a $1.25 million player, or 1.2, and Tim Patrick was a $2.5 million player. So you're paying less. You see a commodity that you drafted. There's if-then statements, and one of the things that happened is if it becomes clear that Tesla is going to move up the food chain. One of the first things I did was I got on my phone. I put $2 down on him to win NFC Offensive Rookie of the Year, just because it's NFC or NFL. I gotta go look. I think it's NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's still a super long shot, but I'm like, okay, they have plans for Isaac Tesla. If they don't get Tesla in the draft, they might have gotten somebody else. But it seems, I mean, Tim Patrick had enough name recognition that a player they claimed off waivers or signed as a free agent, as a vested veteran, they got a 6th-round pick for him. Now, I don't plan parades around getting 6th-round picks. That's still getting something out of nothing. This was a day that if you were buying into Isaac Tesla, you've been validated, my friends. You've been validated. I walked outside the studio about an hour ago, and I saw Mike Valenti. I said, hey, what's up? And he goes, it's Tesla time. Let's go.
Come on.
He said that.
He said that.
He said that.
Look at that. Even Mike's fired up.
Yep.
He's getting ready to watch the game in Rico's basement.
Yeah. Those guys can get together and root for the Lions. But at the end of the day, if you were into the Isaac Tesla stuff and you were buying in, guess who else has bought in? The Lions.
Yeah, I can't say that I saw it coming that Tim Patrick was going to be traded.
Yep.
But I can't say that I'm surprised either. I didn't see it coming. I didn't call it. But does it surprise me? It does not surprise me because of how well Tesla performed. And it might be a little bit redundant to have, another big receiver in the room. And this guy is younger, stronger, faster, whatever, And Tim Patrick did a nice job here with the Lions, but expendable. And they got something for him.
Well, I'll say it. It surprised me, and I'm a fan of Tesla. Drafted him in the 9th round. Everyone laughed at me. Who's laughing now? But it surprised me because I could see Tim Patrick getting phased out. It was obvious when you drafted a receiver in like the same build, the same position as him, that's your replacement. Eventually, not right away to start the season. Like they saw so much from him this, preseason, these joint practices, off-season training camp, that they're like, we got to find a way to get this guy in the field now. And we don't even need Tim Patrick to even help him along anymore. He's ready. And so they came out of this saying, we're going to move Tim Patrick. They did. They get Tesla on the field more. I just can't believe it happened this fast. I knew that that's the plan, but to happen this fast, the hype is real. That's what it means to me. It's validated.
Well, we await waiver claim news today. Meanwhile, the Lions cut their roster down to 50, opening up 3 spots. What is Brad cooking up? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 248-539-9797. Another edition of the Big Old Tub of Pretzels coming up today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, did you ever see the Friday the 13th movies?
I mean, which one you talking about? Of course I've seen.
Jason Voorhees is the lead.
Spoiler alert. Kidding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Movies are old. I probably
Jason's
shouldn't.
the killer in the hockey mask. Yeah.
Yeah, and when you kill him, he just comes back.
It's just temporary.
Yep.
You know, depends on how you kill him.
Yep. But he comes back.
He
Right?
does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Relentless.
He is relentless. Whether it's a lightning strike when somebody digs him up in the graveyard,
Yep.
you know, some sort of voodoo act or whatever the case is.
He just keeps coming
He
back.
just keeps coming back.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's back. The man behind the mask. That was an Alice Cooper song for, I think it was Friday the 13th, Part 6.
Well, I bring him up because the Detroit Lions are bringing back Tom Kennedy. I worked really hard for that. It wasn't worth it.
That
was
really,
it?
that, all that.
That was a
Kennedy.
long way to go to get to Tom Kennedy is back on the practice squad. Dave Burkett is reporting that the Lions have re-signed both center Tristan Colon and wide receiver Tom Kennedy to the practice squad. You don't say. Tom Kennedy, life, death, taxes, and Tom Kennedy's on the
Kennedy.
practice squad.
Well, because these are veteran players that they can just sign. They don't have to wait to clear waivers, right?
Yep.
So there you go.
Yeah, vested veterans. Well, I don't know about Cologne or Colon or whatever. I did in Tom Kennedy's case, yeah. So anyway, that is the first news on the practice squad. There's still don't quite know what's going on with the extra roster spots just yet. But you best believe Brad's got a plan. Brad's up to something.
Best believe.
All right, we ready for the big old tub of pretzels? Yes, no?
I hope so.
Okay, good. Let's go. These are random questions that get sent over by the listeners usually. So if you have any, you want to text them right now at 248-539-9797 for future use. Sometimes we're here to help solve arguments between friends. Others just tricky situations they're in. Others are just weird questions. And we've had some weird ones. So let's go. Kang, you got the tub back there?
Yeah, it's been a while, man. You're right.
I've noticed that some more questions have accumulated.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, a lot of them.
just kind of multiply on their own.
So Kang draws out a question, opens it up.
Questions are breeding. All right, is it sock, shoe, shoe, or sock, shoe? Now explain.
Love it.
So is it when you're putting on your shoes?
It's
and
one way and
socks,
one way only.
Huh?
It's sock, shoe, shoe.
You go sock, shoe, shoe.
I go sock, shoe, shoe.
What about right, left?
Right sock, right shoe, left shoe.
Always.
Always,
And
every
do you-
morning.
Do you have any idea what sock is going where? Or
So some socks come with the R and the L on them.
well, I hope you know that one.
I pay no attention to
Okay.
that. That I don't pay attention to.
I've
at all.
never had a right and left sock.
Yeah, it's a useless.
No, it's not. I mean, you guys probably haven't bought any Nike Fit Pro
So
socks
I
in a while,
have,
then.
but it's not a discernible difference to me.
There's padding established for the right and left. So you haven't bought those socks then?
Well, I guess I haven't had ones with padding. I thought they look like they're cut a little different.
Wait a
but-
minute, padding?
Yeah, for like the
Yeah, I know
ankle,
everything.
the bunion. I don't know.
Bunyan. I vary a little bit. It's always going to be right and then left. But like this morning, I know because I remember this. It was just this morning. I went right sock, right shoe untied, left sock, left shoe untied.
Then you tied?
And then I went over because when I tie my shoes, I also like to stretch. So I like go into the bathroom, put my foot up on the countertop, tie the shoe, and stretch the leg. Hey, man,
It's all part
you'll
of your
get
morning
there.
script.
You're going to get there.
It's all part of your morning script. We don't make decisions in the morning. You follow the same script
follow-
every
yeah.
morning, and you just do what. Like I don't tie my shoes for some reason until the first red light. I like the last thing I do before I walk out the door is put my shoes on. I go get in the car. I start to drive, and the first time I hit a red light, I tie my
that's-
shoes.
That's seriously not like
That's not safe.
That's dangerous.
I'm
that
well
is-
aware that is not the smartest thing I do, but
And then you put your ring on your shoelace.
it's a whole different story.
It is a whole
It's
different
only
story.
golf.
So you did
But
sock, shoe is what you did, Gator.
Today I did,
Yeah.
but generally I would say probably 80% of the time it's sock, shoe.
Oh yeah, I'm sock, shoe all the way.
All
And
right.
I do try to use the same like. I try to go left, right all the time, but then
Ooh, left, right.
Yeah.
You are strange.
But I have been known to go right, left.
All right, next.
All right. What else we got here? All right. If aliens requested a meeting with a sole individual to represent the human race, who should we send?
Wow.
It's a big decision.
It is a big decision.
I got my name.
Yeah? You go first then. Go ahead.
Morgan Freeman. Most credible voice. Just hope that he.
I hope what?
I just if Morgan Freeman talks, I listen. I love Morgan Freeman's voice.
Wow. I don't know. This is tough because I'm like, anything I'm coming up with, I don't want to be construed as just political. So I don't want to bring that up.
No, this is for the whole human race.
No, I know.
Man.
So
Yeah.
now I'm thinking, okay, let's go internationally and think of, who the best is. It the Pope? And I'm like, I don't know, man, because not everybody's Catholic and not everybody
likes the
the
White
same
Sox.
virtues. Yeah. Right. Not everybody likes the White Sox. I would really struggle with this.
Send yourself.
No.
I don't want to rub What don't you trust with me? You don't think I'm level-headed?
They're going to come away. You know what they're going to do? They're going to go back and they're going to go, everybody down there is a child.
We will dominate this planet.
I don't. I'm trying to think of somebody who is like just middle of the road, but listens, understands.
How about like Nick Saban? Like, think of somebody that has a great credibility.
Like, they know that? Do you think Saban goes up and goes, "Did you see these rings?"
Yeah,
I mean, I've won college football championships.
I think the man has I mean, anybody we choose, you could say that. Like, do you think they're going to care what Morgan Freeman's voice sounds like? I know that
More
I care.
so than the credibility of a college coaching record.
Well, I think Saban says smart stuff, so I'd have Saban. That's another one. I'll
Another
pick
one?
two since Gators.
I can't think right now. That's a tough question
What
for
a
me.
choke.
I really did.
I'm not sending you. You'll choke.
The Vikings have just passed on their draft pick. Jeez.
Hey, who you sending?
I'm going to go with The Rock. I think The Rock is a guy who's like, hey, first of all, he's an actor too, so he can act however we need him to act. I think he's likable. He's big, so they're like, all right, these guys aren't a bunch of chumps. Like they could take care of themselves.
I got one.
All right, here we go. Minnesota with the pick.
Well done. Keanu Reeves. I'm going Keanu Reeves. I remember seeing him on a talk show, and they asked him like this most impossible question. He came up with the greatest response ever. And he's a guy who's very charitable. He's very low key, and also I think very intelligent. I like Keanu Reeves. I'm going to go Keanu Reeves.
All right.
All right.
Let's do one more.
Nick Saban.
I like the way you think there's a correct answer to this.
Oh, there is. It's just to answer it at least. All right.
It's a rule.
Do you wash your grapes before you eat them?
No. Nope.
Doug?
Every single time.
Yeah, I rinse all the time.
Yep.
I
I mean, are we talking about like with
Grapes
You
from
soap?
mean actual grapes?
Yeah, grapes like red or green.
Yeah, we wash the grapes.
Yeah,
They go
we
right.
rinse them, right?
I
We have
wash
a
my grapes. But
Here's the thing about it is that we have like this strainer that you put the grapes in,
a colander?
and you put the you run water over them, right? And then you leave them. It like sits in your sink. It kind of hangs off the edges.
Yeah, yeah.
The grapes are gone within 90 minutes in our house. The kids devour them. If we don't put them away and like hide them, grapes don't last in our house. But yes, we wash them every
Gator,
time.
you just raw dog?
Typically, I don't buy grapes out all that often. So when I do, I just, pluck them right off the vine there.
No,
Don't care.
I definitely wash them. What about just?
I should. And I sound disgusting, and I apologize for that.
You're okay. You got to live with yourself.
Yeah.
Doug, do you wash strawberries in your household?
Yep. I think we wash every.
No, I soak
Piece
them
of
in
produce.
vinegar for like 10 minutes.
Why
and
is
then I
that?
rinse them again. I'm supposed to clean them even better. Seriously.
Yeah, when I see some of those
Did you ever see those, like,
social
little-
media
I don't know what
videos,
to
like next
believe.
thing you
I don't
know,
know what to believe. I'm not
everything
doing
you
that.
put, you
Not
better do
trusting
it this
that.
way, otherwise you're eating live
next
worms.
thing you know, here comes
Yeah.
a 10-foot snake out of your raspberry.
Yeah.
Right?
What?
It's
What?
an exaggeration of the little worm that comes out.
All right,
It's
there
a
you go.
10 foot. Jesus, come on.
We haven't talked about our Tigers
That's
very
it?
much today.
Oh,
You want to do one more?
I'd like to do another one.
Okay, let's do one more then.
Don't
It's
act
gotta be- It's got to
disappointed.
be quick. Well, it's got to be quick. Who gets yelled at when we're late for breaks? Is it you? No, and
So
it's
you
usually
want
your
this or
fault.
not?
But
Is
go
it-
ahead. Let's go.
Make
for
it quick, Kang.
All right. How many bumper stickers should be allowed on people's cars?
0.
Yeah, I got
Next.
2.
I'll go 1.
You don't let any Gator 0?
No, I lease cars, so I would never put a bumper sticker on the car.
Yeah,
I got 2.
I go 1. But
1?
beyond that, yeah.
I think they're tacky as hell. I'll just be adamant about this. No, there's 0. Stop doing it, you tacky bastards.
By the way, we did the thing about the Red Wing. If you get the Red Wing winged wheel at the wrong angle,
Yeah.
you that is a big part. If you don't put the Red Wing winged wheel at the correct
You don't
angle,
deserve to drive.
yesterday I saw a Spartan Head logo at a weird angle. It was like tilted wrong.
Does it look like Sparty was enjoying himself?
No, it looked like
Or
no,
he
it
was
was
ready to vomit.
It was just that the helmet. It was
was
kind
he
of
looking at the
tilted
sky
back.
or
It was like, it
looking
looked like
down?
it was looking at the sky, and I'm like, come on, man, little effort over here. What are we doing? But 1 is the answer. All right, there it is, the big old tub of pretzels. Send your questions now to Kang at 248-539-9797 via the ticket text, and we will perhaps use them in the future. We have not talked about the Tigers. Last night's game was the example of what you don't want to do, and they're capable of doing it every once in a while. We'll get to that next. More NFL football talk as roster news becomes available. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It's a bad bite. Bad bite. And Doug's looking at salad, so I apologize.
We got a break?
Yeah, we're back. And we're back.
Sorry, I'm new here.
That's right. Yeah, you walked out. I'm like, where'd Stoney go?
All right, so we said we get to the Tigers. We barely talked about them. Last night's game was a sloppy mess, okay? If you look at the Tigers, what we know about this team here as we head into September is that they are not the best roster in baseball. They are not chock full of superstars. They're not a dominant team. But here's what they are. They are a team of specialists. They got guys who can hit righties. They got guys who can hit lefties. They got guys who can get righties and lefties out. They usually field the ball, and they almost always make smart plays, and they run the bases really well. And when you break it down in the most simplest of terms, our Detroit Tigers, when you look at the biggest aspects of the game, pitching, hitting, and offense, and defense, fielding the ball. And those three aspects of the game, you triangulate them, and you are basically better than your opponent in 2 of the 3 on most nights. And guess what? You're 20 games over 500. If you're better than your opponent in 2 of the 3 aspects, your pitchers, your fielders, and your hitting and base running, if you're better than your opponent in 2 of those 3, you're going to win a lot of games. And they've kind of crafted out this way to win games, and it's been awesome. Last night, they didn't pitch it, and they didn't field it. And when that happens, you get this kind of result.
Yeah, they did a horrible job fielding the baseball yesterday. Mm-hmm. They were charged with 2 errors, and it thought like there could have been 4 or 5 in the game. They just weren't charged with all of them. And it went both ways. It was an amazingly bad decision. I think Butler was the hitter who popped it straight up in the air. Was it the 9th inning that he did that? Straight up in the air, and Colt Keith is coming in on it. It's just in fair territory between the third base and home plate, and he just dropped it, flat out dropped it. The second time he dropped the ball in the game. It was picked up. It couldn't have been, I think, picked up by Melton. Melton threw it over to second base for the first out, and they threw it over to second base for the first out, and got the double play at first base because Butler was so upset with himself and only took 2 steps towards first base, then started to take a couple steps towards the dugout because he figured, oh, this is a pop-up, I'm out. And then when he realized, oh, wait a minute, Colt Keith just dropped it, I better start running to first base, and he got doubled up, which is highly embarrassing. But it never should. I mean, it worked out in the Tigers' favor in that situation, yet the Tigers just couldn't get out of their own way.
Did you see how that read in the box score or the game description?
I don't. How would it have read? Was it double play?
Butler grounded into double play, pitcher to shortstop to first.
I mean, technically, I guess it hits the ground in the infield. It's a grounded to double play, but crazy bad situation there. And then the 10th inning, the bottom of the 10th inning was just awful. Runner at second base and a base hit to left field, and Riley Green fields the ball and decides to come home with
it's
it.
It's a bad throw or throw to the wrong base.
It's a throw to the wrong. I mean,
it's not the smart play. Like what we talk about is how the things that they do on that triangle, they're better in 2 out of 3. And part of being a good defensive team is being a smart defensive team.
Yeah. So it wasn't able to work out for them last night.
They have probably, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I apologize, but how many times have they gotten the extra 90? They get the extra 90 better than every. But if you look at the net, how many times have they given up the extra 90? That was an example of them giving up a critical extra 90 feet. A runner, then the winning run gets on second base and completely changes the tenor of that.
And it happened again here about a base running error last night. Wenzel Perez getting ready to go to third base, decides, I better not do that. Almost gets thrown out at second base, trying to get back to second base when the right move was, keep going to third base. You would have been safe. But I think he had been snake bit because the previous game, he got picked off at third base and probably didn't feel good about that and wants to play a little conservatively. And that's not who the Tigers are.
No.
It's so I'm not terribly upset. It was a bad way to finish the night. It's 3 games in a row they've lost. That doesn't look good, but they didn't lose any ground on Toronto. In fact, they're still a game up. Because Toronto lost last night to Minnesota, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not worried about them. It's just that's not the formula. It's not even close to the formula, and they were out of character last night.
But there was one thing that came out of that game that I think is going to be something that gets discussed more for the rest of the season than I thought it was. I thought there was going to be it was done and we're going to live with it, but because I saw what I saw, it's hard to ignore it. And that is watching Troy Melton go out there and pitch well again out of the bullpen, but we've seen him as a starter, and he looked awfully good as a starter. Last night, comes out of the bullpen again, goes 3 innings, gives up just 1 hit, no runs, and you can't help but think, does he belong in a bullpen or does he belong in the rotation? And I understand that there's going to be concerns about innings pitched, and that's why I'd really love to hear a definitive word from A.J. Hinch. Like, do they not – are we at a point now where they just don't – they shouldn't care? Like, hey, I get it. He's going to pitch more innings than he did all last year. So what? He's young. You expect him to be able to do something. Do you need to – I mean, maybe you don't pitch him every 5 days as a rotational guy, but he's so good for this team, you got to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, let's – yeah, I don't think you know who the starting pitchers are going to be when they get to the postseason. Troy Melton absolutely should be in play, and yeah, they should push it if they get into October and he's their best option. I think they're rationing him so they have that opportunity. I think that's all this is.
Might be.
We're just going to use him out of the bullpen, and if the opportunity presents itself, we're going to pitch him, and as they should.
Now, the other thing I think we have to take into consideration with the Athletics, it's a good hitting baseball team. They got a lot of power in that lineup. Mm-hmm. They got guys that are playing really well right now. They may not have the pitching staff that they had prior to the deadline, and it's a work in progress there. But offensively, it's a very good baseball team. Tigers need to go out and win the game tonight. Let's stop this losing skid at 3 games. Continue on the correct arc as we move forward. And the other good news, Parker Meadows is going to, I think tonight he's going to make his return to the minors at Toledo. A.J. Hinch gave him the whole, they just said it was in great shape yesterday. He did full speed running, and they really liked what he did.
I'm going to hang on to my Tigers got to win this game card. I'm not going to play it today because their leads are comfortable. Yeah, and I think they're going to be more important games coming up. But I'm not going to play that card just yet. But every time that was what they did at the beginning of the year. They killed losing streaks early, and they always responded with a bigger winning streak. And so, if they're back to they had 3-game losing streaks in the first half of the season, and that was it. That was the max. So it will be on brand for first half Tigers to go win this game tonight. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. More waiver updates in the NFL as rosters are starting to come into shape. Still no word yet on what Brad Holmes is planning on doing with those 3 extra roster spots. It'll be interesting, and chances are it's going to be smart. But when there is breaking news, we'll pass along to you. Keep it locked in. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer send-off savings. Right now, lease the new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 per month for 36 months with 0 money down. $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount Finance through Ally Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd. Let's get right back to your open line calls. Dave is in Clinton Township, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Dave.
Hey, far be it for me to bring up an old bit on your show and all, but I was listening to you describe the Tigers. Can we call them the going to work Tigers?
In what way? Why would you say that?
Well, basically, you pitch hard, you do, defense wins, that type of thing, just doing your job, knowing your role, staying in your lane.
But their offense
has been
have
a superstar.
Their offense has been the story.
Actually, we do have a superstar. There is a superstar on that team.
Yeah, there is. I mean, okay, there's some comparisons. It's not a team that probably gives top of mind around people when you look at their roster and think they should be this good. I mean, I don't think people around the league probably aren't fearful of the Tigers lineup. They just keep finding a way to lose games to Detroit.
Right, and again, to compare to the Pistons, they're out coaching everybody. Larry Brown was one of the best coaches at the time.
Yeah, I could see the comp.
Jay Hintz is considered the best.
Yeah, I could see the comp for sure.
All right, sorry for the old bit bring up, but thanks for the call.
It's okay, David. No hard feelings. 248-539-9797. Nathan is on a cell next on 97.1. Hi, Nathan.
Hello, how you doing?
We're good, thank you.
Hey, so a few things. A big Tigers fan. I'm excited to finally see them do well. They're definitely worth watching, but lately you kind of never know what you're going to get. I think their best is good enough to go deep. I do, but you kind of hope it's their best when it matters here. A couple other things.
Well, I will say this, Nathan, just to comment on what you just said there. There is no question that this is a team that if they're playing their best, they can play with everybody. It's just the unpredictable nature of, are they going to have another series where they lose? I mean, they just lost a series to a bad team, and so the best version of them can win it all. There's no question in my mind, but you've got to try and bring that out more often than not. And they haven't been that this series with the A's. It's not the end of the world, but you hope they don't hit it, because you hit a stretch like this in the postseason, bang, you're done quickly.
Done quick, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Their best is good enough. Hopefully, we get their best when it matters here. I think it's the youth. Sometimes it's going to have some inconsistencies, but Cole, I mean, his bat plays absolutely. OPS near 800, but at third, not sure. Last night he looked pretty bad there.
Yep.
And then Melton, I think use him sparingly, but that boy needs to start in the playoffs. Our starters are very, very inconsistent. Use him sparingly, but he needs to start in the playoffs.
I'm not going to argue with you too much about that. It's right now he's looking like he could be the best option outside of Skubal, which is, I mean, hell, a year ago at this, when did Jackson Jobe get called up? Him being a contributor in the postseason would be less surprising than Jobe was. So, all right, we do have some breaking news regarding our Detroit Lions. According to Mike Garafolo, he's got some waiver claims. First of all, does not appear that any player waived by the Detroit Lions got picked up by anyone.
Nope.
So all the Lions cut have passed through waivers and can all be re-signed to the practice squad. However, the Lions made 2 waiver claims.
This is interesting.
This is spot 51 and 52, apparently. Because you claim someone off waivers, they go on your 53-man roster. They got Tyler Lacey, a defensive tackle from Jacksonville, and they got Tyrus Wheat, a defensive end from Dallas.
So Wheat played college ball at Mississippi State, 6'2", 260, and last season had 14 total tackles, half a sack, 1 quarterback hit. And the other player was Tyler Lacey, as you mentioned, who went to Oklahoma State. His defensive end listed kind of at 6'4", 279. Again, not eye-popping numbers. He had 25 tackles last year. That's certainly better than the previous. 2 tackles for loss, had a quarterback hit, no sacks. Interesting. Now, there should be no uproar because none of the Lions players were claimed. So if the Lions, want to bring back any one of those guys on the defensive line, they can.
Yeah, Nate Lynn, Isaac Ukwu, Keith Cooper, all can come back. Ahmed Hassanin can come back. Jackson Meeks can come back. Remember what Dan Campbell said about Brad Holmes? couple weeks ago. He said he thinks he's hitting 100, he's hitting 1,000 with who he thinks will and won't pass through waivers.
Well, it continues to hit that way.
Well, I mean, maybe there was somebody he didn't think was going to pass through waivers that did. It could go the other direction. Bottom line here is, this is quite interesting that they went and got 2 defensive linemen. Now, I'm going to guess that when Tyus Wheat was coming out of Mississippi State and Tyler Lacey was coming out of Oklahoma State, I'd like to go see if they visited with the Lions when they were drafted. Because I will bet money that these were players that they liked out of college. And let's see here. Lacey went in the 4th round to Jacksonville. And Tyus Wheat, was he an undrafted free agent?
I think he was undrafted.
Okay.
Nolan Bianchi, who covers the Detroit Lions for the Detroit News, tweeted out that Jackson Meeks is expected to re-sign with the Lions practice squad, he's told.
That's kind of awesome.
So we're going to see a lot of these trickle in here. However, Doug still leaves one roster spot.
One roster spot. Is Darius Smith's phone? Is he out of range right now? Is he canoeing in the Yukon or something? Can't get an incoming call?
Is he out prospecting in the Yukon?
What's the story? No, it might not be him. Might be somebody else.
Or it might be him.
Kang, do you have any thoughts on this? These waiver claims?
Yeah, I mean, Brad Holmes bats 1,000. So the guys he cut, I keep saying this, he clearly didn't want them on the team. They weren't good enough for this roster, because when they cut them, they didn't replace them with anybody. They could have just kept them on the team and then cut them like now, right? But instead he just did it right away because they were eyeing other players. And it looks like other positions. They didn't, right? They went defensive line. And we kind of knew this was a need once we saw the roster, because they only had 3 like straight edge guys.
I mean, is it possible when you pick up 2 defensive linemen off waivers and have to put them on your 53 if that's spot 51, 52, that spot 53 is not going to be an edge rusher, is not going to be Zadarius Smith, that they went and got these 2 guys? I mean, they did address the defensive line with their 2 waiver claims. So I think it was I wouldn't have thought that all 3, when they went down to 50 yesterday, I wouldn't have thought that their plan was that 51, 52, and 53 would be all defensive linemen.
Would not have thought that, but I also didn't think that they were going to, sign a safety before the day too.
Well, that's true.
Who's a special teams guy, but nonetheless, that's what the last spots on the roster are.
Interesting.
Well, it tells me too, the guys they cut didn't provide anything on the special teams. And if you have to make this team when you're like the last guys, you have to provide something for special teams, because they have to roster you. And if you're going to be active, you know how they feel about special teams around here. Dave Phipp, he's done a great job with just being creative back there. Look who they're using to return during the preseason, right? Khalif Raymond's been a Pro Bowl returner. We see what Jake Bates has turned into. They care about special teams. So Daniel Thomas provides a lot of special teams, and they do need a backup safety because they released everybody.
Yeah, right. We'll see how many of the guys they bring back now. I mean,
through the practice squad, sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as far as active roster, not
right.
good enough.
No, yeah, that's different. But, I mean, as well as I do, every week you've got guys elevated from the practice squad to the active roster. It happens all the time. So it happens literally every week.
A lot of feedback coming in on the Detroit Lions. We also have another edition of Would You Buy? Because guess what? Nobody's hit that the Mega Millions. Is it the Powerball? It's Powerball.
Powerball.
Yeah. $815 million drawing tonight. Did you get in on the station tickets again?
Yes.
All right. Kang, you make a purchase on your own yet?
Not yet, but I will.
All right. We will get to another edition of Would You Buy coming up today at 1:22. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Your favorite Wednesdays are back. Twin Peaks. That's right. Just in time for fall. They're rolling back Bourbons and Brews. Stop by your favorite lodge and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of high-end bourbons or tequilas. The Livonia and Madison Heights lodges will feature a special event with Don Julio tonight that you don't want to miss. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons or tequilas. Twin Peaks Light is their beer of the month for just $5 all month long. And the fun doesn't stop there. Enjoy dynamite dishes from their scratch kitchen like the in-house smoked ribs, brisket, and chicken, hand-cut New York strips, fried-to-order favorites like your boneless wings and tenders, and what brings it all together, sports. Sat at the bar recently, games on all over the place. Of course, a local baseball team in a fight for the division, postseason right around the corner. In-state college football kicks off this weekend, Friday and Saturday, with matchups involving our local team. So check it out. Twin Peaks. See the difference today. Eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, you're getting feedback on a bunch of stuff. That one big old tub of pretzels question about
I love that part.
About if aliens came down and we had to pick one person to represent our planet to speak and negotiate with the aliens, who would we pick? Dan says Samuel L. Jackson, LOL. Unnamed texter says Denzel Washington. Next text, Jameis Winston should talk to the aliens. Unnamed texter, I'd 100% say send AJ Hinch to talk to the aliens.
Not bad. He's pretty diplomatic.
Mike in South Lyon, Mike Valeni needs to talk to the aliens.
As long as there's no chairs in the room.
Cooper says, I'd have to say Tom Cruise because he probably already knows them.
Entirely possible.
And on a tractor, I would send Dan Campbell to talk to the aliens.
That could be fun.
Ted from Adrian says, first person I thought of when I heard the question and haven't thought of anyone better since. Snoop Dogg would be the perfect ambassador. So there you go. Some of the answers from the people. Regarding the Lions, Tesla will be a huge part of the offense. Brad has a chip on his shoulder for crap he got for not taking an edge with that pick and for giving up a third-round pick. Receipts. Tesla will be the number 2 receiver by the end of the year. Okay, he has a chip on his shoulder for the crap he got for not taking an edge with that pick and giving up a third-round pick. So you think he's going to play him, he's going to force him into the lineup that he might not deserve to prove a point?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
No, he's got it spot on. That sounds like Brad Holmes. Because he just, by the way, released Broderick Martin and Hendon Hooker, which were 2 third-round picks that he drafted. So
out of all the things that Brad has done since he's taken over, I think the thing I liked the least was when he got up in front of the media and started telling them how right he was and how wrong everybody was about a bunch of his draft picks. I didn't need to hear that. His work speaks for itself. I thought that was a little unbecoming of a leader of an organization, but it's not a federal crime. I just didn't like it. But I don't think he'd go so far as to force a player into the lineup to prove he was right. It's been very telling when Brad Holmes was willing to go on the record and name Tesla as his favorite wide receiver prospect or pick right after the draft. It takes a lot of confidence in that pick to openly show that level of trust for a prospect that low in the national rankings. That's from Jeff and Troy. I think he might have felt like it was kind of victory lap time when he said that. I think he's like, look, I know he didn't have high ratings, but he's my favorite wide receiver, favorite prospect in the draft. I think the Patrick thing means way more reps for Khalif Raymond. I always thought he was wide receiver 3 on the team anyway, but if you want to keep putting your eggs in an unproven rookie's basket, you do you, I guess. Whoa. Back down the hostility, big dog. Yeah. Sure, I mean, the Khalif Raymond take is one that kind of crossed my mind that maybe we are going a little too far with Tesla. Couldn't Khalif Raymond have been the number 3 receiver without releasing Tim Patrick?
I thought he was.
Yeah. Yeah. How our defense is going to defend the line of receivers. You cannot single cover any of them. Well, we'll see about Tesla. Tesla hasn't got a ton of reps against number 1s yet in the games we've seen. He did make a couple plays in those practices, joint practices, but it's possible. It is possible. All right, Gator, time for another edition of Would You Buy? You have got tickets got in with the station group.
And I bought my own.
And he bought his own. If you win, the winnings will be $815 million. So we like to allow you and Kang to dream since you buy tickets. Kenny, do you buy tickets?
Yeah, I'm in the station pool right now.
Okay. Kenny, if you want to play along, let me know if you have 2 cents to give. Would you buy multiple homes across the globe, or would you rather just stay in opulent hotels or rent homes when you travel?
I like this question, Doug.
I think it's a very good question.
Very good.
Very good.
Okay.
It's tough to answer. I don't think I'd want to have multiple homes across the globe. I know that I would have a fantastic house in this area and then a place up north, and it would be on a lake, whether I've narrowed it down to like Bay Harbor or like Walloon Lake.
Oh.
I want to stay up in that area because
Sterling Heights. Okay.
I'm talking about the lake, man. Because I'm looking for the water, obviously, but also the golf and proximity to the Boyne courses and everything else.
Not Torch, huh?
No. Torch seems a little. Torch
gets
is too
a lot of
long.
love.
It's long and it's on a weird angle and it's But I could always
completely irrelevant. Who cares what it's shaped like or what angle it's on?
Well, to get there, and it's too much of a hassle for me. It's fine.
Okay.
Walloon's great. You got a problem with Walloon Lake? No. Got a problem with Bay Harbor? So I would go the route of staying at, if I'm going to travel internationally, the best hotels you can stay at, because some hotels are absolutely unfreaking real, and now they're all open up to you because you'll take home over $200 million after taxes. So that sounds great. And then, I'd love to go to Tahoe and see the beautiful sceneries of Tahoe, but I don't need to buy a home at Tahoe. Why don't I just rent some awesome house out there?
Okay.
That's the way I look at it.
Can you?
I would buy property in the US of A, but not internationally. I think I agree with you internationally, Gator. Like, I just don't want the responsibility of having in a place that I'm not going to visit often enough. If I chose like a place in Greece or Italy, like how often am I going to get out there per year? Like, I'd rather stay, like you said, hotel resort, or at this point, if I have this much money, I know someone who knows someone who's like, hey, this is Tom Hanks's villa. Like, you can rent it out for the weekend. You know, like those type of places. I'm down with that. As far as here, you know, locally, definitely something off Lake Michigan. I'd probably buy a home in Las Vegas because I can see myself going to Las Vegas multiple times a year. So those type of places. Everything else, hotel resort or somewhere just super nice.
Would you want the house in Vegas, or would you want to just stay at the best hotel and have the suite?
I will have a house off the strip, and if I stay on the strip, you know, the penthouse suite, baby.
There you go.
The Big Daddy suite.
Kenny?
So I would do a little bit of international. I would do a house up north for sure. I have to live somewhere by water up north. That has to happen.
By Canada to make it international?
Yes. No, not Canada. I would probably do somewhere warm by a beach, maybe Aruba, maybe Jamaica, maybe Bermuda,
Bahama. Come on, pretty mama.
Yeah.
Key Largo? Montego?
Maybe.
All right. Next question. How concerned would you be about theft of any kind? Would you hire security?
Kenny, why don't you answer that first?
Yes, absolutely. I'm hiring security. I'm hiring like 3 different money guys so I can get 3 different opinions on the money. I'm hiring. I'm protecting that as much as possible. I'm doing everything I can, taking every measure.
I mean, my house would be fortified, and not by guards, but just by alarm systems,
gates,
and gates, and I would have like, when I would build my dream home,
turret.
There would be no turret. There would be no expense spared in terms of construction materials and in terms of security materials and everything like that. As far as having a bodyguard is concerned, I don't think that's necessary. I wouldn't think myself to be that important, but it would be a concern of some. I mean, it's in the back of my mind, but I don't think I'd have a bodyguard.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any security like Floyd Mayweather or someone like that. You know, they're walking around with the big dudes in the black shirts. Everyone knows they're there to protect you. I don't want that attention on me already. And I think you're drawing more attention to yourself in that aspect.
Final question. Would you visit New Zealand? Would you go to New Zealand?
I would. I'd have a trip where it's like New Zealand and Australia. Okay. I'm very curious about the land down under, and then over in where the Kiwis are.
Mm-hmm.
It looks beautiful. You know, you find out that all these great movies or TV shows have been filmed in New Zealand, and you understand why. I mean, it looks like it's like the land before time, and yet it's also modern. I'd love to check it out. And when you've got that kind of money, you got that kind of time, and why not? You're gone for a month, and I'll spend a couple weeks in each place.
Kang, would you go to New Zealand?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have family in Australia, so I'm definitely going to Australia. New Zealand's not far away, and I've never been. And that's, Doug, you've been, right?
Yep.
Is it like, do they consider like what we consider Canadians here, kind of?
Australians are a lot like Canadians.
No, but I mean New Zealand. Like,
it's like New Zealand, Canada.
Yeah.
I was too young to really know. I think it's funny because it is relatively close, but it's still like a 3.5 hour flight to get from like Sydney to Christchurch. The most amazing thing about New Zealand,
made that up.
This guy.
It's a real place. Should I go Auckland next time?
I mean, Auckland's,
yeah.
Go to Rotorua. Trust me.
I do trust you.
Anyway, the North Island and the South Island are so differently. Like are so different. The North is like tropical, and the South is like volcanoes and deserts and stuff. It's wild, all in the same country. But
that's why it's worth going to see.
I think they have a good relationship, New Zealanders and Aussies,
Kiwis
and Aussies. Yes.
Kenny, you
going?
I will. It's not top of mind, but I will eventually end up there. I would buy one of those giant maps and put pins in everywhere that I've been and try to get to as many different places as possible.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. That trip out there to get to Australia and to get to New Zealand, it's like then you start thinking about, well, why don't I hit Japan as well? I've always wanted to see Japan. You know, it's kind of the same route, and maybe you start off in Hawaii, then you work your way over to Japan, work your way down to New Zealand, and then to Australia. And then let's return home.
Right.
Or something like that.
It's a lot of travel.
It is, but you got the time, you got the money, and you can travel, first class, whether you're chartering your own private jet or, you're traveling on the most opulent airplane there is, and just enjoy it.
There you go. Another edition of Would You Buy. All you guys got to do is hit the jackpot tonight.
That's
Best
it.
of luck. Let's swing around the country with some college football stuff next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, I know that you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks, they are everywhere, and they're everywhere for a reason. They're out there helping people just like you and me. So do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Starting to see that fall air right now and this week. The team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Go ahead, check them out. You can check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau, or how about some of the 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Both those teams are really good, Ohio State and Texas. We have news on Hendon Hooker. We'll get to that today at 1:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. And because of that, well, the results are there. They have the largest auto accident settlement, the largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. And they take on fewer cases. They do that on purpose. That means they have more time for your cases, and that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Steve and his crew over there, they got it dialed in when it comes to car and truck accidents. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Okay, news, roster movement ongoing right now. And look, it is all
it's a fluid situation.
It is a fluid situation. Everything's moving, and the Lions, everybody cleared waivers. But if the Lions don't want you back, you can sign anywhere and be on a practice squad. If you got picked up on waivers, you had to go on the 53-man roster. So some Lions are starting to disperse around the NFL, according to Justin Rogers of the Detroit Football Network. Broderick Martin is headed to the Kansas City Chiefs, and he will be on their practice squad. Jackson Meeks is re-signing with Detroit. Everybody's kind of reporting that at this time. And Hendon Hooker, according to reports, after clearing waivers, will sign with the Carolina Panthers, according to Mike Kay, who covers the Panthers for the Charlotte Observer. So the Hendon Hooker experiment, the chance that they took, it is over. He will not be on the Lions practice squad. According to this report, he is going to Carolina. Gator, thoughts?
No, good luck to him. Honestly, obviously I was a fan of his coming out of college. I thought there was a real opportunity for him, and I still think he's got talent. You're trying to make it on a practice squad. It's a really hard way to try to make it, but injuries happen all the time. At some point, you hope to get an opportunity. Unfortunately, for him to get that opportunity, it's going to have to come at the expense of somebody getting hurt. But it wasn't going to work out for him here. He got beat out cleanly by Kyle Allen. So best of luck to him. I'm curious to see if the Lions sign a third quarterback to the practice squad.
So, according to an updated Carolina Panthers depth chart from our lads, they've got Bryce Young, they've got Andy Dalton, and there is no third quarterback. So, Hendon Hooker will be their third quarterback down there on the practice squad. I mean, look, it is what it is. They gave it every opportunity. It didn't work out. It's not the end of the world. That's still a great, great draft. Not every draft pick's going to hit. When you take something called a calculated risk, that means that there is a chance that risk isn't going to work out. And that's what happened here.
There is that chance.
They took a risk, didn't work. Not the end of the world. That doesn't mean you don't take calculated risks in the future. So just something to keep in mind. Good luck to Hendon, I guess, unless you're playing the Lions. Dave Burkett he had the full list of waiver claims on Twitter if you want to see him, but Mike Garafolo was the one that put him out. The Lions claimed two players off waivers, Tyler Lacey, a defensive tackle from Oklahoma State, and Tyus Wheat, a defensive end from Mississippi. Lacey was put on Mississippi State, Lacey was put on waivers by Jacksonville. Tyus Wheat was put on waivers by Dallas. Both come out in the last couple of years. I mean, look, they're depth guys, but what's interesting is they got down to 50 yesterday. Whether or not they had their eyes on these guys or not, who knows?
Do you think that, like the Dallas Cowboy, for instance, the Dallas Cowboy fans are looking at this and going, wait a minute. The Lions are picking up one of the guys we just waived. What are we doing? Because the Lions have become one of the best organizations in football now?
I think some of them for sure. I mean, that's kind of the deal, right?
Like Kansas City apparently is picking up Broderick Martin and signing him to their practice squad. I don't think Lions fans are saying, oh, no, what are we doing here? He just went to Kansas City. That's a team that's won Super Bowls. I think we're
pretty comfortable in our own skin these days, yeah. It's funny because you do your research on these guys that were fringe roster players elsewhere. Cowboys lose strong special teamer practice squad candidate to waiver wire. Former Dallas Cowboy defensive end and key special teams contributors found a new home on the waiver wire from top NFC team. That's right, Detroit grabbed this player who was considered a strong special teams player. He's a defensive lineman, but a strong special teams player. That, seems to be something that kind of a repetitive theme because you look at what's being said about that player in that town. They liked him as a special teamer. So Tyus Wheat, at the very least, appears to be destined to be a good special teamer here, for what it's worth. Now, I'm not able to find as much on Tyler Lacey, who's the guy they got from Jacksonville, but as you said, things are fluid. They're playing out in front of us. There is some rumors out there about Dan Skipper, but they're just rumors at this point.
Oh. The one I want to hear about is Zadarius Smith. I think it's one that we all want to hear about is Zadarius Smith.
There's a few I want to hear about. I want to hear about Keith Cooper. I hope he's back on the practice squad. I want to hear about Ahmed Hassanin, although I guess that won't be for a while. See if he makes a practice squad.
Yeah, and I hear you, but those are just practice squad guys that I fully expect. At this point, they weren't claimed by other teams, right? So now they can sign to any practice squad they want.
Mm-hmm.
And I would imagine that if the Lions want them, do you think there'd be any bad blood because they were waived initially?
No.
So if they want the guys, they'll get the guys.
No, in fact, a lot of guys re-sign with the team that cut them to the practice squad because they're familiar with the organization, the offense or defense, and they find maybe that's their best way to make back onto a football field, which makes me wonder, did the Lions even offer Hendon Hooker, or they say, hey, we're good here, you should probably go find somewhere else to sign? Or did Hendon Hooker shun them? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know which happened.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So if you look at this, is what's going to be interesting. If the Lions don't sign another quarterback, then I think it's safe to say that they told him we're only going to carry 2 quarterbacks. We're not carrying an emergency quarterback.
There's really no harm in parking one of the practice squad, but I guess last year
it's a roster spot.
It essentially is. Guys on the practice squad play. They play for you. Guys get signed up for practice squad all the time. So see how it shakes down. Still one spot on the 53-man roster, and that story did not break during our show. Perhaps it will break during the next show. Mike and Rico will be in, and maybe they got still something cooking. Who knows? Could it be Zadarius Smith? Could it be Jadeveon Clowney? Could it be a trade?
I hope it's not Clowney.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the familiarity with Zadarius would give him a leg up. It would just make more sense. Then he's recruiting Detroit as much as anything. So, Rico Beard has joined us in studio. Hello, sir.
What's up, guys? Doug, love the hat.
Thank you very much.
Why not Clowney?
I've never been a fan. I don't think he's really done anything in the NFL. Zadarius Smith, I think, is a better fit, and he was here last year. Didn't get a chance to see him play alongside Aiden Hutchinson, which I think would be really nice. So, yeah, I mean, what's Clowney done?
I mean, he would have been the second leading sack getter on this team last year had he played. No, I was just curious. I thought maybe he was on your list or something. So.
No, he's not on my list. I don't think he makes enough plays, and I think there's plenty of evidence of him not just being good.
See, I think Clowney he's one of those guys where he has a very short shelf life. He is good for a year, maybe 2, but then that's it. He's going to wear out his welcome whatever team he goes to.
He's on the wrong side of 30, and if you look at most edge rushers, when they get to 30, and that'd be the case of Zadarius Smith too, but they just the production does drop rather significantly.
And actually, no, Zadarius Smith had more sacks than he did last year.
With 2 teams with the whole season.
Yeah, with the whole season.
Yeah. How many do you have with Detroit?
Zadarius Smith?
Yes.
Sorry.
I think he had like 5. I don't know how many Clowney had, but
Clowney had, I believe, 5.5 last year total, and Zadarius Smith had 4 with the Lions, had 5 with Cleveland, so he had 9 total.
Yeah. Well, either way, maybe the news will break during your show. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to be talking about that a little bit later on in the show. Lions broke camp with just 3 rush edges, and is this just a case where we just let Brad cook, or
that's kind of where I'm plugged in. Yeah.
Or is it's just like, okay, this plane is in a nosedive. Pull up, and probably going to start off with Patrick is gone. He was a favorite of mine. Matter of fact, Will Birchfield just sent me a text. He said we're going to hold a candlelight vigil for him. But are we buying the Tesla stock?
Well, have a great show. It certainly is interesting times. Hey, college football, more games tomorrow. Love it. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Lions GM Brad Holmes has been busy today. Early this morning, news broke that they had traded wide receiver Tim Patrick to the Jaguars for a 6th-round pick next season. This triggers an assumed larger role for rookie standout receiver Isaac TeSlaa. Former quarterback Hendon Hooker expected to sign a deal with the Panthers, according to the Charlotte Observer, and join their practice squad. Amon-Ra St. Brown talked about the now former Lion on his podcast. Never mind, another ex-third-round pick, Broderick Martin, is also on the move to the Chiefs practice squad. Preseason standout receiver Jackson Meeks is also remaining with the Lions on their practice squad. Chiefs star Rashee Rice being suspended 6 games for violating the league's personal conduct policy, per NFL insider Jordan Schultz.
Wait, did you mention Tom Kennedy?
There's too many names.
He's back, though.
Yeah,
He's
but
like a bad rat.
He
never goes away.
Too many names. All right, the Tigers hit the field tonight against the A's, looking to salvage the final game of the series after a 7-6 defeat last night. Right here on 97 won the ticket at 10:05. If I pull this monitor cord out, does that disband his drops? At the Cornwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97onetheticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in on a Wednesday. And yes, we are overjoyed that Jim Costa, in an idiotic move, provided us with what could be a 1 seed in the drop tournament next year. My God. I don't even know how that becomes a sentence that doesn't require editing. We move forward.
He had to outdo you with the white helmets.
Amazing. We got a lot to do. We're going to do a little NFL because there is news. But we have our college kickoff week rolling on. We'll continue with Who Am I at 4 o'clock. We've got the heat check, the index of the hottest seats in America. We'll see how many Rico can guess. But we do want to start with the Lions. And I want to start out with the positive versus the negative, which is the following. It is TeSlaa season. My clairvoyance once again reigns supreme. I told you 2 weeks ago Tim Patrick would be unemployed, and, well,
he's not unemployed.
If you don't play for the Lions.
He changed address.
Yeah, you went to Jacksonville. You're unemployed. So listen, I know he's a favorite of yours, and I know it's emotional.
Yeah, me and Birchie, we're holding a candlelight vigil. So.
But here's my point. On a serious note, this is the conversation to have with our listeners, man. I'm the king of telling you I don't value preseason. But when a team makes a move like this, I think it's pretty clear all the things that the fans don't see. Forget about the meaningless touchdowns against guys that are working at Dollar Tree in another week. But TeSlaa is doing everything right. It's TeSlaa season. My question is, are you ready to buy this stock at an all-time high? Or do you want to take this as the moment to sell? Because here's what's going to happen.
I see what you do.
Everyone, and I know you've got an angle on this too, but I wanted to surprise you with this.
Okay.
Think about this. Everyone today is going to take this, that now TeSlaa is going to have this breakout stardom year.
Mm-hmm.
But if you buy the stock today and he simply gives you what Tim Patrick gave you last year, you will incur losses.
Gotcha.
33 catches, about 350 yards, 3 touchdowns. The flip side would be, no, guys, I don't care the stock's at an all-time high. Give me more TeSlaa, because he's going to come in and he's going to take targets from a J-Mo or a Laporta or the back. He'll never get targets from Amon-Ra.
So basically, TeSlaa could be buying Jahmyr Gibbs stock, where, you know what? He's splitting carries, but now the stock has grown exponentially. Yep. I see what you did.
Just for fun, because I think your question is different. But I want to just get a sense from the people, how in are they on this TeSlaa movement?
You know what? I'm going to acquiesce to the senator from New York.
Yes.
We can move my question to another day.
No.
I like this.
Okay, so would you?
No. Because I just thought you were ignoring me all morning long.
No. I was doing podcasts.
Hey, what do you think about this? Just typing away. But you were cooking this.
Well, and I had to come up with an extra who am I, because I realized the first person I was using was dead. That's kind of an issue. Nope, you're not 54. You died at 27. Yep, that's out.
Okay.
So, but listen.
Who was it?
Corey Stringer. Because it was in the Rico division, mid-90s Big Ten superstars. And I'm like, ooh, this is a good one. This is a good one. Oh, damn. No, he's not 55. I forgot. He died at training camp.
Could have been your final clue.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to use that clue, huh?
I died at training camp.
I died at training camp. Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, just like you shouldn't say this. So, listen.
Stay away from the Hatchet family.
Cookie's currently doing circles around David's house.
Right.
All right. Like the Hamburglar.
But I do like this because right now, you're right. His stock is at an all-time high. I think most fans hear two words when they think of Tesla, and that's Puka Nacua, that you have your guy. As a matter of fact, when you're hearing Brad Holmes saying he regrets not drafting him and how this is his favorite guy, how he used and mortgaged 3 picks to bring this kid in, and you saw that he was being targeted all preseason. His stock can't get any higher than where it is right now. Or can it?
Well, here's what you have to judge. 248-539-9797. In order to justify his current stock price, here's what he has to be better than. 33 catches, 394 yards, 3 touchdowns. And if you want to use it as a metric, he has to beat a paltry 11 yards per reception. So I'll start the proceedings. It's at an all-time high.
But see, I don't think that should be the benchmark, though.
Well, hold on. To justify getting rid of Tim Patrick and buying the stock, you have to replace dollar for dollar Tim Patrick. If you don't think he can better those numbers, not match him.
No.
If he can't better them, you can't buy the Tesla stock.
Right, because if he just matches those numbers, I think everybody's going to be disappointed because people are expecting an all-pro.
You're expecting better.
Okay.
So if you buy the stock, now you don't have to buy. My point is, if you say, listen, the hype's gone too far. I know they got rid of Tim Patrick, but still have Gibbs, still have Laporta, still have a J-Mo coming off a 1,000-yard season, and Amon-Ra, who's going to get, barring him getting hurt, 150 targets. You're not wrong. I love how everything in this town has turned stupid, where it's like, if you have a conversation about sports, you're either a homer or a hater. It's like, no, it's data. We're talking sports. No one hates the Lions or hates Tesla. But guess what? My brokerage has a forecast, and it's way beyond Tim Patrick. I am buying. Give me those orange crop reports, Mr. Beeks.
You need more cowbell?
More Tesla. I'm buying. I think he will outdo 33 catches. He will outdo 394, and he will double 3 touchdowns. I think Tesla, what they're showing you is, at a minimum, Rico, 2 words describe this guy: slot fade. This guy in the red zone from the 24-yard line, lined up on the same side of the field as J-Mo, and J-Mo's running a post, and this kid runs the slot fade. Where's the safety going? Safety's going with J-Mo. I'm telling you, I'm buying the stock.
You know what? You're making a very compelling argument. The only problem I have with buying this stock, and I'm still on the fence, he's your 5th option, people. Like it or not, he's option number 5. Why? When Gibbs is in the game, he's a higher option. When St. Brown is in the game, he's an higher option. J-Mo, when they're in the red zone, Mike, who are they looking at? Probably Laporta. I would say Dan Skipper, but they released him. But he's going to be option number 5. So as much in the preseason, he was the guy. He was the number 1, and he looked really great at it. But what's going to happen now when is Goff going to have enough time to get to the 5th read? That's why I'm teetering on this. Long term, you have sold me on one thing, that I do think he could be J-Mo's replacement. But
it's happening.
But right now, you've been right about everything else.
No, just this. But definitely not everything else. But Rico, think about this. How much value do you put in touchdowns versus number production? If I said to you that Tesla's numbers could be similar to Patrick, but I think he doubles the touchdown output, you'd say that's a far superior season.
Yeah, it's a better season.
So I'm buying based on what I think they're going to do with a 6'4", 220-pound freakazoid. And here's the other thing I'm letting poison my mind. I can't get it out of my head. A, they have 3 third-round picks invested in them. And B, how god-awful Taylen Green was at Arkansas that I can't even hold it against Tesla. So I'd love to hear from the people. Guys, he's a third-round pick, plus. Tim Patrick's gone. It's Tesla season. Are you buying the stock at an all-time hype high? Or is it time to sell? And that means I'm happy he's here. I think he'll do some things, but this has gotten out of control. I have to take my profits off the table. That's the way I wanted to play it a little bit.
No, I like that. And it's funny you talk about Green. I was having this conversation today. Similar, Mike, when I saw that Nate Carter made a team, and I'm like, how awful was that MSU offensive line? Nate Carter is now a Falcon.
I mean, yeah, he's RB3, so right. It's incredible. 248-539-9797. David, Kenny, are we buying high or are you selling high?
I'm definitely selling high.
Oh.
I don't believe he hits that benchmark to be what Tim Patrick was for this team last year. I'm just not buying it. I just don't see it. Talented guy, but there's more I need to see from him inside this offense with Jared Goff before I can say he's going to be Tim Patrick. We're not ready to do it.
And guess what? Don't vilify David.
No.
I want to say that right now before you're fat fingering things into your phone. Don't vilify someone.
No, let him come in with it.
No, because this isn't politics. We're not debating the Israel-Palestine conflict. It's football. You're allowed to say that I'm not ready to believe he's going to outperform a wily, crafty vet as the 5th option on a team. You're allowed to say it. You didn't hurl an ethnic slur. I just think you're wrong. Tesla is like NVIDIA when things were going well. To the moon. I think he's going to take targets from Laporta. I said it.
Wow. Because that was going to be my question.
Yep.
In order for him to just become this guy, that means his targets are going to have to come from some
That's
other
why
place.
I'm not going to pay Sam Laporta. I said it.
And see, I look at Laporta as somebody that you absolutely have to keep around because he is that next generation of tight end. He is not. He is okay, Jeremy.
He's not Tesla.
Okay, Tesla.
Who's got better hair? Thank you.
So, for a man who basically said, you know what? You don't believe in the preseason.
No, but I believe in that lettuce. It's real. It's another one of my rules. You got lettuce like that, you're an all-pro.
You're a complicated man.
Just telling you.
Now, what if his lettuce was red?
I'm soulless. Can't win with him. Can't do it.
See, Mike is saying that Tesla stock is like Netflix when you can rent DVDs from them and then they just shot up.
That's right.
That's what he expects from Tesla.
He's the blockbuster killer. That's right. No late fees on this.
So if that's the case, though, who becomes blockbuster?
Laporta.
By the way, David had the nerve back here to ask me, hey, do you remember when Netflix was a mail-in service? I'm like, I'm not 7 years old.
But you act like it.
All right. As a rake, I just put in front of myself.
As a married man.
As a married man. I do not do that. I'll leave that to Costa.
Man, there's a joke in here, but Kenny's in a good mood, and I'm not going to say it. Let's just move along. Tesla, Tim Patrick. And now, do you want to sell the stock? Selling it means, hey, he's here, and he'll be fine enough. But there is no breakout coming. This train must stop. Or are you like me where you go, you know what? I'm just crazy enough to think about the draft capital that's into him, the style of player he is, and him posting up on nickel corners in the slot, in the red zone, and I'm going, this guy's going to score 5-6 TDs this year.
I got an answer for you.
I like it. Take your time with this. We're here till 6. Okay. And the Who Am I today? I got a couple of bangers.
Oh, okay.
We've got the Stone Age, the Rico Beer Division, and the New School.
Chase Brown?
How the hell did he utter? I don't even want to know.
I was sitting there like, what am I listening to? I'm like, it's the number one right there.
It's personal growth. I have a joke, but I'm just not going to say it. 248-539-9797. We are going to get with you guys next. 97.1. Injury attorney David Feminino, the guy to call if you were in an accident. But what if you didn't have to make that call? What if you could have avoided all of it? David's Driving Edge is trying to help you do that, prevent the crash. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. You'll get driving tips and reminders. And again, if something happens, you know who to call. It's David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. David Femininio. All right, we're going to get to the people in a second. If you're just joining, here's what's up. I actually got something right. Tim Patrick got traded, and that means it's fully Tesla season. So we wanted to ask you the question. Do you want to buy this stock at an all-time high, which is usually a terrible idea, or do you think it's got run in it? That Tesla will not only match what Tim Patrick did last year, he will surpass it. It's the only way you can buy this stock and not lose. Or do you say, look, I like this kid. I'm excited he's here. I'm actually happy they got rid of a 32-year-old receiver, but let's cool our jets. If he matches Tim Patrick, that's great, but it doesn't justify the hype. So that's what buying and selling means. I'm buying. I think this is like Netflix the early days. I think he's replacing J-Mo. I think you see the plan they have for him, and I just imagine him abusing short nickel corners in the red zone, posting them up like Kareem.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I think your man Laporta's in some trouble, Rico.
I don't. I think Laporta is the real deal.
You're selling?
I'm selling. Now,
damn.
I am selling. Now, if Mike, if this was a real business thing and money was on the table, I would sell right now. I would wait a couple of games when all of a sudden he doesn't do what everything people think he's going to do.
A little buyback.
And then you know what? I'm going to send Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy out to the middle of the floor. Buy.
Yep.
Buy it. Buy it.
They crumple up papers.
Buy it. Yes. So, yes.
David, Ticket Text, what is the early returns on the Tesla stock report?
I think the Patrick thing means way more reps for Raymond, not Tesla. So I am not buying the stock.
What?
Yeah, he thinks he gets more reps to
But
Raymond.
first of all, Khalif Raymond's a trinket. He's a once-a-game deep ball guy. Tesla, they have 3 third-round picks in 2. He's a different physical profile with a different route tree.
From Tom, more Tesla. Plug it in. He's the next Joe Fourier red zone target. 10 touchdown season for Tesla.
If he does that, you're retiring off of this stock.
Buy Kenny, no. Buy Tesla now.
What did Kenny just say?
I said, would you say that might be electric?
Okay.
See what I did there?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Very witty.
Thank you.
Buy Tesla now. Guy gets the 5th best defender, probably 50 catches, 500 yards, 6 touchdowns, and he'll send J-Mo packing by year's end.
Let me say this one thing before we go to the people. You need to recalibrate how you think about this. Yes, on paper, you would say he's the 5th option, right? But the minute you come to the line of scrimmage, the quarterback is going to identify in his mind who the defense has taken away. Is there a bracket coverage? Are they running a cloud coverage? Is there a single high safety shaded to one side of the field? Then, look, beyond all of that, now you snap the ball and the whole picture can change.
Right.
The defense has to try to take away others. Like, for instance, Rico's a Laporta guy or the Amon-Ra Army. Look, one of those guys, they're going to be taken away on a given play, meaning that read is not viable.
Right.
So this guy, he's ready to hit me.
No. But let me stop you, Mike, because with Amon-Ra and Laporta and all that, this is what I've been told all of last year. That means you have J-Mo one-on-one, just throw the ball deep.
But he's got a very limited route tree. J-Mo's not a good route runner. He's just a good separator. He's very loose with his routes.
Right. It's just tap the helmet. That means I'm going deep.
Right. Like Amon-Ra's a route runner.
Right. Laporta is a route runner. But I'm saying, so you're telling me
Laporta's going to be on the street.
You got J-Mo.
Tesla.
You know what? You're going to stop that. You got J-Mo in one-on-one coverage and Tesla in one-on-one coverage.
According to the fans, Goff can't keep up with J-Mo's speed. So, we'll just Tesla. Look, I'm not telling you he's going to knock the numbers out of the park, but I think he outdoes Patrick, and I think he doubles him up in touchdowns. This kid's physical profile, when you get in the red zone, you want to get beat by Amon-Ra, or you want to take that away? You want to get beat by Laporta, or you go, come on, you got to beat me with somebody else. Eventually, you got to give something up.
Right.
And now instead of Tim Patrick or Josh Reynolds, you have this oddity.
But see, that's where I thought that it would be Gibbs out the backfield or J-Mo.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to sell, and please, for the people in the back, it's not that I don't think he's going to be a fine player in the league.
You're just saying he's not going to outdo Tim Patrick.
That's
okay.
No one will ever outdo Tim Patrick.
Listen, if a rookie comes in and has 33 catches for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns on a Super Bowl caliber team, who's mad at that?
I'm not even looking at Tim Patrick because most Lions fans didn't know who Tim Patrick was because you had so many other weapons. Only because you've seen Tesla as the number 1 receiver in the preseason do you believe, oh my God, he's going to be all that. Once all the real receivers step up to the plate, now his numbers are going to go down. And yeah, if you got to look out there, and if you line up 5 wide or 4 wide and you got Gibbs coming out the backfield, Goff, because he didn't play in the preseason, he doesn't have that rapport just yet with Tesla that he does.
Then I'm going to blame him when Tesla doesn't blow up.
You can't. He's the 15th best player in the league.
What a joke of a list that is.
So
15th best guy in the league. He's the 5th best player in his own team. What the hell kind of list is that? Last year he was like 58th.
That's why I'm saying I would sell the stock now. I would wait for a couple of games when people then refund it back.
Okay.
And then I would buy it low.
Right, you got a regular J.G. Wentworth over here. All right, listen, let's go to the people.
877.
Oh, my God, I want to shoot the television when that commercial's on. All right, let's go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Rico, Rico, I'm with you. I would sell right now and buy back in the middle of the season only because it's his first pro season. He's a rookie. I don't know how he's going to do. I know everyone expects him to, be this pro all-star, but until I actually see some work put in and see something good, I'm not comfortable buying right now.
It's a reasonable take. Yeah. I don't have any issue. Brian, I'm not mad at anybody who sells. I was just cautioning people from getting mad. That doesn't mean you're a hater. It doesn't mean you're negative. I think you have a rational take. It's going to be fun to watch.
People get mad over the stupidest things. And just to go off topic, because I was unfortunately listening to the morning show, people were calling and getting mad about the Taylor Swift wedding like it has any impact on their life. But
no,
sorry to get off topic.
No, you're fine. And Brian, listen, do I need ESPN to write 18 stories about it? No. Is it going to change my day? No. You can find something annoying or just dumb without being angry. You're right. They had some people a little unhinged there. It was they had a couple guys really pissed.
Yeah, I don't get the outrage over that. But
why are you outraged that Tesla just took Laporta's job?
Because he's not. Why can't we put some respect on Laporta's name?
He needs a bounce back.
You know what I saw last year? The reason why his numbers went down is because there were so many weapons that somebody's going to get to the table late and not eat as much. So in order for Tesla to be that guy, that means that somebody's numbers are going to go down.
Yeah, it's going to be your guy. Okay. Sorry. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, I'm a big buyer. 3 reasons why. I'll hit on them real quick. I mean, you guys have already talked about our previous shows. The RAS score on this kid, depending on which stupid AI scraped website article you look at, either way, it was like ridiculous as far as, ranked 11 or 29th out of like 3,600 people going back to, like the 80s or something like that. So that's amazing. They talk about how he catches the ball with his hands away from his body. You've seen that now. So this isn't even buying on hype. Like, you've seen this demonstrated multiple games. You've seen the separation. The fact that, the bottom rotation, the bottom wide receiver spot was always rotational, right? It would be Raymond sometimes if you had to beat man coverage. It would be Patrick if you had to beat zone coverage. They would kind of mix that spot. They looked at this, and yes, Raymond's still going to be there, but this guy could do both. He can separate against man. He's a monster in a zone. He's going to be brought in. Brad Holmes even said it, and he used the hand thing where he made a line with his hand going up, like 70-degree angle. This guy's going to come in early and quick. Now, I like this from the Holmes perspective, though. Because think about Brad Holmes back in April for the draft. He had whiffed. He's probably sitting there thinking, yeah, there's a chance both of my 2023 Hooker and Martin picks are not going to make it. Manu still looks like a project. You know what? He's sitting there at that point in the board. He loves this guy. He missed out on Puka because the Rams and him have the same wide receiver profiles, and they stole Puka previously. Mm-hmm. So he's like, I'm going to burn my 2 third-round picks next year because those damn things are cursed, and go get this guy right now and redeem the whole thing. I'm going to kill the curse of the 3rd round, and we're going to move forward, yes, Tesla season. And we're specifically, I'm going to like him. I was the one calling you guys last year waiting for more utilization of 2 running backs in the backfield together. So if you do a 21 package where you can only have 2 receivers but both running backs are out there, you could have St. Brown on the sideline. And if you have him and JMO out there, both those guys together, you're still going to have mismatches everywhere. So I'm really excited to see what he can do in that. And I'm really happy to see that they're showing all their hands and they're not hiding anybody from anything. This guy's going to play early. Get ready for it. We're going to run 21 8 times a game. Get ready for it. I love the confidence.
Yeah, Matt, I think you covered a lot of good points. And to me, I go with draft pedigree and how it relates to what teams' plan is for guys. Like, when a guy's a fun story and he's a 6th-round pick, that's really hard for me to buy into. He's a 3rd-round pick-ish. Mm-hmm. When it's 3 third-round picks together, I just kind of view him as a 2nd-round pick. And when you trade a veteran who helped you win games, who Rico Beard fell in love with, and you say, no, you're useless because it's Tesla time. That just tells me. Now, if you want to know my biggest concern about buying,
your biggest concern.
I'll tell you next.
We're
on our game today, people.
That's a Karshian tease. Well, you know what? Won't be inviting cookies over to the new basement. How about that? But pretty soon I will have a brand new basement thanks to Matrix Basement. You can check out matrixbasements.com for tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. And while you're there, set up a free consultation. They'll come up with designs that will be made specifically for you and your needs, like I did. And they have constantly been coming out to the house, working on things. We made some changes just the other day, and now it's going to be even better. Why? Because Matrix Basements is for you. They listen to you, and they will design this thing and get it done in a timely manner. Mine should be done about in time for the Lions seasons to start. By the way, they're a proud sponsor of the Detroit Lions. Matrix Basements. Whether you're looking to get your basement finished like I did, or you want to add a new bathroom, or you want to add a bar, whatever it is, Matrix Basements can turn your basement dreams into reality.
Cruising along here on a Wednesday, I want to offer you that biggest concern in the fact I am buying Tesla season. If you're buying, it means he's going to outdo Tim Patrick last year. If you're selling, doesn't mean you're negative. It means you just think he'll provide you what Patrick did or less. Here's my biggest concern. If I have to hear another person burp this take out, I'm going to vomit. Oh, it was they promoted from within. If this was Ben Johnson running this offense, I'd be even more bullish on the Tesla movement. But it's not. It's a faceless guy named John Morton who's never done this job before. So if there is something you want to side with Rico on, you could add new coordinator. It's real. I can't tell you it's going to look the same.
Let me add this as well, Michael.
Yes.
Once again, it goes back to what I said previously. I don't know how much of rapport he has with Goff. Because remember, when the Miami Dolphins came to town for that practice, you know what I kept saying? St. Brown catches, St. Brown touchdowns. Oh, my God, nobody can check Amon-Ra. He's in the best shape of his life. That's all I didn't hear Tesla, because that's when Goff had all of his weapons. Goff doesn't have that rapport. I don't know. It's not that he doesn't trust him, but when the chips are down, he's looking for St. Brown first. He's looking for Gibbs out the backfield. He's looking for Laporta because he values Laporta. Or if he's throwing it deep and he's just chucking the ball up there, knowing that hopefully he didn't underthrow J-Mo. That's the problem that I have is if I were to see Goff in some preseason games throwing to him, I would feel a little bit better. I think the stock is high because he was the only real receiver out there this preseason. And that's why people fell in love with
It's a really good point, because receivers do have their favorites, and trust is the biggest thing that a quarterback needs in his receiver. You're right. He is a rookie, and he hasn't really worked with them in game. Now, practice reps? No. We're okay. But you're right. There's a separator to game day action.
But when when the Dolphins came in, oh, my God, Mike, you would have thought that the Lions won the Super Bowl. Oh, did you see this catch and this catch? David, you saw it. Kenny, you saw it.
I've never seen a joint practice look this one-sided.
Right.
Okay. All right.
But there was only one name you were hearing, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown. It was not Isaac Tesla.
Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's the word?
Hey, I agree with you, Mike, that I'm fully in buying Tesla, but I also have another take on this, another spin. I find it interesting that our trade-up to get Tesla was with the Jags. We just sent Tim Patrick to the Jags. But I think it kind of eases a little bit of that trade-up because we got a sixth back from Patrick. We also got 2 sixths back when we traded up for Tesla. So essentially, we got Tesla, 670, and 3 sixth-round picks back. And we sent Tim Patrick back, which we had nothing into, for 3/3, basically. And 2 of those fourths were top picks, which are essentially fourth-round picks because they were at the very end of the third round. So, if anything, I think it eases some of that trade-up that we had to give to get Tesla, which, I mean, I think it was a brilliant move by Holmes to get something back for Patrick, which Tesla is just a better version with a higher ceiling of Tim Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the key right there. I mean, Dan, Tim Patrick's a good veteran. I'd be happy to have him on my team. I know Rico would take him in San Francisco, but there's a ceiling, right? With this, it gives you possibility. And I admit it, I'd be very surprised if he didn't match what Patrick gave you. I would. Because what you did in college, people don't realize. Only losers like Rico and I watched Arkansas football. And when you take a look at the way they run their program, Danny, Sam Pittman, they run an archaic offense, and Taylon Green, if the first guy's not open, he'd just try to take off and run. Tesla didn't get any quarterback play. So this is kind of a limitless thing. Maybe being dropped into this situation, it just unlocks a lot of stuff. I'm buying. I'm taking a shot. What the hell's the difference? Okay, then. Maybe Dan was upset that I was excited. I don't know.
Like I said, I'm going to sell. I don't think it's going to start the season off as high as people think it is going to be.
No, I'll probably be in trouble by week 3.
And that's no. But here's the thing. Long term, Mike, I think you're going to be correct.
Oh, it's a buy and hold.
It is. No, you're going to have to absorb.
You know what? You know what? Week 1 prop bets, Tesla touchdown.
Okay.
Take that.
Okay. Take that for data.
Maybe he'll have 2 in the first 2 weeks. Oh, boy. I don't know. I'm rolling with it.
Just give him one every week, then. He ends the season with 17 touchdowns.
More touchdowns, Justin Jefferson or Isaac Tesla.
It's tough. No, I'm kidding. Listen.
Well, he is getting from the number 15 person.
This is all shaping up. That's all. The hype is now translating into action. They didn't get rid of Tim Patrick because they had to. Lord knows. I'm just happy we didn't take the field with 3 total wide receivers on the field like we are with edge rushers.
Because Brad invests in the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Defense is just, you guys figure that out.
They just signed a guy from Dallas who's played 8 years, and I don't know who he is. Don't be selling me I tell you what, where's all the
Micah
people?
Parsons?
All the people were massaging their ball bag to El Hassamin. Okay? Where's that same energy on Tommy Wheatsack or whoever the hell they signed from Dallas?
They crossed the street and they jumped on the Tesla side.
Okay.
Because he was the rookie that actually lived up to it. Because you're right. Oh, we don't need to take anybody in the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth round. We took our defensive edge rusher.
Yeah. How'd that work? Now the guy's at Dollar Tree. Let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you?
Good. I love the show. What's up, Rico?
Hey, man.
Hey, so yeah, I just wanted to call in about this Tesla thing, man. I've been a big fan of his, watching him. I went to a couple of the training camps this season, and just watching him grow. But man, I just to hear you, Mike, this is like the third time I have heard in the past couple of weeks mention him taking J-Mo's spot eventually.
Yes.
No, man. You gotta listen to Brad Holmes, man. He's not listen to J-Mo's trajectory, man. He's on pace now. To take off this year. I know.
I agree. I agree with you. But guess what? You can't do. You're not going to be able to pay him. You can't have $60 million in wide receivers. There are 2 positions I'll spend $60 million on: a quarterback or a pair of edges. That's it. You cannot pay 2 receivers that.
Right, and especially with having St. Brown. But looking at it as what we're looking at right now, right? A 5-year window where we're trying to get into the Super Bowl and win some rings here, right? Just get one. Just get one, right? In this 5-year window, I mean, if you're talking about buying and selling, you're not thinking Tesla's contributing in them 5 years and we can't take care of J-Mo in the meantime?
No, it'll get to a point. You know, look, this team obsesses about keeping their own people, and Brian Branch is one. And guess what? Terrion Arnold has a big year. He's on the clock. Oh, look, we got to take care of Sam Laporta. We got to take care of ex-linemen.
Number 1 in red zone, you know what I mean, efficiency last year, and that's just, that's a standard we have to keep, and okay. I think Tesla will be that replacement that we kind of need, even though, St. Brown had 9 touchdowns last year in the end zone, receiving, in the red zone.
I'm just gonna tell you, Dave, listen, we got a year to let it play out, but you don't put 3 third-round picks into a guy who then you trade the veteran who took his spot. You don't do those things unless you got big plans for the kid. And if J-Mo thinks he's getting $30 million a year, sorry, you're not paying it. Thank you, Dave. Dave, do you agree with that take? All right. Excellent. We'll get more of the people. We got to touch table on some football. Everybody sit tight. We will go phones, top of the hour. We'll rifle calls. Are you buying or selling? The Tesla stock is through the roof. You think it's got some more run in it, or you think it's time to get off the hype train? Tim Patrick got traded today. His career. You know what? If I'm Tim Patrick, I'd retire. You're not paying me enough to play in Jacksonville. I've made my money. I got to.
It's a paycheck.
He earned his pension. Just get out. You don't want to play down there.
It's Florida.
Hey, David, do you think Tim Patrick's going to enjoy Jacksonville? Exactly.
Yeah, but you know what? You get 2 trips over to England every year,
and they do have a Buc-ee's.
Yeah, see.
Okay.
Not that far from Orlando.
FanDuel, you can keep that. FanDuel giving you a reason to get involved with college football early right now. New customers, bet 500, get 500. Bet 5, get 300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. So tomorrow night, big Thursday, when you place a bet like Cookies is on South Florida and it wins, you get your bonus bets. They got more betting markets than anyone. FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up, get started. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yikes. David, music, please.
So I absolutely love doing this last year, and I want to continue to do it now. Let's start today with upset specials here. So let's start with week 1, the college football. We have games starting tomorrow.
South Florida over Boise.
You just started with my number 1.
Yes.
South Florida is hosting Boise. So Boise has to go all the way to Florida here.
The heat, the humidity.
Will be 93 degrees. That's the real temperature, but it's going to feel like 100 degrees down there in Florida.
Yeah, and guess what?
No. You know what all the Boise State coach has to do? Come out there in shorts. It's a nullifier.
Last year,
Word from Mel Tucker.
Boise went down to Georgia Southern last year and damn near lost the game. They ended up rallying late. Genty broke 270-yarders. I think it was like 58-48 final.
I remember that.
But early season, it's the same thing when Arizona State goes to Mississippi State. These are road trips that are inadvisable. And I have a hatred for Boise's quarterback, Maddox Madsen.
No.
I can't stand it.
I can see I can see this going to play in that heat because the heat is real.
And guess who else is real if he's healthy? Byron Brown.
Yes.
Get some.
Does Cookie chase after? Never mind.
Whoa. Well, actually, He's chasing his USF money. I think he's like 0-6 betting on these idiots. The point is, that's a danger spot. And when you lose an Ashton Genty, you don't just recruit the replacement. You don't hit the portal. Right. That's like Scatabo at Arizona State. Right. That was a way of life for them.
Right. Now, what's this point spread?
5.5. Devil's number.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to trust you. I have
no. Cookies is on this. Oh. I need 7. I'll bet this live.
Okay. Well, the one I'm seeing is 6.5. So this one may be getting closer to what you need.
But the Arizona State, they play in heat anyway, Mike.
You know it's different. You love Phoenix. You would hate Starkville. You can cut that heat with a knife.
Yeah, but
it ain't dry.
But it's
Mississippi
State.
As you like to say, the heat down in Mississippi. David?
All right, let's move on to another game on Thursday in week 1.
Yes.
East Carolina plus 14 over North Carolina State.
I'll leave this to Rico. He's a big Caton Hauser slap.
And that's why I'm choosing it.
But the helmets, David.
They're elite. This is a helmet game.
Right.
And this is another. This one, F the Whites. The Whites are not better. This is ECU's helmet victory. Hydrochrome purples. However, they played in the bowl game last year, unless I'm hallucinating.
They did.
And it ended with a brawl. But here's your problem. These are two teams that are total resets. I mean, NC State is rebuilding their entire defense. Offensively, they lost Concepcion, their star wide receiver. And ECU is a disaster.
Brother, it's why I applaud you and Cookies on Cash the Ticket. Download it if you haven't done it before. I don't know how you can predict any of these games.
That's why
with all the new quarterbacks, with all the new everything.
That's why you don't. That's why the smartest thing to do is you don't do anything with them.
So you're saying ECU?
No.
Yes, that's what I would do.
They're getting 2 touchdowns, right? 14.
I'm taking NC State.
I would not touch this with your money, so leave me out of it. Fun game to watch, though. Elite helmet clash.
Well, I'll give you one here, and I would definitely touch this game because why is Maryland at any point being favored by 14.5 points? They're going against Florida Atlantic. Just alone, I would go the other side. Maryland should never be favored by 14.5 points.
I'm leaving this to Testudo over here. Go ahead, Captain Tortoise. What do you got for everybody?
Go with Maryland all the way. Maryland all the way, David. Don't even worry.
It'll
be over at halftime. You'll be able to change the channel.
I have opinions this weekend. That's just a game I don't have one. Leave me out of that.
Because it's Maryland.
No, it's funny because we did an edition of the 5-Star Zone, and that's one we don't know.
No.
We don't. We really. I would just take the name brand because that's all you're betting in week 1 is name brand.
Let's move over to a Big Ten opponent.
Look out.
I'm going to go with Cincinnati.
Yep.
7 over Nebraska because it's not at home for Nebraska.
It's Arrowhead.
It is at Arrowhead.
But that's a home game.
Oh, no. Guys, are you missing what's happening? Where's the game, David?
Arrowhead.
Who plays at Arrowhead?
Patrick Mahomes.
And who plays for Nebraska?
Dylan Raiola.
And he said, don't
blame me for what God has done.
Yeah.
Because I look like him. Oh, not only will Nebraska win, he's going to go out there and show his behind. Oh, he's going to be loving it. He's going to be taking photos in front of his locker, Mahomes. Oh, yeah. Nebraska, this man is living out his dream. He could quit football after that game.
I just would like to shout out Cincinnati's best player, the Godfather, as they call him, Mr. Corleone.
Frank the Tank?
No, the D tackle, Corleone Smith or whatever his name is. They call him the Godfather. But their problem is Brandon Sorsby's their quarterback. And that offensive line's completely rebuilt. I would lean Nebraska, but you want me to take Nebraska laying 7 when nobody chokes away games more? You can show me.
But the reason why, honestly, I'm not trying to be funny, he's playing at his Mecca.
I know.
So he is going to have the best game of his life.
This might be a Mike special here.
What's that?
He watched this team in week 0.
What?
They are going to Arizona. Hawaii plus 17.5 over Arizona.
Wildcats. Hawaii, their quarterback is hurt. Andalar, he was out there like Billy Ray Valentine in the second half. He was rolling around on a board and throwing the ball. Somebody rolled up on him. Rico, he couldn't walk. I couldn't believe they left him in the game. So he's like the chosen one at Hawaii. Timmy
Right.
Chang's
that's
personal.
the one okay.
Yeah, and dude, he started one game last year late. He threw for 450 with 3 touchdowns. He played really well against Stanford, but he got hurt. Now they got to go on the road, not at home. Hawaii on the mainland is a whole different deal.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona might be booty, but I lean Arizona there. I think they're going to hit them.
Do we
with
know the
dump
time of the
truck.
game? Is it night game, David, or
would have to be
that
right?
game is 10:30 Eastern time.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Pac-12 after dark for Rico.
Pac-12. There's no Pac-12.
Just let me live.
there is a Pac-12 on the CW? They just signed a brand new
I saw
deal
that.
After episodes of Monk
and Moesha.
David,
I'm going to close it out with this one here.
Oh, give us a few more.
I'm choosing this one because of what you all just said. We don't know. And there's a lot of question marks with this team in Alabama, and they are facing Florida State, 13.5-point favorite for Bama. So I would go Florida State because we don't know with Bama.
David, it's your wedding night. Hammers up. Alabama bomb squad. Are you kidding me? No, we know plenty about Alabama. They will control the line of scrimmage both ways. And while Ty Simpson's a bit of an unknown, best defense in America against a 4-foot-tall quarterback in Castellanos and that loser Mike Norvell. And then offensively, the one thing Alabama's going to have, they may have a top 5 O-line. I'd lay the points all day.
Proctor, yeah.
And DeBoer knows. He doesn't get it going, some hillbilly's going to throw a brick through his front window. So give me Bama.
And let me give you one more then, Dave.
Yes,
Okay.
more.
Let's go back to the Big Ten. An old Pac-12 matchup.
Washington?
No.
Question mark?
No. Utah favored by 5.5 over UCLA.
Oh, yes.
Utah. You are stealing money.
5.5, devil's number.
Not learn the words Devin Dampier, electric factory at quarterback. And instead of having some bum-ass
Iamaleava.
dairy farmer or combine driver that Utah's had, or Cam Rising's corpse, Devin Dampier is going to stabilize that offense.
I hear Cam Rising is a
Game time decision. Yeah, at his own funeral.
Iamaleava?
I don't like him there. Think about this. You leave Tennessee where everything's curated for you and you have elite SEC talent. Now we drop you at UCLA, not the same offensive system. You transferred late, and your coach doesn't know what day it is. Deshaun Foster. Hi, we play in L.A.? Question mark? You're on your own. Give me Utah. I think Utah's going to be good this year.
Even though it's 5.5. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're having fun here. I'm not telling you I'm running to the window. But
Mike is saying bet the farm.
No. No.
It's an old Pac-12 matchup.
No. How dare you? David, any others?
Did they do the soaking? No, that's BYU.
You know what? Maybe we. Yeah, one last one here. And they're saying choose Virginia Tech over South Carolina, but I'm going South Carolina all day. Virginia Tech is not good. Brent Pry is on the hot seat. They will not come out and look good. South Carolina all day. 7.5.
Dicey. I'm not in a bit. Those two teams don't even like each other.
They
David,
don't. That's true.
David, I'd be very careful with that. That's a game you watch, you don't touch.
Really?
You just watch it and enjoy it.
I bet it.
If you feel like you have some advantage, but I just want to watch it. Okay. And by the way, shame on South Carolina. I was looking for some merchandise. I mean, do they even have an apparel deal? Some of the stuff they got up at their bookstore, it looks like a farmer crocheted it. What are we doing?
I figured they would just be cute with everything.
They got, but who's
the
trying
Stony
to?
line.
But who's trying to wear a hat with that word written on it?
Stony.
My God, enough of the listeners probably call me that anyways. I don't need to wear a label. You get my point. They got a cool logo, black and garnet. You're like, this is awesome. Oh my God. Looks like some hillbilly grandmother got to knitting. Wow. South Carolina, do better. And that is your upset spotlight. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions waive quarterback Hendon Hooker. Hooker, like all 28 of the Lions that were put on waivers yesterday, cleared. He's reportedly signed a deal with the Panthers and will join their practice squad. Today, the Lions claimed a pair of defensive linemen. Tackle Tyler Lacey has played 28 games the last 2 seasons for the Jags, logging 37 tackles. They also picked up Tyrus Wheat, who's played the last 2 seasons for Dallas. Kansas City Chiefs star wideout Rashee Rice has accepted a 6-game suspension for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy, according to ESPN. This after he was involved in a multi-car crash. Veteran wide receiver Tim Patrick also traded to the Jaguars for a 2026 6th-round pick. The NFL now allowing for Fox Sports analyst Tom Brady to attend team and coach production meetings in preparation for broadcast. The Tigers are back in the field against the Athletics, looking to avoid a sweep. Casey Mize heads to the mound for Detroit against rookie righty Luis Morales, who's looked good in his 4 games in the big league so far this year. It's a 10:05 first pitch again right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Injured outfielder Parker Meadows will begin rehab tonight with Toledo as well. Michigan State basketball announced they'll take on Arkansas Saturday, November 8th. It'll start a home-and-home the next 2 seasons, with this year starting at Breslin. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in. 3 o'clock. Good to have you. Just a quick reset, and then I do owe it to the callers to get to them. It's simple. Tim Patrick traded. He's with Jacksonville. That means it is officially Tesla season. But we wanted to add a twist to this. Everyone's excited about it. It's always cool when you've got a rookie who's kind of lighting up the NFL circles and coverage and the rest. But now it's clear. He has a defined role. He has a pathway. So if we view Tesla as a stock, here are the rules of engagement. If I say to you right now at an all-time high, the hype has never been greater, do you want to buy? It means you think he will surpass what Tim Patrick did for you last year. 34 catches, 400 yards, 3 touchdowns. If you don't think he will surpass those numbers and he will simply reach or fail to reach that kind of level, then you sell. Selling doesn't mean you don't like him or that you think he's a bust or that he won't be productive. Make no mistake, the numbers I gave you, that's productive for a 3rd receiver and the 5th or 6th best guy on offense. But I'm going to buy. I'm going to buy because I think he's going to take targets from Sam Laporta. I think from a profile, 6'4", 220, you're going to be able to do some things with this guy that J-Mo doesn't do, that Amon-Ra doesn't do. This guy is a back shoulder fade machine. This is a slot fade machine. This is a guy that you're going to be able to move all over the field. And against that 3rd corner, or God help you if somehow you manipulate the formation and some poor bastard linebacker stuff got him. The point is, I think the touchdowns, he could double what Patrick did. And I put value on getting in the end zone over meaningless 4th quarter numbers in a game I'm up 38-10. I'm going to buy at an all-time high. But Rico, and again, it's going to be hard for me to fight some of his points. No, there are some pump the brake moments here.
Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sell this stock right now, Mike. And it's not to say that he's going to be a bad player, because I think he's going to be a very good player in the league. I'm going to sell the stock because I don't think he's going to continue doing what he did in the preseason. First of all, we don't value the preseason. Second, he was the main wide receiver out there. You didn't see J-Mo out there. You didn't see Laporte. You didn't see Amon-Ra. It was just him, and he looked great. But everybody told me, pay attention to the joint practices, because that's the true test. In the joint practices, all I kept reading and seeing was Amon-Ra highlights. Amon-Ra, here's J-Mo with this catch. I didn't see a lot of Tesla. In games, yes. Going up against people who probably are jobless right now.
It's fair. This isn't slander, people. It's fair.
He's going to be the number 5 option on that offense.
I changed my mind. Rico hates Tesla. No, this is all fair.
Especially when Gibbs is in the game, he's the 5th option. So, and here's another caveat to that, Mike. This goes back to the whole offensive line and the interior not that great. Is Goff going to have enough time to scan the field and find his 5th receiver? He's going to have to immediately be lined up, and Goff's going to have to make a read right there at the line and say, you know what, screw it, I'm only going to him. Because I don't think he's going to have time to survey the field the way he did last year.
248-539-9797. By the way, David, if you needed anything more to know that Florida State signed their own death warrant, do you see what Tommy Castellano said?
I did not.
Oh, yeah, I've always dreamed against playing Alabama. I just don't see them stomping me. Well, you're going to see them stomping you.
Definitely put Alabama on that line.
Don't poke the bear. Go to Andrew.
It looked like the scene at the fire hydrant in The Godfather.
Fire hydrant. Oh, yeah.
Sonny.
Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. Andrew, how you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Doing well.
Hey, Andrew.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I'm buying. I mean, Mike, you nailed it. That vertical fade, the go routes. I mean, the 50-50 balls in the end zone. I mean, he's a younger, healthier body, too. I mean, and here's the other thing. He's the complete package. He's the Dan Campbell, not Ben Johnson, but Dan Campbell guy where he's going to be doing the blocking downfield. If you want to buy stock, too, I mean, you got to buy the Gibbs stock, right? Like, you saw J-Mo even blocking. I mean, what do you think Tesla is going to do in the effectiveness of that? I think they're going to target him more. He's going to open up the field. And honestly, Goff, his progressions are pretty good. I'm pretty sure you're going to find him. You're definitely going to find him. I think if anyone's losing anything, it's Laporta. I think Laporta is losing more.
That's right.
I think J-Mo.
Oh, that's a dagger to Rico's heart, Andrew.
How did this become a thing?
You're not paying Laporta either. What does it matter?
No, you're going to pay Laporta.
No, I'm with Andrew.
Andrew, Laporta, to me, is one of those tight ends that I put him up there with a younger version, a better Kelsey, not the one getting married right now, a Kittle. Like, he's part of that next generation of tight ends.
Okay.
Him and Brock Bowers, yes, I like both of those.
I'm with Andrew.
He's a different special type of tight end.
Listen, he's got better hair than Bowers.
Well, everybody
Rico,
does.
you know what? Just go in the next draft, find another guy in the top of the second round or bottom of the first round at Iowa and get another tight end. I'm over it. I don't care.
Andrew, what has Laporta done to this city? Laporta people, stand up. 248-539. Help me out here.
I have him in fantasy teams. I want him to do well, but I'm reading the writing on the wall. I think he's being replaced too, honestly.
You got Tesla. He's replacing everybody. Up next, Tesla's replaced Jim Costa.
Well, here's why I don't think
Tesla and Jansen mornings.
Here's why I don't think he can replace Laporta, because you could put Laporta on the line and the play action, fake the handoff. He wrote. He can block. Okay, you know what? Put Tesla right next to the tackle. Let's go.
Who needs another edge? Tesla.
You know what?
Speed rush.
Tesla on one side, Aiden on the other.
That's right.
I think we just figured this out.
Are you not entertained?
No.
We'll go to Jeremy.
No. Jacksonville thinks they got a two-way player. We got the two-way player here from the draft.
Who needs Travis Hunter, David? Let's go to Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, how you doing, buddy?
Doing good, man. How you guys doing?
Excellent. What's going on?
Look, man, I'm buying on the Tesla stock. I mean, this guy's a mixture of Steve Largent and Don Hudson.
Oh, my God.
We got to – look, man, it was hard to pull some wide receivers to compare him to. But I feel like these are the two things that people are missing. One, I think he's going to get a lot of his targets. J-Mo is kind of inactive in the red zone once you get past the 20. So I think he'll be in a lot of sets when they get closer down to the goal line, putting him and Laporta on one side or him and St. Brown on the other side, using his body, as more of an asset. So even if the all-around numbers don't match up, I feel like his first downs and touchdowns are going to be what makes him so valuable going into this year. But I also think you're buying because of the future. You know, when our center retired, one of the things that Rico was saying was, man, why didn't you guys plan for this? Like, you should have had somebody in the pipeline. Well, that's what he is. He's in the pipeline to replace J-Mo next year. This is a guy that instead of having a speed receiver and a small semi-possession receiver in St. Brown, you want to match up a big receiver with a small receiver like, other situations in the league. So I think he is going to have a great year. I think, it's definitely going to balance out. His numbers will be like inside the 20s where J-Mo his speed isn't as explosive because there's not as much field to work with. And I feel like, his production not only will grow as the season goes on, but next year I feel like it's an even bigger thing. And one more thing that I feel like people aren't looking at, we haven't looked at this offense yet. So we don't know what kind of sets, we don't know what this offensive coordinator is going to run. And him getting more playing time during the preseason might actually help because him and the offensive coordinator have gotten more live game reps than the starters. So sometimes you can get used to a guy and know what a guy's capable of doing in certain situations, and you run plays for him. So I think that might be something that helps him too.
Jeremy, but I will say this. I think that with the offensive coordinator being up in the booth and Goff kind of being the coordinator on the field, Goff's going to go to the people he feels more comfortable with. Now, I will agree with you on this, Jeremy. I do think that over time, I'm going to go back and buy the Tesla stock because I do think he's going to become that player. I don't think it's going to be an instant type of thing, but I think next year, if you don't re-sign J-Mo, perfect spot for him. He walks in there a year with Goff for Goff to trust him a little bit more. Yes. Right now, instantly, no, I'm selling.
Northville Lumber, we talked about them for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have everything you need when you need it. If you go to the showroom, you don't need to ask, is this in stock? If you see it, it's in stock. Call Northville Lumber today, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. David, the ticket text, we're having a little fun with Tesla. I've made some jokes about he's taking Laporta's job. I just, God forbid you have a little fun. The point I'm making is they got rid of Tim Patrick. This kid's got a skill set nobody else on the team has got. The target share has to come from somebody, and it's not going to come from Amon-Ra. J-Mo, I don't think the skill sets are remotely close. And I think when you get in the red zone, that's not really where J-Mo's going to thrive. Sure, you'll have your occasional reverse or trick play, but he's really the Deshaun Jackson deep threat guy. Yeah, 1,000 yards, 70 catches, yes. But this kid is different. And his ability to body corners, post up, run some of the stop fade stuff, we're just asking, are you willing to buy the stock at the all-time high that he'll outdo what Patrick did last year? I said, what the hell? I'll go with yes. Rico says no. I don't think it's worth fighting over, but, some people decide they're angry. David, go ahead.
This is like the Tom Kennedy hype. I am not buying the stock.
You can't compare Tom Kennedy to a guy you gave up 3/3 for.
Tom Kennedy is a veteran Detroit Lion. He is always back.
Tesla,
he's like Jason.
Oh, yes, he's back on the practice squad right now. Tesla is our Mike Evans. Not saying he will be Mike.
Whoa.
I can see it. Wow.
First ballot Hall of Famer. Take it easy.
We're buying the stock.
I didn't buy that kind of stock.
Third down machine, red zone machine, buy the stock. Have you seen Tesla's rookie card? He looks small and like his legs will be broken. God, I hope he juices and hits the weights all year. Not buying. Wow.
Dear.
Someone else says his jersey sold out at Ford Field on Saturday, so I am buying his stock.
Oh, dear.
We're basing it off of jersey sales.
I'll leave that one alone. Yeah. Let's go to the people. John is up next.
There's a Brian Westbrook jersey out there.
John, how you doing?
Fellas.
Good, buddy.
Hey, really good. It's good to talk to you because usually by my work schedule, I can't get in on this time slot. But also, thanks for not taking me first. It gave me a lot to think about.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, so a couple of points. First of all, I think the most important, or one of the most important things your quarterback could have is intelligence. Jared Goff has that. And that being said, that gives him an opportunity when he comes to the line of scrimmage to see what's available and make the right read and the right call, which he does frequently. As far as where do the opportunities come from to get the share of passes? Well, they come from Tim Patrick, who's not there any longer. So falling into that spot gives him an opportunity to not only match what Tim did this year, but to improve upon it for this reason. What kind of rapport did Tim Patrick have with Jared Goff at the beginning of last season? The answer is none, because he came in after the season started before he got into a game. Whereas Tesla has had at least a little bit of opportunity to play with the first team in reps in practice. They've seen each other. They know each other a little bit. And I don't think he really played very much against Miami in that scrimmage, because that was the opportunity for the then starters to get those reps, because Tesla is playing on the weekend and they knew that.
I like it.
Those are just some thoughts.
I'm sold. I love it.
John, I get what you're saying, but when it's 3rd and 13, Goff is going to look for a familiar face,
Tesla.
not for the new.
Okay, Rico, that may be true, Rico. But
I'm not laughing at you, John. I'm laughing at this guy in front of me.
I understand. You guys have been off the rails for half an hour, but that's true. 3rd and 13, maybe he is looking for Laporta because he's very familiar with him, but maybe he's not on the field then. But there are going to be opportunities in the red zone. There's going to be opportunities on other downs where maybe it's not critical, where he is going to be in the game and he is going to have an opportunity to be open against, in most likely, single coverage, and Goff's going to know that when he comes to the line of scrimmage, because he can read a defense. So I'm buying the stock because it's a year-long stock, and I'm going to buy in low and hold on to a stock in the stock market while it matures.
Yeah.
Hey, John, I'm with you, except for I'm going to buy the stock after about week 3 when he's not what everybody thought. He didn't hit the field and turn into Wes Welker.
Yeah, right. And neither did Marvin Harrison Jr., to back your point. Right. Like, there are guys with plenty of pedigree. And, Rome Odunze did not have the year a lot of people thought. There's no guarantee. And maybe I'll look like a complete more of a moron.
And those guys came in as number 1 receiver.
Right. Listen, all I know is when Goff sees Tesla, here's his inner monologue.
That's J-Mo.
Thank you, caller Dave. All right, let's go. We've got the last couple of days have been a drop factory. Let's go to Gary, 97.1. Gary, how you doing, buddy?
Good, guys. Mike, if this was a stock, I think you'd stand to hit it big, and let me tell you why. Rico, everyone knows you're the voice of no risk. Of course you're not buying. But listen to my stock tip, Rico.
Okay.
Tesla brings more than his numbers. Think about what he would bring if you had a Lions portfolio. Based on the attention he's going to get in the red zone, I'm buying. Even if he does not see the ball, even if he does not eclipse Tim Patrick's numbers, you have to pay attention to him because you have to respect his size, his hands. He actually catches the ball with his hands, his speed, and the possible separation when he's outside the red zone, which almost assures we will see zone coverage in the passing game. It's going to even stretch those zones. You didn't have to worry about Tim Patrick stretching anything, which simplifies our weekly preparation. And if you want to play man, who's going to run with Isaac Tesla, J-Mo, Gibbs, St. Brown, Rico? Laporta's receptions are going to go down, but I bet you his yardage goes up because of all the space he's going to have with these guys running those backs out of there.
Wait. Whose yards go up? Laporta's
yards go up, even though he's going to have more room to roam.
No. And that's what, Gary, that's what I'm. It's going to be, Goff's going to have his options of where to go. I just think that to start the season off, Tesla won't be whatever the fans think he's going to be. I make risk all the time, and my risk is I'm going to wait until about game 3 or 4 when the stock falls again. Then I'm going to buy it and make more money.
I think we all agree here where, Gary, we all believe the kid's going to have a productive year. Rico's just saying it's going to take a few weeks.
To hit the ground running as a rookie, it's rare. That's all I'm saying. I think it's going to be good, but I think the hype right now is let's pump the brakes a little bit.
But you know what? Let's thank Arkansas for not using this kid.
Yeah,
we can agree on that.
Thanks, Sam Pittman, for saying Taylon Green should be our starting quarterback. Oh, God, that team. It's so painful to watch. Taylon Green would either throw a YOLO ball or just take off and run. And it's like, how? How did you go to the portal and this is what you decided to come home with? What? It's like your wife sent you to the grocery store to buy produce and you come home with a toilet seat. What happened here on the way to the grocery store?
I bought new blinds.
The portal QBs are musical chairs. If you don't get the one that you like, now you're just searching for a chair. You don't care where it is. You just need something. And that's what Arkansas ended up with.
Hey, by the way, David, you gave that Maryland-Florida Atlantic game about 45 minutes ago?
Yes.
You know what the total is in that game?
Probably high.
63 and a half.
Yeah.
Because nobody walks into there. Maryland.
Do you know the name of the stadium?
Turtle Stadium.
Good, perfect.
Turtle Stadium.
I was actually like waiting for him to tell me, actually, Mike, it's called BB&T Field. Turtle Stadium. Let me get a name
Teenage
for it.
Ninja.
Got it. Yes. Donatello Field at Raphael Stadium.
Right.
All right, we'll get to the we'll get back to the people in a second. We got a football today to get to down the line, and we do have Who Am I coming up at 4. We've got the Kenny division, new school. We've got the Rico Beard division, the curated mid-90s Spartan, a.k.a. when he lived with Doug. And then we have the Stone Age. 3 categories, 1 segment, usually a good time. Rico, tell them all about it.
History had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, then the tech boom. But right now, it's the Wi-Fi boom. And with Xfinity Wi-Fi, it's yes! With a 99.99% network reliability, the power to connect hundreds of devices and low lag for smooth connections, Xfinity is fueling the Wi-Fi boom. And now you can get booming even faster with reliable Wi-Fi with an all-in-one plan, and you get Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included, all for one price for 5 years with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with the X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Actual speeds vary.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Ex-Lions quarterback Hendon Hooker was picked up by the Panthers after he cleared waivers. The Lions added a pair of defensive linemen today as well. The NFL continues to slow release their top 100 players of 2025. Jared Goff comes in at number 15. The Baltimore Ravens What happened there? Was that a teardrop combination? The Baltimore Ravens have made safety Kyle Hamilton the new highest paid at his position thanks to a 4-year, $100.4 million deal today. The general manager of the Texans, Nick Caserio, was asked whether running back Joe Mixon would return from injury this year. All he said was, "We'll see. We'll take it one day at a time," end quote. The Tigers also back in the field against the A's, looking to avoid a sweep today. Casey Mize looking to be the savior at 10:05 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Got a little bit of news for you.
Do you want breaking news or no?
I do.
Oh, all right. I hope you're not messing with me. What?
Tommy DeVito is back. He has been signed by the New England Patriots.
Well, good. Now that cartoon character agent of his can just drive up to Foxborough. Can't stand that guy or DeVito. All right, let's get to the people. Thank you for that. I sat here thinking we had like real news.
That is real.
Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, pal?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What's on your mind, Jeff?
I just wanted to remind Rico of one thing. 80% of what he's saying is right, but the other thing is I think, Mike, you better stick with the Tesla because week 2 is the Chicago Bears. He's going to be the third receiver. They're going to just destroy Chicago. And he's a nightmare matchup, but also these guys are always talking about what's good in the receiver. Well, if you look at Tesla, he's possibly the best receiver in terms of the actual catching radius. So I think once Goff sees him and plays with him, he's going to light him up. It's not going to be like he'll probably get 5 receptions or 4 receptions a game, but what if he's making good on 2 of them?
And no. Here's the thing, Jeff. I agree with you. I think it's just going to take a little bit more time. I don't think he's going to hit that ground running, but I think by the end of the season and into next year, he's going to be one of Goff's favorite targets, just not right away.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see, but I just kind of got a feeling that Chicago game is going to be really exciting, and we're going to see a lot of different things from different players. And I think he's going to do good, though.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, Jeff, this is just where it's at. This is where sports discourse is in 2025. Rico has the audacity to say, you know what? I think the hype's a little too much. I don't think he's going to start week 1 with 7 catches for 101 and a tutty. And all of a sudden, Rico's a communist.
Right.
That's just where we're at. I said, hey, I don't think you should expect superstar status from Bryce Underwood day 1. Here's why. Data, history, and it's unfair to the kid. Oh, Sparty. It's like, no, I just gave you 20 years of this. Mm-hmm. You can't, it's no point. It's just, this is right. This is like politics now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be Andre Johnson week 1, where he's going to have like 3 touchdowns.
That would be epic.
Right.
I loved Andre Johnson.
Anquan Bolden against the Lions.
Yeah.
Remember that week 1?
Wow, good one. Rookie showing out. It was him versus Charles Rogers. And then it wasn't. All right, we go to Herb, 97.1. Herb, what's going on?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Hope you're doing well.
What's going on, Herb?
Yeah. I'm with Rico on this Tesla Laporta thing. I don't understand from Lion fans if they want to win the Super Bowl this year. Laporta has to be a huge part of that. I personally think he's outstanding. He can catch the ball. He doesn't drop passes. A lot of those runs, or some of the runs that Jahmyr Gibbs had last year when he busted out around the corner, Laporta was part of that along with Penei Sewell, part of that tandem, getting him outside. And, oh, by the way, he catches touchdowns. So I don't know where Tesla's production is supposed to come this year, but if Lion fans are serious about trying to win a Super Bowl, I can't see you taking catches away from Laporta.
No, it's not. All right, let's reverse engineer it. Herb, I'll give you an example. So last year, Sam Laporta had 90 targets and Tim Patrick had 47. All I'm trying to tell you is this. Defenses have to make conscious decisions on who they're going to allow to beat them. there is very little odds that Tesla, as he begins this year, will draw the same respect and or coverage that Sam Laporta will. All I'm trying to tell you is if I bring Laporta down to about 78 to 80, and all of a sudden you're looking at Tesla up at 60, that's all we're speaking of. The other thing is, I don't think Khalif Raymond gets the same amount of targets. So there's another 15 to 20. Yeah. So I'm just making a point. Do we make jokes, Herb?
Yeah.
No one's replacing Laporta. When I say that Tesla
Laporta cut.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm making a point that when you enter a new playmaker into an offense and you have a new coordinator, I don't think it's impossible to suggest that Tesla gets the best of the matchup every snap he's on the field. And with it, you have a smart quarterback who's able to identify that stuff. Mm-hmm. It's not, I can't believe I have to explain this. No one in a serious manner thinks Sam Laporta is getting replaced. I made a joke because Rico likes him. Sweet Jesus.
Well, the last person I liked just got traded. So,
Tim Patrick?
Right. So, let me say this. I don't know what John Morton's offense is going to look like. You mentioned it earlier, Mike.
But they promoted from within.
I know with Ben Johnson would have found a way to get the mismatch and get him the ball. I don't know if that's going to happen. And it sounds like Goff is going to be more of a coach on the field. So I need to see what that looks like. And yeah, look, guys, top receivers come into the league, and what they find out are the corners and the safeties are really good and really fast. And you know what? It ain't college where you could just blow past people where, hey, Tesla looked great. And the people who are guarding him are not in the league right now.
So with Tesla in the offense, here are the top 6 targeted players on the team. I'll leave out Brock. How about this? I'll include Brock Wright. Let's have some fun. I want you to tell me target share, higher or lower with the addition of Tesla into this. This is going to provide context.
Okay.
So Amon-Ra is going to be the number 1 targeted player unless he gets hurt. Do we all agree?
Yes.
Okay. 141 targets last year. Higher or lower?
I would say probably maybe a little lower.
Yeah,
Okay.
not much.
But not much, but yes. I mean, technically
call it-
135 is still lower.
Say it's an immaterial decrease. Fine. Jamison Williams, 91 targets.
I think that increases.
Okay. So let's say Amon-Ra goes down by 10, JMO goes up by 10, 130, 100. Sam Laporta, 83.
That's going up.
Flip that number around.
200.
38. No,
200.
I'd say Laporta, lower. Jahmyr Gibbs, 63.
I think I think Gibbs is going to kind of be that safety valve, especially with that offensive line. I think his goes up.
Okay, they all can't go up now, people.
No, I said Amon-Ra goes down.
Tim Patrick, 44.
His is going to go down.
Okay,
he's not here.
Will Tesla get targeted more than 44? That's like me doing the Who Am I? And I'm like, Rico, I got to redo one of these. Why? The guy's dead. Tim Patrick, 44. So that role, Tesla's getting more than 44 targets, right?
Well, according to what you said, that means that you're going to lose receptions at other places.
Including David Montgomery, 38, Khalif Raymond, 22, and Brock Wright at 16.
I think those all go down. So
Tesla, 65 targets.
Oh, no.
Why?
I think he gets 65 targets, Mike, if one of the receivers gets injured. Yes.
How dare you manifest that?
I'm not. You're asking. Okay.
I think it stays around what Tim Patrick was, 44.
Okay.
40 to 45.
I think I agree with David because what do they do when rookies enter their new systems? They always slow roll guys in.
They tailor the whole thing around them.
Yes.
Sign the Arizona Cardinals.
Just being a jerk. Everybody relax. Kenny, you're right. I just wonder if this kid.
Is Sam Laporta homeless?
No, from the targets though. Think about the touchdowns as the win. Like if I said to you right now, Tesla will have 6 touchdowns this year. You're with me on that.
Now that's the side I'm on because I can see him as a red zone.
That's
target.
where he could give you the yardage and the actual receptions. But if he's doubling the touchdown total, 6-7 TDs. That's an impact year. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. had 8 last year.
So so he could end up with 35 receptions but 6 touchdowns.
Possible. Because of look at the physical profile.
You know what you just did, Mike? That's a compromise, and we both win. This is America.
You're not allowed to do that in 2025.
Don't do that.
I know.
Don't do that.
I apologize.
We're not shaking hands across the aisle.
How dare I? 248-539-9797. All right, winter is coming. I know it's depressing news. Don't wait for your furnace to blow out. Get proactive. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical to upgrade that system now and save up to $1,000. New AC, new generator, new furnace, you name it, you save up to $1,000. Call for details. Schedule the free in-home estimate. It's Mastercraft. Honest work. Great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com. All right, 10 minutes, we'll do a football today. And then maybe 4:15, I have Who Am I? Just in our run-up week of Big Ten play and Friday night MSU, Saturday night New Mexico for Michigan, and just having some fun with it. But Tesla has been the big news today. And look, we haven't harped on the other thing. There's no point. It's just there's a They're either going to do something or they're not. I'm just not going to talk about it anymore until or unless they do. They entered today with just 3 edge rushers on this team, one of whom is Marcus Davenport, who is like a screen door. It's ridiculous. Okay, well, I'm going to wait. Maybe they sign Za'Darius or Jadeveon or somebody. They haven't done that. They signed a guy in Dallas who's played 8 years and no one knows who the hell he is. It doesn't feel like a serious Super Bowl strategy to enter with 3 edge guys total. And one of them's played 3 games in 2 years.
I mean, right now I'm ready to take Jadeveon Clowney, somebody, a warm body in there. But
there's no point talking about it.
You got like really 2.5 guys, because one's probably gonna get in
right. And I don't want to deal with the let Brad cook people. Okay, he cooked. You have 3 edge rushers. Somebody gets rolled up on, you're down to 2. Yeah, that's just not how the league works. You can't play a Davenport 60 snaps a week. He has no pedigree that he'll survive that. But whatever. Let Brad cook. I'm happy about the Tesla thing and Tim Patrick being gone. That's what we focused on. David, the ticket text. We'll get to the last couple of callers.
Tesla plus 330 anytime touchdown every week. Book it. Rocky in New Hudson.
Let's go.
Someone else says 3 targets a game is only 51 targets. So he easily gets to 65.
That's why I said the number I said. Thank you. Somebody picks up on this.
Have you seen Tesla run?
Yes.
I'm all in, baby.
Yes.
Okay.
He's about to go very fast.
I think Tesla is going to be this year's Puka Nacua.
Okay, hold on. Now, hold on. Wasn't that like 100 catch season?
That's why I'm selling the stock now, and then I'm going to rebuy it once some of these people realize, oh, wait, he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer at the end of the season.
Laporta jersey on discount. Yes, David.
This is where I start to turn. I used to be in the buy camp, but I keep hearing texters and a couple of callers say he's going to be Puka Nacua. They're going to light him up. They're going to target him.
You can't do that.
How many times a game? I'm like, based on what? I mean, he could also do nothing. It's possible.
It's totally.
He's gonna. You know what? He's going to be the next Malik Neighbors.
I'm just going to sell now. I'm on Team Rico now. I think these people have flipped me.
Kenny's absolutely had it. By the way, Puka Nacua's rookie year. Yeah, he's going to walk in and get 105 catches for 1,486 yards on 160 targets. No. Let me tell you what's not going to happen. That. Even if Amon-Ra and J-Mo are duct taped to a rocket and launched into space and put on season-ending IR, he's not getting 160 targets. Stop. Even I have to say stop the insanity.
Well, Laporta won't get his targets, so I can see that happen.
True. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, man, I think we at the point where we starving for something to talk about. Even it doesn't matter what Tesla does at the end of the season. It's going to be what game he helps us win. They bring him along differently. You know how they brought J-Mo and Laporta along? It's different. You got to accept what we get. It might be the Vikings. He get that one catch that we need. Like you say, it might be 50 catches at the end of the season. Or it might be 6 touchdowns. But either way, I think we're in good shape, though. And we overreacted. He's going to be all right, though. Not Puka at all.
No.
And Matt, this is where I'm at. I'm with you. Like, okay, I'm going to sell the stock now. I'm going to buy it back later because I do think long-term he will be an integral part of this Lions offense, just not hitting the ground running.
Oh, yeah. We got a hidden gem. Maybe about week 6 or 7 you can bring him back in the fold. But ultimately, yeah, we just going to work him in. And however he comes in, red zone, like you say, he's a white man with good hands and he can jump. We haven't seen that in a while, so we get a little overzealous.
Okay. I'd like to say factually, Matt, I have a long history with Caucasian receivers. I have Phil McConkey as a kid. Mm-hmm. I have Joe Juravicius. I have Ed McCaffrey. The Giants are the kings of white wideouts. And we appreciate their support.
You know what, Mike? Mike, maybe you may be onto something.
What's that?
59 receptions, 638 yards, 6 touchdowns. Would you accept that?
Sign me up.
Okay, so that was Xavier Worthy last year.
Sign me up.
So
sign me up.
Not to say he's going to. I just don't. You have too many weapons here.
I know.
I don't think he's just going to break in there and tell Amon Ra, no. You can sit down. I got this third down. Stay on the bench. I got this. I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, they're all team players, but they're going to want the ball thrown to them. Right. Hey, Rook, I'm the one that did the handstand, okay?
Let's go to Ray, 97.1. Ray, what's going on, buddy? And Ray. All right, we'll try Aiden, 97.1. Adam, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, hey. Adam. What's up?
I think Tesla is going to be good this year, but like now that I've been listening for a while, I kind of agree with you guys. Like they got too many weapons out there, but his size and strength and everything I've been seeing on Instagram out of the preseason, like obviously he's Tesla, he's going to be insane, like all that. Tim Patrick's gone now, so I don't know. It's going to be interesting.
Okay, then. Very passionate take right there by Adam. David, a few texts. Boy, Adam really fired up to join us today on a Wednesday.
Tim Patrick
is that was like on a dodgeball. Cotton. 2 wins to get to the semis, 3 to get the 50,000. Cotton. Oh, thank you for explaining the rules to me.
Tim Patrick is Tim Patrick, but Isaac Tesla could be anything. Could even be Tim Patrick. Mystery box Tesla. Adam in Toledo.
I see the Florida Kenny. That's his line. watch him just be exactly what Tim Patrick was. No better. Mm-hmm. How disappointing.
Lions fans, breathe. Breathe in the air and enjoy. After decades of arguing about coaching, ownership, and a losing culture, we're discussing the prospects of a fifth option on offense.
He is not the fifth
Enjoy the ride. Kirk and Ferndale.
So this means that we're going to do the weekly Lions power rankings?
What do you mean? Of weapons?
Yeah.
No, but I my hope is we have Tesla props all year as a part of Friday.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of Tesla Laporta who has more.
But here's the key. As long as Tesla is respected enough to make the FanDuel line, like if we have Laporta versus Tesla FanDuel lines, yes.
I don't need any stinking FanDuel.
Yes, you do.
I will make this up.
No, we are not.
I will do this.
We are not doing the Bumpy Johnson casino thing again.
This is it. This is the street numbers.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it my way.
Yeah, here's my tip jar, 20%.
Right.
No, we're not doing that. Kenny, mystery box.
Tesla will be our version of the St. Louis Rams Ricky Pro, Jason.
Why
in
must
Madison
we
Heights.
comp to white wide receivers? Why?
Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
No.
Really?
Why? Why can't listen?
Right. Every black quarterback is another black quarterback.
No,
Every white
but
receiver
that's
is another
where
white
it's
receiver.
that's where it's wrong. Like, what's the comp for Bryce Underwood? It's not a black quarterback. It's Josh Allen. The guy's built like a freight train. He can use his legs. Got a rocket arm. No.
Cam Newton.
No.
Cam Newton.
Minus
the hat.
I wouldn't disrespect
Randall
Bryce Underwood.
Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham.
They're not even the same profile.
Doesn't matter.
I just feel like there have been plenty of good 6'4", 220-pound receivers in this league. I don't need to go from the white pile.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, it's like Christian McCaffrey, Mike Allstott, right?
No!
I think the comparison, I could be way off here.
Yes.
I think it's Chris Carter. Physical, guy can get you a third down, red zone.
Oh, you're talking about Tesla.
Tesla, yeah, I'm sorry.
Wrong position.
So sorry.
There's nothing wrong with what you said. Now, again, I do feel like you went full Stoney there.
Old school.
Chris Carter was 40 years ago.
I understand. I'm just the style of play.
Okay. Come back to me when you got something that happened in like the 2000s.
But
you're not wrong.
All right, well, I'm back to Danny Amendola.
There you go.
Julian Edelman.
Right. He's a real hard worker. Well-spoken guy. I hate how we always do that on racial lines. It's stupid.
I'm very anxious to see. But yes, there will be a lot of Tesla props.
Yes.
And Laporta props.
All right. Now, let's get to a football today. We can get some calls in the 4 o'clock, and I have Who Am I? And I promise.
I am alive.
Exactly. I had to fix something. We'll get to that at 4:15, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision. Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Lions GM Brad Holmes has been busy today. Early this morning, news broke that they had traded wide receiver Tim Patrick to the Jaguars for a 6th-round pick next season. This triggers an assumed larger role for rookie standout receiver Isaac Tesla. Former quarterback Hendon Hooker is expected to sign a deal with the Panthers, according to the Charlotte Observer, and join their practice squad. Amon-Ra St. Brown talked about the now former Lion on his podcast. Chiefs star Rashee Rice is being suspended 6 games for violating the league's personal conduct policy, per NFL insider Jordan Schultz. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the A's, looking to salvage the final game of the series after a 7-6 defeat last night. Right here on the ticket at 10:05, Casey Mize on the bump. Darren Rovell posted the following on X earlier, quote, "A company owned by Bill Belichick and managed by his girlfriend Jordan Hudson has filed to trademark the term gold digger," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk.
Sorry, what?
They're trying to trademark the term gold digger. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, hit the music. Let's check in on some football, please.
Uh-oh. Not the music I thought we were going to get.
What the hell is this? Is this going to be one of these damn receipt things?
No, Mike.
All right.
This is going to be in honor of Tavarius King and Ibrahim Morcus and the Isaiah T. Billings Clyde.
Oh, okay. I got you. Jake Quellen.
These are the all-name teams in college.
People,
those three
these
were
are
courtesy of the Key and Peele sketch.
These are real. I did a version of this on Cash the Ticket. I've never seen a year like it. There are some of the worst, and I mean by worst, best names you're ever going to hear. Go ahead.
Right. There's yeah. And save the ticket text because there's one name we probably won't get to.
Here's a hint. He's not going to read the name of the kid from Eastern Michigan. It's not happening.
But we will get Kenny the jersey. All right.
No, we will not do that.
We will start off very simple. Dude Persons.
Yep, that's real. Dude
Persons. Do you know the school, Mike?
I thought it was like North Alabama or something. It was way out there.
Close enough. Central Arkansas.
It was purple in the logo, wasn't it? Dude
Persons. Pig Cage.
No.
Yes, he's a linebacker. I know that much.
From Louisiana Tech.
You said what?
Pig Cage.
Pig Cage.
Not to be outdone by, hold on, I don't even have the list in front of me. I just remember doing the pod with, ready?
Yeah.
Mississippi State linebacker Fat Forrest, spelled F-A-T-T, Forrest. Fat Forrest.
What is wrong with
We're
these
not
parents?
done yet. Wait till we get to the offensive lineman. You're going to love it.
Oh, you know
Sounds
what?
like a male strip club.
How about we just go straight there? Is this from Southern Methodist University? King Large.
King Large is one of them.
Oh.
Hold on. Is Hans Hammer on there?
No.
Oh, there's a kid named Hans Hammer.
Watch Club Mozambique.
Stealth Hawk.
Memorable factor.
Yes. That was on the list. Is mobility on here? Mobility.
He was on there. You know what? We'll put him back on there. Yes.
Thank you.
Mobility. Followed
This is
by
sickening.
Followed by Darius Clark from Kent State.
This is from the Key and Peele sketch. There's no other way around it.
Balake. Jake Quellen. Jack Macatrix.
The
realist. Oh, it gets better. Hold on, here's another one I remember. Is Clay Oven on here? You named your kid after a kiln. Clay Oven.
I don't have Clay Oven, but I like that, Mike.
That's real.
Hollywood Smothers.
That's the running back for NC State. I do know that kid and he's actually a good player.
Mm-hmm. Why? Because we like the helmets.
That's also true.
This is Key and Peele right here. Kenny, are you ready to root for, from Bowling Green, Gideon, ESPN, Lampoon?
That's seriously his middle name.
Mama knew he was going to be a star one day. Gideon, ESPN, Lampoon.
What happened to Michael and Joseph and Robert? What are we doing here?
Why name your kid that when you can name them DeColdis Crawford?
Oh.
We have...
He's still playing?
Yeah, we have Bad Kid Hull. No, I'm kidding.
Wait, whoa.
No, Tommy Running Rabbit.
That's Montana.
Montana.
I do remember that. And Jim and I debated when they were announcing the game. Do they say there goes Rabbit or there goes Running Rabbit? Like, do you do the whole name? What do you do?
I guess you just go, there goes Rabbit. And you just do an 8 Mile quote.
That is confusing.
We have Wing Green from Campbell.
Okay, that's a new one. That one I don't. Oh, my God.
Wisconsin, Deed Capper.
Come on. Deed
Capper. From Southern Utah, Crush Sowers.
That one I remember.
With a K.
What is
Not a C. With a K.
David, I said to Cookies when we did this, these parents have to hate their child. You can't sell me they like their kid when you're naming them this stuff.
They shouldn't be parents.
I don't know how you get away with this. I really don't, because especially like the ESPN, but I still got a few more.
Oh, jeez.
What about God's Power Nawahui?
There we go.
Army.
I figured you would know that, Mike.
God's power.
What about, hold on, I got another good one. Do you have Amazing Little John on there?
No.
Not Amazing, Amazing Little John.
I do not. I have Badger Hardgit. Badger Hardgit. Did you have that one, Mike?
I don't remember that one. You got Rocky Beers on there, the kid from Colorado State? Kenny's favorite player?
No, but I do have.
What?
That's going to turn into a drop.
Drop free zone. Don't screw him over.
I don't believe you, and Kenny did not. Kenny didn't say yes. Kenny
will never do that to you on
Where's
this.
the trust, man?
Kenny?
Yeah, wow. Look, me? Of all people, you think me. I'm on Team Rico most of the time.
I'm going to skip that one. Blazing.
Just say it.
Just read it. I will never allow him to play it.
Jeez.
It's Isaiah Bullardick.
One more time in my
Nope.
one more time in my good ear.
From Charlotte. And we'll just leave it at that.
Just say the last name one more time.
Nope.
I didn't quite hear you.
Nope. That's it. It was a one time and one time only.
How about the kid from Eastern?
Noah K?
I wouldn't do it if
I wouldn't do it either.
I wouldn't do it at
I'm
all.
sure as hell not doing that.
No.
What about Hans Hammer from Virginia Tech?
From California. Legend Journey.
That one was on my list. Yes. Is Mr. Williams on there?
No, it's not, Mike, but Chief.
No, his first name is Mr.?
And his last name is Williams. Or as I said on the podcast, hey, who's mom upstairs in the bedroom with? Mr. Williams.
Chief.
You got a real problem if Mr. Williams stopped by.
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, that's
basically
Mr.
on his
Williams.
mail.
Mm-hmm. Chief Williams.
Yes. You got Big Al Oliver on there from App State?
I do not, Mike, but I have one of Kenny's favorite wide receivers from Florida State, Squirrel White.
Former UT Vol.
That is his absolute favorite.
The jokes write
receiver
themselves.
Right
We're just waiting for Paulie Possum.
David, this one is for you from San Jose State, Sir Bible.
Yes. That's a real name.
I think I like that one, actually.
And if you don't like that one, how about from South Carolina, Demon Clowney? I'm sure
Yes.
he goes by Demon, but it's spelled Demon Clowney.
It's Demon. For our purposes, it's Demon.
Oh, UTSA wide receiver Alpha Khan.
Excuse me?
Alpha Khan.
How do you end up with a name like this? Continue.
See, I've been trying to figure out how University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. This sounds like Key and Peele. D. Jervaninsky Schleimbecker. Running back.
Timeout. Kenny, can you Google that, please? I just, like, that's, what? How do you spell the first name?
DJOUVNSKY hyphen Schleimbecker.
Oh, he's a real guy. UT Rio Grande. Yep, that's him.
My God.
Offensive lineman Panda Askew, East Carolina.
Yeah, that kid's like 350 pounds. No, seriously.
And finally, probably the best name out there.
Okay.
From Purdue.
Nitro Tuggle?
Nitro Tuggle.
Good guess. Georgia. One problem for Nitro Tuggle. He can't catch the ball.
Yeah, his name's Nitro.
No, like it's a problem. You're a wide receiver. He can't catch.
Well, his Nitro. He's going to go very fast.
Right. And then the ball Jaquiski tarts off his face.
One problem at a time here, okay?
Mistakes were made. Yes, that's some of the best names.
Hans Hammer. David,
I like King Large.
Yeah, David, you seem very disturbed by it.
I'm very disgusted by this. You shouldn't be a parent if you can't name your child properly.
You don't like Pig Cage?
No.
You don't like Fat Forest?
David, there might actually be somebody whose first name actually is properly, based on that list.
Oh, you're right. Properly Smith or something. I don't know.
Properly named. No, the mobility is bad. Like if your name is Paul Billity or Stephen Billity, you could live with it. Mobility? Mm-hmm. Like you're effing with your kid at that point.
Yeah. Pookie Artberry?
But Pookie can't be the real name. That's not real.
It may be. You never know, Mike.
My God. You got any more or are we good?
Yeah, the rest are just going to give me.
You sure you don't want to read The Kid from Eastern?
Okay.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
Do you realize EA Sports wouldn't even put him in the game?
I thought it was a joke until I had to look it up from various sources and said either he has parents with a sense of humor or they hate him.
And I just don't know what to say.
But hey,
it was just weird. I walked in and Kenny was ordering a jersey.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Unbelievable.
You know what, Kenny? You know her.
Stop it. 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. No matter what your name is, Hamilton is there for you. It's leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, heck, they even got EVs on the lot as well. Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the August Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $329 a month for 36 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Man, go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
All right, I tell you what we're going to do. We will get to Who Am I at 4:30. We have people who've been very patient, and they want to talk about the Tesla news, and I'm down. And just, if you're joining the show, you can Odyssey.com rewind to the beginning, or I can just give you a short sell here. I asked the question, with the hype reaching an all-time high, at a certain point, it's not hype anymore. The team traded Tim Patrick. They're giving Tesla wide out 3. It's his job. It's time. So I asked the question, as the hype has now reached this all-time high and the team has opened a pathway, are you still buying stock in Tesla where you think there's more there, that he will outperform what Tim Patrick did for you last year? Or are you selling? And selling doesn't mean you don't think he'll be good or you don't think he'll help you. It means none of those things. Rico's point has been, I just don't like betting on rookie wide receivers, especially when there's other weapons. Might take a few weeks. Yeah. The idea that he won't outperform Tim Patrick, I don't think that's negativity. To suggest any rookie, whether you're taking in the first round or the 7th round, is going to do better than 40 catches, 400 yards, and 3 touchdowns, it's inexact. So Rico has a more pragmatic approach. I'm having more fun. I just feel like he's so unique. He's not a trinket. A lot of these wide out 3s, or you'll call him a slot receiver, it's the 5'9", 5'10", speed merchant, we'll do jet sweeps. This is a 6'4", 225-pound. He could be a perimeter receiver as well.
Built for the red zone. I mean,
yeah.
I like him, and I think over time, you've convinced me that he was maybe drafted and you don't re-sign J-Mo, especially now when you're going to have to pick and choose. You saw what the safeties are going for in the NFL because Kyle Hamilton just got paid, and now you're looking at Brian Branch, and you're going to pay him.
What about Jahmyr Gibbs?
I mean, you still got a ton of people you have to pay.
What about Aiden?
That maybe J-Mo is expendable now. I think over time, yes. Maybe later in the season, he becomes an integral part of this offense, but I need to see what Morton's going to do with him. I would feel a little more confident if that was Ben Johnson calling the plays and not Morton.
I don't disagree. 248-539-9797.
And by the way, Demon Clowney related to Jadeveon.
Really?
Yeah. That's his cousin.
Hopefully he plays harder. Let's go to Ray, 97.1. Ray, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Hey. What's on your mind?
I think when we were talking earlier about outperforming Tim Patrick or where he's going to get targets from, I think we perhaps should have been talking about snaps. The question is he going to see the field or not?
I'd say yes, because the Lions are going to come out in a lot of 3-wide personnel. I would say yes. If you disagree.
Will he have the same amount of snaps as Tim Patrick, or will he get more? Or, because correct me if I'm wrong, Goff's going to target whoever's open. So we need to be debating production about will he see the field? Does he understand the offense? Do they trust him out there?
Yeah, and I think you don't trade Tim Patrick if you don't. I don't think they make that move, right? They didn't have to. Remember, they were sitting at 50 roster spots, not 53, 50. And they traded Tim Patrick. So I'm going to say they trust him. Yeah. Otherwise, why would you do that?
Yeah. Well, I'm just talking about the debate for production. I don't know how many snaps Tim Patrick had. Will he have more than him? Will he take some snaps? I'm sure situation dictates whether or not he's going to take snaps from a running back or a tight end.
Sure, and a lot of this could also depend on what does John Morton do?
Right.
How does John Morton call a game formationally? Look, there's a lot of unknown, right? I just think when a team that's pretty shrewd trades the veteran who they know they could count on, right? They know they could count on him on third downs. They know what Tim Patrick was. They got rid of him because this kid's that good and they want to use him. Will he get more? Ray, if I had the answer, I wouldn't work for a living.
But see, Ray, here, I'm going to help your argument because here's something that Morton has said that he wants to do, Mike. He may be into running the ball. He says there's going to be time where he's going to put both Montgomery and Gibbs in the game at the same time.
And respect to you and Ray, I've been hearing that for 3 years now. You know what? Show me.
But Morton is saying.
Okay.
It's different now.
Okay, all right.
I'm just happy to have the debate. I wish we had the same debate about pass rushers. Who's going to see the field?
Okay.
It's only 3.
You know what, Ray? Ray, you've earned a bonus question because I want to ask you because you seem like a very chill guy. And I'm trying not to be annoyed by it. Ray, How the hell they only got 3 pass rushers on this team?
You said it earlier. If I could explain that, I wouldn't be calling up a radio show.
Fair enough. We'd both be on an island. Fair enough. I don't get it. And I keep waiting. I keep waiting to let Brad cook. Don't tell me you had 3 pass rushers and you think this bum from Dallas they signed is going to come in and be a revelation.
I mean, we keep waiting and waiting and waiting for that aha moment. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks, but okay, fine. I just don't see anything.
Maybe they think their secondary is so good it won't matter. I don't know.
But see, here's the problem with that, Mike. Your secondary can be fantastic, but if you can't get to the quarterback, any corner and safety, if they got to cover for over 4 seconds, the receiver's going to find a way to get open. Why do you think the Lions receivers look so great? Because Goff has a ton of time so he could find the open guy. It's the inverse of your offense.
Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tony, how you doing?
Correction, it's Dan Smith, BYU, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Jack McAtrix III.
All right, so, Mike, I'm on the Tesla train for you. Totally thinking good, real good. I got my fantasy draft tonight. My question to you is, I got a trigger-happy uncle, my Uncle Dave. He always taking rookies too early. What's the acceptable round if I go receiver heavy in the beginning of the draft to get Tesla?
Oh boy! Look, see, all right. First of all, I do an auction, so it's a whole different ball game for rookies that are non-premium, right? So you're not looking at taking like Matthew Golden or Teteroa McMillan. That's got to be outside your top 12 rounds.
That's what I'm thinking. It's a 12-man league.
Yeah,
I'm thinking like 10, 11, right?
Yeah, it's got to be one of the last guys you take. As much as I like Tesla, I think he's going to be a better real football player than a fantasy football player. He'll be a better, more impactful player for your team.
Yeah.
Agreed. I bet you he's gone by the 8th round tonight in my league.
Oh, 100%.
And
some
city,
numbnuts,
yes.
maybe your uncle, is going to be loaded up on Strohs, and he's going to take this guy in the 6th.
Tony, no.
He
Tony.
likes Buffalo Trace.
Okay.
And he actually does pretty decent pretty much every year.
Oh, great.
Tony, how many people in your league?
12-man league.
I promise you this. Somebody in your league, gigantic Lions fans, going to be outsmarter than everybody in the room. You're going to take him in the 3rd round.
Oh, I don't have. It's something goofy.
Third round. Oh, man.
Just smile and
That
just
would be
take the
me,
money from that
probably.
guy.
No, his Uncle Lewis would have to be 6 glasses deep to take him in the 3rd round. But Tone, it's just something you're never going to get the guy because someone's going to do something crazy.
Exactly. I mean, unless I'm like 12 or 11, maybe I got to grasp at him.
Yeah. Nah, just, what, let it roll. I wouldn't do it for fantasy purposes because the reality is to become fantasy relevant, not football relevant, somebody would have to get hurt. That's just truth.
Yeah. But yeah, I always laugh. Man, fantasy drafts with like Lions fans, somebody always takes a reach like, really? You took him in the 2nd round?
That happens. David, ticket text, and then we'll move along here. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm betting high on Tesla. I think the Lions will run more, and he's a great blocker, thinking around 45 targets because he gets a lot of snaps. For the pass rusher debate, the explanation is simple. I've been saying this for 2 seasons. Brad Holmes simply doesn't value the pass rush position. Actions speak louder than words. That is Terrell at work.
Well, congrats. He'll be the first guy to not value the most important position on defense to win a Super Bowl, I guess. I don't know what to tell you if that's the case.
I can't sit here and say anything different because, hey, they got Aiden, and that's really all he needs. I mean, that's not me. That's him.
Give me Tesla, Offensive Rookie of the Year, plus 10,000.
Okay, now we're starting to lose cabin pressure here.
You guys should start a new segment. Breeders' Cup horse or NCAA athlete?
Yeah, Clay Oven. Mr. Williams. King Large. Sure.
Cannon Coffee.
Right. That's a name.
That's actually a name.
Defensive
back from where?
That one I don't remember.
What?
I'm sorry, man. Jeez.
I'm proud of myself. Kentucky.
It
just means more.
It does.
Tesla's comp is Robert Woods.
I'm just happy you broke out of the racial mold.
Oh, there was a lot of us that coming through. Lad McConkey.
He reminds me of Joe Juravicious. Okay, thank you for that. All right, you guys ready for Who Am I?
Yes.
3 different Big Ten players. You guys have to guess with the clues I offer. Yesterday, you had some nice success. We'll see if you can go back to back. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing, all-day IPA. The Lions waived 28 players yesterday. Now, one of them were claimed, but some have already signed today post waivers elsewhere. The headliner is quarterback Hendon Hooker as he signed a deal with the Panthers. Offensive lineman Dan Skipper and linebacker Anthony Pittman are two names who were waived that ended back on the Lions practice squad today. Safety Daniel Thomas has been signed to the active roster. He has 5 years of NFL experience, all with the Jags, which includes 15 games last season. The team still has one spot available. The Tigers and A's wrap up their series in Sacramento tonight at 10:05 right here on the ticket. Here. Stop it. Superman with your Superman hat. Hear how Casey Mize takes them out against rookie Luis Morales. Morales' fastball averages 97 at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, in our lead up to kickoff, we've been having some fun. Fans of the Big Ten, young and old. We've done the reprisal of Who Am I? I have 3 players. One is the New School. One is the Stone Age. One is the Rico Division, which is a more curated 1990s Spartan edition. Yesterday, each of you got one right, but no one comprehensively got them right. Are we ready to begin?
Let's go.
David. Okay, so yesterday I let Rico start. Today we go to David. David, you get to pick which division we begin with.
I hate this game. Let's just go with the New School.
All right, we're going to go New School after that scintillating sales pitch. Here we go.
This is Big Ten.
I'm horrible
This
at
is
the game.
Big Ten. Okay. I am 21 years old.
Oh, real New School.
Mm-hmm. This player we speak of is 6'1", 240. All right? I was supposed to be the next in a long line of bruisers at my school. I almost transferred when the new coach was hired at my school after an incredible freshman year. I was thrust into an air raid offense, but still managed to score 35 touchdowns in 35 games.
I figured out the team, I think. I just got to.
I know the.
Take a moment and think, and if you want to lock in, I'll give you a second to think of the name. We got nowhere the Beatles.
Yes.
6.
Yes.
You want to lock in?
I'm going to lock in.
Sit
Let me
tight.
think of the name.
All right, Kenny, you want me to continue?
Yeah, keep going.
I was a 3-time All Big Ten selection, but never first team. I got drafted with pick 134, 4th round draft.
All right, I think I'm out.
You want to lock in?
Yeah.
David, continuing?
Sure.
I'm currently in a timeshare backfield. And last clue, I traded my red for green.
I know exactly who it's the Wisconsin kid. I can't think of his name.
I can't confirm or deny, and the name is the point of the
it's
game.
Who am I? It's about the name.
Kenny selects random Wisconsin black guy. That's not how the game is played.
Pookie Arterberry.
Right. Mobility. David, you just writing Texas with a dollar sign?
I have an idea.
All right, let's start out with Rico Beard. He locked in first. Rico, who am I?
I'm going to go Braylon Allen.
Yes.
Yep, that's who I thought.
That's who I was guessing after you said red to green.
All right, that's okay. So Rico has one, but all 3 of you came to the conclusion. Now,
Finally, for me.
You want to go to the Stone Age? This is the retro player. Okay. Now, Rico's going to be the favorite here. He's the oldest. But, David, you should get this one. Kenny's got no shot. This happened before 2010. All right. I am 52 years old. So do your quick math, okay? I hail from the Flag City and stayed in my home state to play. This player was 6'4", 340 pounds. Okay? Couple clues now. That should narrow it down. I don't think we're talking about a quarterback here, gentlemen. I was a consensus All-America and Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year in 1993. This is like peak Rico, Doug Karsh, dorm life. I lined up next to Alonzo Spellman and a current Big Ten head coach. I totaled 400 tackles in my NFL career, which is a ton for my position.
Who's the Big Ten head coach?
I gave you Alonzo Spellman. You should already know. Do you want the head coach? I'll give it to you. It shouldn't make a difference. Luke Fickell.
Okay. I'm
in. This player shares David's bedroom nickname of Big Daddy.
I'm in. I was in. Yeah. I got it now. I got it.
I have 6 kids and 2 marriages, fertile as I am athletic.
Really? I don't know how you got that stat, but okay.
I do research for Who Am I. This guy was a dancing bear. At 340, he shouldn't have been that quick, that twitchy, had the 54.5 career sacks he had. And finally, I finished my career with the Lions in 2006.
Did he?
Who am I? Rico Beard.
Oh, guys, nothing.
I have no chance, so no.
He's dead.
I'm dead.
Dan Big Daddy Wilkinson.
That's Big Daddy Dan Wilkinson. Kenny, look up the highlights. This dude was a destroyer.
Yes, he was.
And trying to get me to put Big Daddy into a work computer.
Might be as dangerous as the Eastern Michigan player from the all-name team.
I would say so.
When was he drafted?
I believe 94 by the Bengals.
I mean, high. He was drafted high.
Yeah, top 5. Okay. Then he got in a fight with the Bengals for being cheap and stuff. All right.
Shocker.
I know. Are you ready for the Rico Beard division? This is curated 1990 Spartan football. I am 47 years old. Got your math down? I was a part of the Flint pipeline. I was one of Nick Saban's highest profile recruiting victories at MSU. I was a 2-time All Big Ten selection in 1997 and 1999. I was 6'5", 310 in my playing days. Whoa, Rico locking in? I finished my MSU career with 22 sacks. I terrorized U of M at Spartan Stadium. Nick Saban ripped my face off famously after I made a mistake at Purdue. And I played a decade in the league, and my brother played 7. Rico Beard, who am I?
Oh, man, I may have gotten that one wrong. I was going to go.
Do you remember the Purdue game I reference?
I think I do.
Okay.
But
this player jumped off sides, and Nick Saban jumped inside his nose. This player's nose was in Saban's mouth, as Saban was blistering him.
Let me add, is his nickname Big Bear? But wait, he had I know Antonio Smith was his brother. He had another brother?
Yeah, Fernando. Played 7 years in the league.
I thought it was Robert Smith.
Robert Smith.
Okay.
Number 91.
I'm like, wait, now his brother played basketball.
No, it's back when State recruited defensive linemen. What a time to be alive.
They got Van Summer.
Now, David, was there any hope for you there?
For that last one, no. Because I was jumping to Julian Peterson, but then you said 310, and I'm like, well, no.
Well, he said Flint.
He did.
That's why I was like, okay, I think
that's back when we had, Kenny, there used to be high school football in Flint. It was actually where you would go to recruit players.
It was really good, too.
And I thought I had it, and then he was like, his brother played. I was like, wait, his brother was Antonio Smith,
yes,
who was the leader of the Flintstones in basketball.
Right.
So that
I figured if I used that famous brother, it would give it away too easy.
Oh, I thought I would.
But you still got it.
Okay.
You did good.
But yeah, the Flint thing. Yeah, that's. I'm like, wait.
But if you don't remember this, Kenny, basically State beat Michigan at Spartan Stadium. They destroyed Henson. But then they brought Tom Brady in, and they made it a close game. But like it was an electric atmosphere. Long story short, so State's having a great year. They go down to Purdue, and you can look this up. This kid, Chris Daniels, catches 21 passes against Michigan State. Bill Burke throws one of the most god-awful pick sixes you'll ever see. And then State actually gets Purdue off the field. Robert Smith jumps offside. Nick Saban is as tall as this Red Bull can. Robert is 6'5", 310. And Saban reaches up and just grabs his skull and is just, he's jumping inside his cranium, screaming at him.
Probably would get fired if he did that today.
But it was also hilarious because I'm like, Robert could kill this man. What like, this doesn't make any sense.
The ultimate sign of respect. He knew he screwed up.
Yes. I loved him as a player.
Big Bear.
He was a great player. All right. That is Who Am I? We'll get a football today in the mix, and then we're back to the Tesla trade desk. Stock desk, not trading the player at 597.1. All right. Moran, Buick, Chevrolet, GMC. Moran's got it all, but the GMC dealership, the tailgating, they have got it on lock. A 26 Sierra Elevation, crew cab. Lease it right now. Moran Buick GMC, $199 a month, just $999 down in Moran. The prices don't get better than that. They also have the 25 Encore GX, $249 a month, $1499 down. Both are 24-month leases. Inventory rolls in daily. Even Yukon Denali's are in stock. You need service. Book online, get a free loaner with Moran Certified Service. Quick, simple, and done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
So I absolutely loved doing this last year, and I want to continue to do it now. Let's start today with upset specials here. So let's start with week 1, the college football. We have games starting tomorrow.
South Florida over Boise.
You just started with my number 1.
Yes.
South Florida is hosting Boise. So Boise has to go all the way to Florida here.
The heat, the humidity.
93 degrees. That's the real temperature, but it's going to feel like 100 degrees down there in Florida.
Yeah, and guess what?
No. You know what all the Boise State coach has to do? Come out there in shorts. It's a nullifier.
Last year,
Work for Mel Tucker.
Boise went down to Georgia Southern last year and damn near lost the game. They ended up rallying late. Genty broke 2 70-yarders. It was like 58-48 final.
I remember that.
But early season, it's the same thing when Arizona State goes to Mississippi State. These are road trips that are inadvisable. And I have a hatred for Boise's quarterback, Maddox Madsen.
No.
I can't stand it.
I could see I could see this going to play in that heat because the heat is real.
And guess who else is real if he's healthy? Byron Brown.
Yes.
Get some.
Does Cookie Chase have? Never mind.
Whoa. Well, actually, he's chasing his USF money. I think he's like 0-6 betting on these idiots. The point is, that's a danger spot. And when you lose an Ashton Genty, you don't just recruit the replacement. You don't hit the portal. Right. That's like Scatabo at Arizona State. Right. That was a way of life for them.
Right. Now, what's this point spread?
5.5. Devil's number.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to trust you. I have
no. Cookies is on this. I need 7. I'll bet this live.
Okay. Well, the one I'm seeing is 6.5. So this one may be getting closer to what you need.
But the Arizona State, they play in heat anyway, Mike.
You know it's different. You love Phoenix. You would hate Starkville. You can cut that heat with a knife.
Yeah, but
it ain't dry.
But it's
Mississippi
State.
As you like to say, the heat down in Mississippi. David?
All right, let's move on to another game on Thursday in week 1.
Yes.
East Carolina plus 14 over North Carolina State.
I'll leave this to Rico. He's a big Caton Hauser slap.
And that's why I'm choosing it.
But the helmets, David.
They're elite. This is a helmet game.
Right.
And this is another. This one, F the whites. The whites are not better. This is ECU's helmet victory. Hydrochrome purples. However, they played in the bowl game last year, unless I'm hallucinating.
They did.
And it ended with a brawl. But here's your problem. These are 2 teams that are total resets. I mean, NC State is rebuilding their entire defense. Offensively, they lost Concepcion, their star wide receiver. And ECU is a disaster.
Brother, it's why I applaud you and Cookies on Cash the Ticket. Download it if you haven't done it before. I don't know how you can predict any of these games.
That's why
with all the new quarterbacks, with all the new everything.
That's why you don't. That's why the smartest thing to do is you don't do anything with them.
So you're saying ECU?
No,
yes, that's what I would do.
They're getting 2 touchdowns, right? 14.
I'm taking NC State.
I would not touch this with your money, so leave me out of it. Fun game to watch, though. Elite helmet clash.
Well, I'll give you one here, and I would definitely touch this game because why is Maryland at any point being favored by 14.5 points? They're going against Florida Atlantic. Just alone, I would go the other side. Maryland should never be favored by 14.5 points.
I'm leaving this to Testudo over here. Go ahead, Captain Tortoise. What do you got for everybody?
Go with Maryland all the way. Maryland all the way, David. Don't even worry.
It'll
be over at halftime. You'll be able to change the channel.
I have opinions this weekend. That's just a game I don't have one. Leave me out of that.
Because it's Maryland.
No, it's funny because we did an edition of the 5-Star Zone, and that's one we don't know.
No.
We don't. We really. I would just take the name brand because that's all you're betting in week 1 is name brand.
Let's move over to a Big Ten opponent.
Look out.
I'm going to go with Cincinnati.
Yep.
7 over Nebraska because it's not at home for Nebraska.
It's Arrowhead.
It is at Arrowhead.
But that's a home game.
Oh, no. Guys, are you missing what's happening? Where's the game, David?
Arrowhead.
Who plays at Arrowhead?
Patrick Mahomes.
And who plays for Nebraska?
Dylan Raiola.
And he said, don't
blame me for what God has done.
Yeah.
Because I look like him. Oh, not only will Nebraska win, he's going to go out there and show his behind. Oh, he's going to be loving it. He's going to be taking photos in front of his locker, Mahomes. Oh, yeah. Nebraska, this man is living out his dream. He could quit football after that game.
I just would like to shout out Cincinnati's best player, the Godfather, as they call him, Mr. Corleone.
Frank the Tank?
No, the D tackle, Corleone Smith or whatever his name is. They call him the Godfather. But their problem is Brandon Sorsby's their quarterback. And that offensive line's completely rebuilt. I would lean Nebraska, but you want me to take Nebraska laying 7 when nobody chokes away games more? You can show me.
But the reason why, honestly, I'm not trying to be funny, he's playing at his Mecca.
I know.
So he is going to have the best game of his life.
This might be a Mike special here.
What's that?
He watched this team in week 0.
What?
They are going to Arizona. Hawaii plus 17.5 over Arizona.
Wildcats. Hawaii, their quarterback is hurt. Andalar, he was out there like Billy Ray Valentine in the second half. He was rolling around on a board and throwing the ball. Somebody rolled up on him. Rico, he couldn't walk. I couldn't believe they left him in the game. So he's like the chosen one at Hawaii. Timmy Chang's person.
Okay.
Yeah, and dude, he started one game last year late. He threw for 450 with 3 touchdowns. He played really well against Stanford, but he got hurt. Now they got to go on the road. Not at home. Hawaii on the mainland is a whole different deal. Mm-hmm. Arizona might be booty, but I lean Arizona there. I think they're going to hit them.
Do
with
we know the time of the game? Is it night game, David, or
would have to be right?
That game is 10:30 Eastern time.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Pac-12 after dark for Rico.
Pac-12. There's no Pac-12.
Just let me live.
There is a Pac-12 on the CW. They just signed a brand new deal
after episodes of Monk
and Moesha.
David?
I'm going to close it out with this one here.
Give us a few more.
I'm choosing this one because of what you all just said. We don't know. And there's a lot of question marks with this team in Alabama, and they are facing Florida State, 13.5-point favorite for Bama. So I would go Florida State because we don't know with Bama.
David, it's your wedding night. Hammers up. Alabama bomb squad. Are you kidding me? No, we know plenty about Alabama. They will control the line of scrimmage both ways. And while Ty Simpson's a bit of an unknown, best defense in America against a 4-foot-tall quarterback in Castellanos and that loser Mike Norvell. And then offensively, the one thing Alabama's going to have, they may have a top 5 O-line. I'd lay the points all day.
Proctor,
And DeBoer knows. He doesn't get it going. Some hillbilly's going to throw a brick through his front window. So give me Bama.
And let me give you one more then, Dave.
Yes,
okay.
More.
Let's go back to the Big Ten. An old Pac-12 matchup.
Washington?
No.
Question mark?
No. Utah favored by 5.5 over UCLA.
Oh, yes.
Utah. You are stealing money.
5.5, devil's number.
Not learn the words Devin Dampier, electric factory at quarterback. And instead of having some bum-ass dairy farmer or combine driver that Utah's had, or Cam Rising's corpse, Devin Dampier is going to stabilize that offense.
I hear Cam Rising is a
game time decision. Yeah, at his own funeral.
Iamaleava?
I don't like him there. Think about this. You leave Tennessee where everything's curated for you and you have elite SEC talent. Now we drop you at UCLA, not the same offensive system. You transferred late, and your coach doesn't know what day it is. Deshaun Foster. Hi, we play in L.A.? Question mark? You're on your own. Give me Utah. I think Utah's going to be good this year.
Even though it's 5.5. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're having fun here. I'm not telling you I'm running to the window. But
Mike is saying bet the farm.
No. No.
And it's an old Pac-12 matchup.
No. How dare you? David, any others?
Did they do the soaking? No, that's BYU.
You know what? Maybe we... Yeah, one last one here. And they're saying choose Virginia Tech over South Carolina, but I'm going South Carolina all day. Virginia Tech is not good. Brent Pry is on the hot seat. They will not come out and look good. South Carolina all day, 7.5.
Dicey. I'm not in a bit. Those two teams don't even like each other.
They
David,
don't. That's true.
David, I'd be very careful with that. That's a game you watch, you don't touch.
Really?
You just watch it and enjoy it.
I bet it.
If you feel like you have some advantage, but I just want to watch it. Okay. And by the way, shame on South Carolina. I was looking for some merchandise. I mean, do they even have an apparel deal? Some of the stuff they got up at their bookstore, it looks like a farmer crocheted it. What are we doing?
I figured they would just be cute with everything.
They got, but who's
the
trying
Stony
to...
line.
But who's trying to wear a hat with that word written on it?
Stony.
My God, enough of the listeners probably call me that anyways. I don't need to wear a label. You get my point. They got a cool logo, black and garnet. You're like, this is awesome. Oh, my God. Looks like some hillbilly grandmother got to knitting. Wow. South Carolina, do better. And that is your upset spotlight. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions waive quarterback Hendon Hooker. Hooker, like all 28 of the Lions that were put on waivers yesterday, cleared. He's reportedly signed a deal with the Panthers and will be placed on their practice squad. Today, they claimed a pair of defensive linemen as well. One is Tyler Lacey. He's played 28 games the last 2 seasons for the Jags, logging 37 tackles. They also picked up Tyrus Wheat, who's played the last 2 years for Dallas. Kansas City Chiefs star Rashee Rice has accepted a 6-game suspension for violating the NFL's personal conduct policy, according to ESPN. This after he was involved in a multi-car crash.
Like he had a choice.
The NFL is now allowing Fox Sports analyst Tom Brady to attend team and coaches production meetings in preparations for broadcasts. This initially became a problem after Brady bought stake in the Raiders. The Tigers are back in the field against the Athletics, looking to avoid a sweep tonight. Casey Mize heads to the mound for Detroit against rookie righty Luis Morales, who's looked good in 4 games in the big league so far. It's a 10:05 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Injured outfielder Parker Meadows will begin rehab tonight with Toledo as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
That was absolute professionalism by Jeremy Otto. He held it together there.
Did you see my flip, though? This paper's in the trash. I flipped it over my
No,
shoulder.
because Rico made me laugh because he almost fell out of his chair when I played the Holy Ghost revival. And I just...
And I'm like... And you just ignored it and kept going.
It was professionalism. 5 o'clock. It's great to have everybody with us. We've got a couple of Lions things for you. Yes, we've been college football heavy this week. Kickoff Friday night, Saturday night, respectively. Games tomorrow as well. But 2 Lions questions. I want to revisit this Tesla question. I want to add the other question. So the Tesla thing, we set it up like this. They traded Tim Patrick today. And now the hype, the horses left the barn. Tesla hype is through the roof. He's been given his job. He took Tim Patrick's job. Tim Patrick caught, 34 passes, 390 yards, 3 touchdowns. He played a role on this team. The question is this. You never buy a stock at an all-time high unless you've just got a projection on this thing that there's a runway, that it's going to keep running and keep getting better. So we've asked the following question. Do you want to buy Tesla stock today because he will outperform what Tim Patrick, the player he's replacing, he will outperform that player? You believe that this year? Or do you sell the stock because the hype is too high and he might get close to what Tim Patrick did, but you're not willing to submit to the hype tsunami on Tesla? That's question 1. Now, I'm buying. I think the physical profile, if he was 5'10", 180, I think it'd be a cute story. He's 6'4", 220, and he presents a real opportunity that inside the 30, the things like back shoulder fades and slot fades, and this guy's designed for it. Basically can post up every corner in the league. And because the coverage will be rolled towards an Amon-Ra or shaded to J-Mo or Laporta, this guy's going to get the best of the best, meaning a one-on-one, probably with a vertically challenged corner. I just wonder if he becomes a bit of a touchdown machine for this team. I'm buying. Rico has sold only based upon not the final outcome, but based upon it may take a few weeks. You know, that's kind of a thing with rookies.
Yes. Not everybody walks in as Malik Neighbors.
Correct.
Other guys, first rounders, struggle first year.
248-539-9797. The other question is this, and I'm going to roll the hand grenade into your bedroom and shut the door, okay? Because I'm not offering you any take. You're going to tell me how to feel. Are you okay or concerned that as of today, the Detroit Lions only have 3 edge players on the roster? And one of them is Marcus Davenport, who, good luck depending on him to play 17 games. So I'm asking you, the Bradbots, you okay? Because here's where we are. You want to sell me picking up some practice squad scrub from Dallas is the answer? You tell me. This is just not how I would do it. Because I'm just a believer that relief pitching and pass rushers are the same. You never can have enough. So a Super Bowl team is going to go into a season with 3 edges. That's not for me.
I'm not okay with this either.
No. I didn't say.
No. I'm just saying, let me answer that one. I'm not. I wish that Brad valued defense the way he values offense, the way he brings in different offensive weapons. The fact that we're talking about Tesla and how Goff can just has, a wide range, a cornucopia of just all types of people to throw to. When it comes to defense, I wish he felt the same way. And I'm going to go out and trade up 3 picks to bring in this edge rusher. Well, I'm going to get this guy. And instead we hear, well, we got Aiden and that's enough. It's like, it's not enough. More edge rushers. Heaven forbid anybody gets hurt. You got 3 and 1 guy is prone to getting hurt. So yes, you do have to bring in somebody. And I guess you got 2 weeks now, because I heard all training camp, just wait. They know what they're doing. Oh, they're going to re-sign Za'Darius. Okay, that didn't happen. Za'Darius just doesn't want to play in training camp. They're going to re-sign him. They haven't re-signed him yet. Oh, well, just wait. They're going to get somebody off waivers. I'm still waiting. It's always just wait. So now it's just wait. The season hasn't started yet. He has 2 weeks. Okay. I'm waiting. Then it's going to be just wait. He's going to make a trade or just go get somebody.
Your 3 edges are Aiden Hutchinson, who's a superstar, Alquindin Muhammad, TJ's guy, and Marcus Davenport. Really? Okay. So now I want the Brad bots. If you're not concerned, why? And if you are, I don't think you're admonishing Brad. But if I told you that after the night leaving frigid Ford Field and Jaden Daniels sexed you up, that next year, after having seen what no pass rush looks like, that you would then open the next season's title chase with these 3 players as your edges, that they would get back in the Marcus Davenport business, and that Alquindin Muhammad would be well thought of enough to be the only other non-Aiden Hutchinson edge, what would you have said to me? So the Tesla stuff is a very fun and positive topic, and I don't think the edge rusher thing is negative because I'm done. I'm not yelling, screaming. I'm not doing anything. Let Brad cook. And you best pray to God nothing happens to any one of those players over a 17-game season, because if it does, you're dead. So there you go. Better you just start praying. That's what you need to do. Pray. Because Josh Paschal's already dead for the first 4 games. And McNeil is dead probably for the first 8. And you're already relying on a rookie in Tyleik Williams to play major snaps in the middle of your defense. So your plan is this. Because as we sit here, listen, they still could do some shopping, but who is it? So you have the edge conversation. You do it your way. I want the Brad bots to the bright lights are on. Come and shake your ass for everybody. Just please, here are your 3 edges. Is this good enough to win a Super Bowl in your mind? Yes or no? You wanted to let Brad cook? Dinner's served. Mm-hmm. Second of all, the Tesla thing, I'm buying. Rico is selling based on timing. Rico will be back by week 6, scooping up some value shares.
Right, when everybody was like, oh, I thought he was going to be all that. And you're saying, tossing his jersey in the back of your closet. Well, he only has, 9 catches after the first 6 games.
Which is the more likely scenario. I understand by saying I'm buying, I'll end up likely being wrong, but I think the upside is so great. I'm not factoring in volume. I'm factoring in importance. Look, if Tesla has a couple big-time first down grabs on 3rd and 12s or a massive touchdown grab in the corner of the end zone. Look, those are worth
game-winning catches.
Yeah, those are worth 5 grabs in the middle of the field.
But when Sam Laporta is your September Offensive Player of the Month,
then we're going to be in some trouble. 248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts, if you'd be so kind.
Today was my deadline for the Lions to sign Z. At this point, what are we doing? Someone else says, very, very concerned because defense has been the reason we have not won a Super Bowl the last 2 seasons, but time will tell what Brad does the next 2 weeks. The fact he may be the 5th option could help Tesla. It means he's also not a point of emphasis for the defense.
That's right.
Lots of touchdowns incoming for Tesla.
That's right. I think he's built as a red zone weapon.
Z will be a Lion. It is the only thing I can think of as to why they wouldn't get help on the edge. He will be back.
Okay. And I hope that's the case. But as we sit here today, they left themselves the ability to go shopping and add 3 players. What did they add? Bob Wheat? Like, who? Because I just view it, we're going after a Super Bowl. The Buffalo Bills went out and said, okay, listen, I know we have Ed Oliver, and I know we have Epinesa, and I know we have Rousseau. Give me Joey Bosa. And then on top of that, draft Landon Jackson.
Right.
And like they stacked, and they go, look, there's one way to beat Kansas City. We must have a better front four. A bigger, more physical, more imposing front four.
And the sad reality is, in the 3rd round, when I saw the Lions trading, I thought it was Landon Jackson. Kid from Arkansas, just not the one that I thought they were going to get.
Listen, I'm asking the Brad bots. They're just awfully quiet. Just tell me.
They're in the kitchen watching them cook.
No, but just tell me if you're good. Are you ready to go to war that this is your 3 edge rushers? And one of them has played 3 games in 2 years. And over a 7-year career, missed over half his games. So are you ready to go to war that the only 2 pass rushers you can truly count on are Aiden Hutchinson off a broken leg and Al-Quindin Muhammad? That just doesn't compute to me. And maybe their plan is the secondary will be so suffocating and our blitzes will be so aggressive that we will generate that pass rush. And that Aiden's greatness, that we don't need anybody. Those are all plausible things. But couldn't it have been done a different way? I'll let you guys fill in the blanks. You're the people who support it. You want to get all nasty and yell and scream. Go ahead. Because here we are now. You got mad all off season at the topics. Okay. Well, guess what? They didn't get any of it.
And now we're here.
All right, let's fix your dinner problem tonight. It's simple. Kids are back to school. Youth sports are back. David's kid transferring to Kaz Tech. He's already got an interview at the football program coming up. So David is short on time. Yeah, you didn't hear about that?
No, I didn't know that.
He'd had enough with Canton's coaching staff. He's not getting the ball enough. So he's out. He's hit the portal. He's going to CT. He's already got an NIL package with CT. It's going to be incredible.
Do you read?
All right. So listen, Hungry Howie's has the 73 Classic. You don't have to just wait until your kid gets a major scholarship offer from CT to play football. $9.99 for a large, 73 pepperonis. And dinner's on the table in 20 minutes. Just as fast as your kid could leave Canton High because he's tired of that football program, you can get dinner on the table, and it solves all problems. Not only target share, but dinner. It's Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com for the 73 Classic. Limited time only. Just like David's kid being on that roster at Canton. It's Hungry Howie's. David, a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers as well. Also, has he chosen a jersey number at Castech? Have we gotten the available numbers?
Ticket text here, 248-539-9797. Buying on Tesla is not how many catches you get. It's how much you catch them. He'll have some big catches early, which gets him more snaps. Yes, I am buying the stock on him.
All right.
All in on Tesla and very concerned about our defensive end situation. This is from Joe running away from Ann Arbor as quickly as possible.
No, and I appreciate he answered both questions. And look, if you're not concerned, I just want to know why. Very simple.
Dude has been bringing the energy, Tesla that is, all off season by now. Tesla is like Bitcoin. Stock is going to soar even higher. I am all in.
Okay.
Someone else says, yes, I am very concerned about a defensive end situation. I don't understand it. Even if you call guys up weekly from the practice squad, they're not good enough. What are we doing?
I don't know, but look, here's the other thing. If you had guys that were dependable, it would be different. But like, okay, we can depend on Aiden. Great. Muhammad is this rotational guy I'm not ready to say is a Super Bowl caliber player or a guy I depend on. You cannot be in the business of depending on Marcus Davenport. That's not an opinion. Factually speaking, he's never been able to stay healthy. So if I am to depend on him, I am expecting him to defy everything he's been for 7 years. It may happen, but that's me getting lucky. It's just a very weird place to be. And look, if they have those three as pure edges, without Pascal, without McNeil, you can get by. But you know what happens in football. It's a war of attrition.
And I was about to say, Mike, with just three players, you're eventually going to wear them down, especially if you're going up against an offense who runs the ball. By the time the fourth quarter comes, it's not that same veracity of getting to the quarterback that you saw in the first quarter. Why? Because you can't rotate people in. That's not taken away from the skills that they have. It's just the fresher the edge rushers are in the fourth quarter, the better.
That's why you really want to have – I know you can't totally curate your interior and exterior alignment perfectly, but, like, you want to have 6 guys that are disruptive pass rushers that can flip interior, exterior.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the Giants back in 2007, they had 8 of them.
Right.
So that's how they beat Brady and the unbeatable Pats. But this idea of like, well, we don't need all that. Then what? So am I to believe that Kelvin Shepard now will run a more aggressive defense than Aaron Glenn? You think that's the strategy? I'm asking. Their secondary is the strength.
It is.
That's the thing that's weird in all of this is that you have Aiden Hutchinson, but yet I wouldn't call the front four a strength. That tells you how little I think of the rest of it as currently constituted.
No, because if it's me, I'm just going to double team Aiden and take my chances.
Let's go over to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
Hi, Kenny, and congratulations.
Yes. Excellent job, Chuck.
So I'm buying Tesla stock.
Okay.
And then I want to play a game with you guys because I haven't heard this comp at all. Let's play player A, player B.
Okay.
Player A, 6'4", 218. I think he was a 4.41, 39-inch vert. Player B, 6'4", 220, 4.41 as well, with a 41-inch vert.
Well,
player A is Tesla.
Yeah, I was going to say one of them's Tesla. Who's player B?
Player B is A.J. Green.
Oh, wow. Oldie but a goodie from the Bengals, yeah?
Yeah, and then on top of that, everybody keeps saying Tesla's going to play a lot in the slot. I'm going to be honest with you. I see him playing more on the boundary, and Amon-Ra's going to play more in the slot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that's part of the reason, Chuck, that I've said I think long-term he's insurance and you don't keep J-Mo around. You can move him around. And with that size and speed combo, yes, you can be a perimeter guy. So I don't think you're wrong there. Right. Now, as far as the pass rush thing, where do you weigh in on this, that your 3 edges that are going to be on the active roster? What do we do there?
Man, Brad Holmes has been pissing me off ever since the Aiden Hutchinson draft about the edge rusher. I've been having these battles with these Dandelion fans about, oh, you got to let Brad cook. You got to let Brad cook. Okay, he's cooking, and where does we get him? Because you guys said it. The defense is what killed us the last 2 playoff runs. If we had those edge guys, Jaden Daniels don't get off the way he got off. And I'm sorry, we don't blow a 17-point lead in
San Francisco. Yeah. Well, the San Francisco game, yeah.
And then if you look at every single draft after that Aiden Hutchinson draft, the edges have been there. Whether you look in the first, second, or third round, those guys have been there. Nope, I'm good. We're good. We're going to roll with, like you said, Muhammad Ahmadine or whatever, man.
No, and ultimately, Chuck, here's what it'll come down to, right? It's they say in the NBA, it's a make-miss league. This is pass-fail. They win the Super Bowl, he'll be proven right. They don't win the Super Bowl, he's proven wrong. It's just, that's it. And, of course, they can get it done. Of course, there are plenty of ways to win Super Bowls. It just seemed like a weird pathway. And I got to hope, because I can't expect Marcus Davenport to stay healthy. I got to hope they stay healthy. Otherwise, you're going to be extremely thin at what most football people believe is the most important position on that side of the ball. Yeah. And God help you if something happens to Aiden.
Because you want to put that out there.
No, I'm not putting nothing out there. I'm just talking real.
Right.
You know, if guys like TJ Watt can get hurt, Myles Garrett can get hurt, and players get hurt, it happens. Lord knows we saw it with Aiden last year. If anything happens to him, look at the state of that D-line. It's like, why did it have to be that way?
Because you would figure after the way the season went, he really would have focused in bringing in a lot of people on defense, knowing that you were putting people out there with name tags on. Like, okay, who wants to play defense for the Lions? Me. All right, you, and you.
Now, the play has got to be they love the secondary, and they should. Secondary's good, and they're going to be aggressive because look, here's the other thing that the Lion fan does not want to admit. Both things can be true. But this idea that Aiden was going to go and get 20 sacks last year, go look at the first 4 games. You faced a Rams team that was down 3 tackles. Now, that's not Aiden's problem, but that's reality. And that's light work for him. You go and face Tampa, where I think 2 of the sacks, he was one-on-one against a tight end. That's nothing you draw up. That's a mistake by Tampa. Again, not Aiden's problem.
And Mike, I think it was the backup tight end. It wasn't even their starting tackle.
And Seattle came to town without either starting tackle. Now, if you believe Aiden was going to keep up that pace, well, then you must also believe he would face nothing but backup tackles. Look, Aiden's a really good football player, but that was a really dreamy start to the year before the horror in Dallas. I'm just making a point to you. If that's the last memory you have of him, can we at least live in a reality where how those sacks were produced?
I'm with you. Hey, David, I got a little bit of news for you. Friend of the show, Damon Webb, said your son can wear number 2 at Cass Tech so long as he's not 5'2".
And Damon is royalty.
He's not 5'2", so
he can wear number 2 at Cass Tech.
I'm not doing this.
Does he? Hold on. What if we got him? You remember how Michigan used to do like the Benny Oosterbaan Memorial quarterback, the legacy jersey? What if David's kid followed in the footsteps of CT legend Boubacar Sissoko?
See, now I can't even show up to the varsity game tomorrow because I'm just going to get a ton of questions my way. Oh, no.
Dior?
Sure.
He's not short. He's already taller than me.
Listen, that's why CT wants him, and that's why Canton is not utilizing him appropriately.
You know what?
Let me broker this.
Let me help you out here, David.
What's the problem? I've got a compensation package worked out. We have a jersey guaranteed. The kid wants to wear number 1. Cass has given it to him. It's all there.
We're giving him number 2.
Do you want number 2? Or do you want the Sissoko family memorial jersey?
And I'm sure I'm going to get a text in 3, 2, 1.
Maybe you get the J. Rue Campbell jersey.
Okay. Just don't go body slamming anybody. Just like with Boubacar. No beating up taxi drivers, please.
You know what? Let me tell you about Specs at LTU. David, I'm going to help you out here. No. Specs at LTU, located right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. It's not too late if you're trying to get in the fall semester, but if not, you can sign up for the winter semester. Whether you want to get a career in radio, TV, or graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who actually work in the business, and that means you'll learn from day one in the lab what it takes to make it in your new field. Specs at LTU offers a hands-on approach, so you're not just going to be sitting there learning a lot of theory. You're going to be learning everything that it takes to make it in your field, whether it's TV, radio, or graphics design. The only thing missing is you. Still not too late for the fall, but if you miss out, there's always the winter. Here's what you need to do. Make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps of your future at admissions@ltu.edu. Admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU. Do it today.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Ex-Lions quarterback Hendon Hooker was picked up by the Panthers after he cleared waivers. The Lions added a pair of defensive linemen today as well. Offensive lineman Dan Skipper is back in the practice squad with Detroit after clearing waivers. The NFL continues to slow release their top 100 players of 2025. Jared Goff comes in at number 15. The Baltimore Ravens have made safety Kyle Hamilton the new highest paid at his position, thanks to a 4-year, $100.4 million deal. The Tigers and A's wrap up the three-game series tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 10:05. Casey Mize will be on the mound, and Michigan State just released a video of their uniform for this Friday's matchup in the season opener, the way they white helmets in that one. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97onetheticket.com.
Mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and they stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourself, or anything in between, they have got you covered. Call Northville today. Stop by. If you have to ask, is it in stock? The answer is yes. Take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. The idea that we didn't have to edit that, and that was actually something, I don't even know how Cookie said that. But David, go ahead. Ticket text. I know Rieger will be in momentarily. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything.
Randy, I trust in Brad Holmes. Barnes is a rushing linebacker. And we also have 4 roster spots open, so we have to be patient. I'm also buying the Tesla stock. He is a star. I'm not worried because the Lions will be signing Zadarius Smith very soon. That is Jerry from a car.
I'd feel a lot better about things if they did, for sure. No question about it.
I don't know what you guys want from me. We have Aiden, signed Brad Holmes.
That's funny. Signed BH at the facility. Nah, it's...
Jim from South Lyon says they need both Clowney and Smith. With only 3 on the roster, they're not going to be able to take any downs off.
No.
And that's the problem right there is, especially if you run against, case in point, let's just say that the Ravens just get things going with Derrick Henry and they just run at you. You're going to wear down that defensive line. Good luck in the fourth quarter. I thought you were going to put booming.
Sure. That works too. Rieger, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on, boys? How we doing? Excuse me? Now, how did he use that?
I have no idea. David was kind enough to
What
pass
was the
that along.
sentence? Does he go out on a morning run and chase brown kids?
Well, we got another one now.
No. No, you're not allowed to use that one because I was just quoting Jim.
Got it.
That's interesting.
What's coming up next? Because we are a little short on time.
Oh, yeah, you guys want to leave. I get it. We have a Lions-related topic. There's going to be no Woj Poo. He's got some Detroit News Gala going on, so he'll be back tomorrow.
Detroit News Gala?
I don't know. He's got something. That's what I picture in my head.
What are they all celebrating down there? Michigan getting away with it?
Probably.
I'm sorry. Come on, everybody. We're having fun.
No,
Relax.
to be fair, though, I kind of think I asked this.
Yeah, Wojo's practice. Is he at the pep rally? Maybe he's down there with John and Doug celebrating at the Diag.
Oh, high fiving.
Oh, Team 156.
We did it. We did it, boys.
All the former players come back. They give him
Gus,
hugs
is
and
that
kisses.
you? Yes, it is.
Blake Corum and Connor Stallions walk in together. They get the LLC back together. Oh, now we're talking.
Vacuums for everybody.
Could you imagine? Press release that Connor and Blake are in business again.
Wait. I can just see now, hey, you're flying in. Xavier Simpson will pick you up from the airport.
Hey, let's leave basketball out of this, okay? Stop that. Oh, crap.
Just another day in the Rieger's neighborhood.
I mean, you.
Oh, wow.
At least I said he. I didn't say I.
All right, can we please? What are you doing next?
I have a Lions-related topic. I can't believe there's some people like this, but apparently there are. I have audio to prove it, so we're going to play the audio, ask you if you're like this regarding the Detroit Lions, and a little sub-question that I'm truly interested in that might piss off people.
Sounds about right. We'll be back tomorrow at 2. The college football kickoff week continues. 97.